The story began with Lim Dae-in's retirement party. The protagonist and his friends clinked glasses of wine and then sat down. He listened to their conversations and thought that he was only a B-rank, so there weren't many people there. Only a few friends who gave him gifts had gathered and they were having a good time drinking there. He took out his wallet and thought that he had a lot of money that he had saved up over 20 years of hard work. And there was also real estate in his name. All that was left for him to do was spend his last days in peace. After a while, the protagonist opened his eyes and said, sitting up on his bed, that this was not the same reality. He grabbed his head with his hands and said in frustration that he woke up in the student dorm he lived in 20 years ago. He took out his phone and asked, "What year is it now? Why is it 2018? He got out of bed and shouted angrily, throwing the phone against the wall, that this was some kind of prank. The protagonist asked loudly, cursing with anger, why did he return at this time? After all, he had just started a carefree life. He asked upset, holding his head in his hands, why did this happen to him? What did he do wrong? Suddenly, he noticed a wristwatch that was on his hand. He looked at his hand and said that this was the watch that was given to him at the farewell party. Why was it still on him? He remembered that it was given to him by Junchul. He asked him then, smiling, did he know how rare a treasure this was? After all, there were rumors that this was a relic of the legendary magician of the Byron continent, namely Yahello. Dayan stared at the watch and thought, does this mean that it was the one that returned him to the past? After all, last night, right before going to bed, he was carefully studying it. Suddenly, the man began to loudly knock on his door and angrily asked, cursing loudly, why did he allow himself to make so much noise? He must immediately leave his room. The protagonist calmly thought, insultingly, that the son of the owner of this hostel lived next to him, who pretended to be the boss there. Every night he threw karaoke parties and drinking parties. Afterwards, he came to shake money out of him while he was still not fully awake. The man loudly asked him why he was pretending that he was not there. Maybe he should just break down the door. Dayan angrily said that just the thought of him made him lose his temper. He opened the door, and the interlocutor asked why he had opened it for so long. He smiled, looking at the son of the hostel owner. The man asked discontentedly why he found it so funny. The protagonist looked at him and thought, insultingly, that his jacket was made of monster skin. The man said discontentedly, scratching the back of his head, that he was making so much noise that it was psychologically difficult for him to tolerate it. He said, grinning, that he already wanted to call the police, but he did not want to ruin the life of such a young guy. He would overlook his behavior if he gave him money as compensation. He said, holding out his hand, that this watch was just what he needed. The protagonist hit him on the arm, which surprised his opponent. He raised his hand to punch him and hit him right in the face. His nose started bleeding and he groaned in pain. He grabbed his head with his hands and delivered a decisive knee strike to his face. He asked why a big guy like him kept stealing from the weak. He said, taking off his jacket, that it was not enough revenge for everything he had taken from him. He said, putting on his jacket, that he would spare him anyway. The son of the dorm owner said, writhing in pain on the floor, that it was more than enough. Dayan said, turning around, that he was moving out. After a while, the protagonist walked down the street and thought that at first he did not understand why he was returned to the year 2018. However, it was at this time that he woke up, when an accident happened at the construction site. After all, he injured his knee back then, which caused him pain for the rest of his life. He was very glad that this would not happen now. He thought, activating the flow of mana inside his body, that it was time for him to wake up. After all, he had controlled mana for 20 years, so it would not be difficult for him to do it again. He thought, clenching his fist and concentrating mana throughout his body, that he was not eating well and lacked muscle mass. How could he even go to work with such a body? His stomach rumbled, and he said, placing his hand on his stomach, that he should eat first. He said, moving further down the street, that no matter how far he walked, there was nothing but construction. He seriously thought that he understood why no one noticed the small gate opening. After all, many people died there due to the sudden appearance of monsters. Suddenly, loud screams were heard and people shouted that monsters had appeared there. Everyone in the street was scared because a sphere of light and dark energy had appeared. People were shouting in panic that they needed to call the police. The protagonist wondered in surprise why the gates had suddenly opened there. He noticed the monster and thought that it was a wild red dog with speckles that had sharp fangs and lived in a pack. An elderly citizen shouted, turning to him and grabbing him by the shoulder, that he should run away from there quickly. Another person nearby asked in a panic where his daughter Soka was. After all, her father was waiting there. Somewhere there, People were already shouting and calling for help. The protagonist threw the backpack off his back and thought, sighing heavily, that he had returned to a disgusting moment in time. He thought, looking around, where could he get a weapon? He noticed a crowbar on the construction site and grabbed it with a quick movement. Suddenly, Soka's cry was heard nearby, as a pack of monsters surrounded him. One of the monsters attacked her, and she screamed in horror, asking where her father was. The protagonist grabbed her with his hand at the last moment, and did not let the monster catch her with its fangs. He blocked the monster's path and said, letting her go, that she needed to run quickly to her father. She ran away with tears in her eyes from there. The monster rushed to attack the protagonist. He struck the crowbar right in the face with one strong blow. Then, swinging sharply, he hit the monster right in the jaw. He grabbed the crowbar tighter with his hands and delivered a decisive roundhouse blow to the monster. The protagonist screamed, throwing the monster back to his pack. His stomach rumbled, and he sighed awkwardly. He said, looking at the monsters, that he was very hungry. Why are there so many of them? His face changed and he said menacingly, looking at them with hungry eyes, that they were so plump and they looked very appetizing. The monsters growled at him with apprehension. He thought that he had eaten their meat before, and it was very tasty. After all, he knew a wonderful stew made from the meat of a wild red speckled dog. He thought, preparing for battle, that hunger would help him deal with them quickly. He knocked down monsters with his weapon blows and thought that even if he had become 20 years younger. However, at that age he did not have such good abilities as he had at 40. But now his knees do not hurt at all. He suddenly jumped high and kicked the monster in the head. He thought, dodging the attacks of the monsters, that there was simply no end to them and he would hardly be able to deal with them all with one crowbar. Daeng squeezed the watch in his hand and dealt a strong blow to the monster. He thought, looking at it, that it was a very durable watch. He was surrounded by monsters and he wondered how many were left. Maybe about 10. A police officer ran up and said, telling him where he was from, that they needed to act on his instructions. The protagonist said that they had finally arrived. He said, upset, looking at the damage to his jacket, that it had torn the first time he wore it. The police officer ran closer to him and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He said happily, smiling, that he thanked him for saving those people. He asked, taking out a pen and a notebook, could he tell him his name and place of work, so that they could send him a reward? Daen said, introducing himself, that he was not employed anywhere yet. He said, holding his hand to his neck, that he had not been registered as a superhuman either. After all, he had only woken up a couple of hours ago. He asked happily, writing down his details in a notebook, is there any other way to get a reward? Maybe he should tell him his number and write down his bank account. The employee awkwardly said, agreeing that he thanked him for his assistance. He said, smiling, that it was time for him to go on business. The protagonist quickly ran away from there. The employee shouted in shock that he should wait. After all, he still had to question him. After a while, Daeng ran down the street and thought that his name and number were enough for them to contact him. At this time, various guild employees were already discussing the new awakened, who was not even 20 years old, on the phone. After some time, the main character was served beef soup at the diner. He happily said, tasting the food, that it was very delicious. Suddenly, his phone rang and he thought, is someone already calling him? They work very quickly. He thought, taking his phone, that they were all trying to hire superhumans now. Especially since they saw how good he was, despite his recent awakening. He thought, looking at the screen of his phone, that it was now 2018, which meant that 2 years had already passed since the appearance of the previous gate of the past. He thought that it was then that superhumans with mana and special abilities began to replace the police and the army, and the guilds came to power. After all, every time a new superhuman appears, everyone begins to fight for him. The main character looked at his phone, which was constantly ringing with notifications, and thought that this was the time he returned. Now they would fill his entire phone with messages. He closed his eyes and thought, putting the phone away, that there were many criminals among superhumans now, and an action plan had not yet been developed in the event of the appearance of monsters. But one of the 6 disasters would soon happen. Therefore, he had no choice. He said seriously while holding up 3 fingers that he would use his knowledge of the future to retire in 3 years. He thought that he would make sure that his retirement was wonderful. After he finished his meal, he thought happily while his phone was ringing that the messages were not stopping coming to his phone. Kim Gil-soo asked politely that he was sorry, but wasn't he Daen? He turned around and asked who he was. He said with a smile while introducing himself and holding out his business card that he was the manager of the ruling family's guild. After watching the video where he defeated the monsters, he immediately wanted to meet him to sign a contract with him. Baek-Yoon-hwa ran into the diner and yelled for them to stop. She walked up to them and asked, turning to the main character, wasn't he the star from the video about fighting monsters? She said with a smile that he looked even more amazing in real life. Suddenly, people started coming inside the diner, demanding the protagonist's attention and introducing themselves, which guild they were from. They surrounded him, trying to shout down each other. Gil-soo shouted that they should get out of the way, since he was the one who got there first. Another guild manager shouted that they had a friendly atmosphere and they were all like family. He shouted, addressing them politely, that they shouldn't make noise there. He said menacingly, putting his hand on their hand, that if they said one more word, he wouldn't join anyone for any amount of money. He asked if they should talk somewhere else. After a while, in a cafe, Dae-in took a sip of coffee from his cup and said that he wouldn't take up much of their time. He asked how big a bonus they could offer him for signing the contract. Gil-soo raised his hand and said, addressing them politely, that there were clauses in the contract that couldn't be disclosed. Why didn't he listen to them one by one? The protagonist asked while tasting the dessert on the table, is he from the guild of the ruling family? He proudly said that it was definitely so. He said with a smile, adjusting his tie, that his guild was very prestigious and had existed for a year and a half with its own traditions. He firmly said that he wished him a safe journey home. Gil-soo looked at him blankly and asked what that meant. He said that he did not plan to sign a contract with his guild. He thought, why would he join a guild with such poor management? Especially since the guild would soon merge with another one. He asked dissatisfiedly while eating his dessert, how long should he wait for the next offer? One manager shouted that they were offering him 1 billion won. Another shouted that they could offer 1,100,000 won. Another manager shouted that they could offer 1,200,000 won. The first manager shouted that he consulted with his CEO and they were willing to give him 1,300,000 won. Another manager shouted that his CEO was willing to give him 1.5 billion won. The protagonist drank coffee and thought while enjoying the situation, how much money could the Black Hounds offer? After all, he was a member of that guild before returning to time. Yoon-wai sat down opposite him and said that she was offering him 2 billion won. She drank coffee and said that he would have the best salary, benefits, and quests to obtain items. After all, their conditions were the most favorable. She said with a smile, crossing her fingers, that he would never be treated like this anywhere else as the White House Guild. He thought that the White House Guild was recently founded, but in 3 years, it would become one of the top 3 in Korea. He thought with a smirk that this was the reason for their harsh attitude. He said, asking politely, that everyone should leave there except her. However, just in case, they could leave their business cards with him. They looked at each other in silence for a while. Yoon-wai said happily with a smile that she had watched the video of his fight several times on the way there. Because his skills were impressive, and just yesterday he was an ordinary person. Dae-in thought with a smile that this was an elegant way to show that she had already made inquiries about him. She said, holding out the documents, that she was almost certain that he was a genius, or that he had characteristics that gave him an advantage in battle. She said with a smile that they would like to nurture his talent for the future White House. He thought, taking the documents from the table, that in his past life he could not even think of such an offer, but now he had other plans. He asked if she would mind if he added a few new conditions. She said with a smile that of course she would not mind. She watched silently as he added the new conditions to the contract. Then she looked at him with a puzzled look after reading the conditions in the document. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, laughing, that he was a funny man and had witty jokes. He calmly said that it was not a joke at all and she should read the terms more carefully. She said, pointing her finger at the document, that he was asking for a 4-day work week and an on-time end to the workday. Also the right to refuse tasks that would take him a long time to complete. She said angry, that it was definitely just a joke. He said with a serious expression that these were the terms of his contract. She thoughtfully asked where he got so much self-confidence from. He said she wouldn't regret it if they signed the contract. She jumped up from her chair, slamming her hands on the table. She said with a smile, taking the documents away, that she would review the terms of the contract again and come to him in a couple of days. She winked at him and asked coquettishly, smiling, if maybe he would not mind meeting her next time, not for coffee, but for a drink? He thought sullenly, leaning on his arm, that he couldn't be fooled by this. Let her think that he didn't know that her father was the guild leader. The protagonist stood up from his chair and said, putting his backpack on his back, that the meeting had gone well. Now he needed to register as a superhuman. Sometime later, at the Disaster Control Center of the Korean branch, Ji-hyun was sitting at her desk in the superhuman support office and asked in confusion, did he want to register right now? After all, the person in charge of this was absent now, and she was new there and she couldn't handle it. Dae-in said irritably that he was in a hurry. He asked if she could think of a way for him to register faster. She said fearfully that she would try to contact her boss. He thought, smiling, that this was great news. After all, her boss would definitely help him settle everything there faster and get out of there faster. She called on the phone and said, after greeting him, that a young man had come who wanted to register as a superhuman, and he wanted to do it as soon as possible. After a while, she walked him down the hallway of the building and asked, pointing the way with her hand, if he had any special skills. He calmly said that he only used physical strength and had no special skills. He thought, following her, that he had to lie to her. After all, no one believed in the existence of magic now, so they would not be able to know about his abilities. And only if he showed them himself, but in this life, he would not do that. After a while, they came to the testing room for superhumans. Ji-hyun said, holding a folder with documents in her hands, that his testing would begin with lifting a barbell. The protagonist asked, coming closer to it, what did she mean? He grabbed it and used the circulation of mana in his body to strengthen his body. He easily lifted the heavy barbell above his head, using only one hand. She said in surprise that he really was a superhuman. After all, it weighs 200 kilograms. He asked, holding the barbell in front of him with one hand, did that mean she didn't believe him? She awkwardly said, apologizing, that they needed to continue testing. After a while, she handed him the document and said, respectfully addressing him, that this was his temporary certificate for superhumanity. He took the document from her and said that he was grateful to her. The certificate stated that in accordance with Section 27 of the hunting law, he hereby certifies that this certificate has the same force as a hunter's ID certificate. She said that they would contact him when the official certificate was ready. He said that he understood everything and wished her a good day. Suddenly, Ju Sang-wook asked if Ji-hyun was there. She happily jumped up from her chair and said loudly while smiling that it was her boss. The protagonist was shocked and his expression changed. He hurriedly left the room and thought that he should go around him. After all, this boss was from the Superhuman Support Service, from whom nothing good could be expected. He closed his eyes and thought as he passed by him that he would try to never go there again. Sang-wook went inside the room where his employee was. He asked while smiling, was there a new superhuman just there? She said embarrassedly, respectfully introducing the protagonist, that it was him she was telling him about on the phone. He said, smiling, that he was interested in this super newbie. After some time, Dae-in came to the pollution control zone. He thought, looking around, that the zone there was closed, destroyed and abandoned because of the monsters. However, everything will change when the spatial gate opens. After all, there is the continent of Gaia, which is a fantasy world where blades and magic exist. In a year, the spatial gate will open on Earth, and humanity will meet a new civilization. He said, standing by the tent, that in Korea, only one gate will open exactly there, in the control zone. He said happily, clenching his fist, that as soon as he gets paid the bonus for signing the contract, he needs to buy this place. After all, when the gate opens, he will definitely get rich. He said, rummaging through his backpack, that he needs to unpack his things and he will go hunt monsters. Suddenly, Lily angrily screamed that they need to leave or they will all die. The protagonist, inside the tent, listened to where the scream was coming from. She was screaming in rage, that she had warned them. If they took a step closer, they would all be finished. He thought, isn't that the language of the people of Gaia? He stood up resolutely and thought, activating his abilities, that he would use a special skill concealment. The protagonist was enveloped in a magical field, and he thought that a special skill allows him to blend in with the environment, and he can hide his presence. After all, it was because of this skill that he was sent on dangerous missions of reconnaissance, espionage, and secret assassination. He thought, quickly moving around the area, that he would not fall for this anymore. She was screaming that they should not approach her. He thought, who came up with the idea to follow her? He needed to check what was going on there. She was screaming, surrounded by bandits, that she had warned them. Lily angrily screamed, activating her abilities and creating a fireball, that they asked for it themselves. One of the bandits asked in surprise, cursing, what was happening now? The other asked, is this a superpower? After all, that was great. She couldn't use her abilities and was very scared of it. The bandit happily said that they would pay them as much as they wanted for her. The protagonist thought, hiding nearby, that she spoke the language of Gaia and used superpowers from there. Could she really be a refugee from that continent? However, of all people, she was unlucky enough to run into slave traders. A man with a snake tattoo approached her and said that she should give up and follow them. After all, she would agree to this if they bought her food? The protagonist thought that this tattoo belonged to members of the Red Snake criminal group. Could they also be involved in the slave trade? He thought, landing next to them, that he had some mana left, so he would stop using concealment for now. He hadn't met the inhabitants of Gaia for a long time. Maybe I should save her? He took out a knife and stabbed one of the bandits in the back with a sharp movement. He activated his abilities and with a quick movement struck the weapon at the neck of his opponents. One of the bandits only had time to ask, "How is his brother?" Lily was shocked by what she saw and covered her mouth with her hand. He felt embarrassed to kill people in front of her. He asked, looking at her, "Is she from the Gaian continent?" He has a question for her. She asked in surprise, "How can you speak the Gaian language?" He put away the weapon, and her stomach growled loudly. He asked in bewilderment, "Does she like to eat meat?" After a while, Lily, wiping the remains of food from her face, happily said, thanking him, that she was very glad to have saved him. Therefore, she promises that one day she will definitely repay him for his kindness. Daeng asked in surprise, how many servings can she eat? Maybe he should buy pork? She awkwardly asked what he meant. He asked, was she the only one who crossed the dimensional gate? She quietly said that she did. The protagonist asked, raising his hand, where was she before? Where is her house? She said sadly, lowering her head, that she does not want to talk about it. He asked, how old is she then? She firmly said that she will not answer this question. He continued asking her various questions. After a while, he thought, sitting down on the ground, that in the end he did not know anything about her. She sat opposite him and said, calling out to him, that she needed help from him. She desperately said that she did not know anything about this place. After all, she could not talk to anyone there, and she almost had no strength left. She activated her ability and said, creating a small flame in her hands, that she knew how to use fire. Suddenly, the flame went out in her hands, and she said, upset, that she was not good at controlling a special skill. He said indifferently, folding his arms across his chest, that he was very busy and it would be difficult for him to work as a nanny. Therefore, he must have a reason to take care of her. She sighed sadly, looking down sadly. He said that he was giving her exactly 1 month, because that was how long she could live there. And he would teach her the native language and give her basic knowledge of the world. She looked at him in surprise. He said that in exchange she would do housework and run his errands. She asked happily, looking at him with admiring eyes, could she really stay there? After all, she agreed to his conditions. He thought that he was already worried about it. After a while, the main character said, sitting on the ground, that he had already told her to forget about the easy way. Let her wash all the dishes right now. Lily said loudly, holding the dishes in her hands, that she would now do his errand. She happily said, introducing herself, that she hoped they could get along. She asked, looking at him, where should she wash it? He said, pointing to the side with his index finger, that it was there. He thought anxiously, why did her name seem so familiar to him? It seemed she uses fire. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he thought nervously that this simply couldn't be true. After all, the monster that would burn down half of Seoul in 10 years also had flame-colored hair and the ability to control fire. Her name was also Lily, and she came from the continent of Gaia. She became a fire witch, one of the 6 disasters. The protagonist thought seriously, touching his mouth with his index finger, that she looked very similar to her. They were strikingly similar to each other. She happily hummed a melody to herself and ran to wash the dishes. He thought that, as far as he knew, the fire witch had been kidnapped as a child by a criminal institution and raised to be a walking disaster. Perhaps he could stop one of the 6 disasters. After a while, Dayan and Lily were walking down the street. She asked, jumping up and down, addressing him as an elder, what kind of place was this? He frowned and said that they were at the market and he would prepare a special lunch for her today. She said in surprise, smiling, wow. They approached a butcher shop, and he asked if they had predator fillet in stock. The seller cheerfully said that of course, they had plenty of it. The protagonist thought that after the opening of the first spatial gate, a food crisis began, and people had to switch to monster meat. Even then, supply exceeds demand, because no one has yet realized its usefulness, which lies in the richness of meat with mana. In the future, you can't live without it. The seller asked, throwing more meat into the bag, looking at how Lily's stomach was growling, if he put more meat, will it be a problem? He said guiltily, thanking, that he agreed to receive additional meat. They walked away from the butcher shop, and the protagonist thought, smiling, that her appearance evoked sympathy from everyone. So they were given extra meat, which he was very happy about. He said while they were passing by a clothing store that she needed to buy new clothes. Let her choose something from these. Lily asked in surprise, was he really going to buy her new clothes? She happily said, seeing a cute dress, that she really wanted it. He looked at her indifferently. After a while, she stood shocked, dressed in sportswear. He said tiredly, exhaling heavily, that she was just right for walking around the dump in such clothes. It was time for them to go home. She thought in shock that they had bought her many of the same tracksuits. After a while, the protagonist was cooking and said that for dinner today he made a signature dish named after him, which was enriched with manna. Lily asked sadly, looking at the unknown substance, were they really going to eat this? He seriously said that healthy food always looked like this. She said in surprise that it smelled pretty good. He said, putting the box on the table, that he took the fried chicken for later. However, they can eat it now. She asked, grabbing it from the box, what is chicken? She said in surprise, trying it to taste, that it was very tasty. She asked happily, enjoying the taste of fried chicken, how can it be so delicious? From now on, she will only eat chicken. He said angrily, looking at her angrily, that she should eat the rest too, otherwise he would put it in his dish. She screamed in fear that she shouldn't do that. He said, having tasted her dish, that she was very picky, and his dish was quite edible. He thought that although no, a little more and he could die. If he hadn't returned to the past, he would have been ordering delicacies in a restaurant there. He cursed with displeasure, writhing from his dish. She said sadly that her tongue had gone numb. He sternly said that she needed to finish it. He got up from the table and said that she needed to wash the dishes, and then sit down to read a book. And that she shouldn't bother him. She said upset that she would do everything. After a while, the protagonist was sitting in the lotus position and meditating. He practiced the Great Sea of Mind technique and thought that it increased his magical power and would allow him to use mana more dexterously. After all, he had trained this technique before returning. Surprisingly, his mana was growing faster than he expected. In the past, no matter how much effort he put in, there was no such effect. Could it be because of his proper diet? He could already feel his dantian growing in size. He thought with a tired smile that if he continued to eat mana-rich food and master the mind technique, he would become much stronger than in the past. Lily was secretly watching him, hiding around the corner. The protagonist thought as his stomach rumbled, why was he so hungry? She asked happily, was he hungry already? Maybe he wanted to eat fried chicken? He looked at her with confusion, turning around. After a while, they were again eating his signature dish at the table. She desperately screamed that she hated this dish. He thought as he ate it discontentedly, that he was not happy about it either. It had already been 2 days since he met Lily. The protagonist concentrated mana around his body and thought that this was already an amazing result in such a short time. After all, with his current level, he could already go treasure hunting. Suddenly, his phone rang in his jacket pocket. He answered the call and said hello, that he was listening. Yunwei said with a smile, leaning against the wall, that she was a little disappointed that he did not call first. So he did not care at all how she was doing? He thought that he had completely forgotten about the guild. He said that he had other things to do. However, how was the revision of the terms of his contract going? She awkwardly said that she called him specifically because of this contract. He asked that she had had difficulties, right? She said that she had managed to convince the guild master. However, on the condition that he prove his abilities. He calmly asked, did they want to conduct a test of his abilities? She guiltily said, apologizing to him that she also found this ridiculous. Let him wait a few more days and she can decide on this matter. He said with a grin that he agreed to take their test. She asked in surprise, was he serious? He said excitedly that he would only have one condition. Sometime later, in the main hall of the White House Guild headquarters, Yunwei happily asked, leaning towards Lily, who is this cute girl? The protagonist said, introducing her, that she is his half-sister. She greeted his half-sister with a smile. He said that she lived abroad, so she does not speak Korean well. Therefore, he needs to take her with him everywhere for a while due to unforeseen circumstances. Lily asked admiringly, who is this beautiful woman? He said that she would give them money. She happily thought with a smile that money means a lot of delicious food, which means she is a very good person. Yunwei said with a smile that he should not worry. After all, their guild does not interfere with the personal lives of its members. He said that this was great. Baek Chan-sung said happily, introducing himself, that he was glad to see them there. The protagonist thought that this was the guild leader of the White House. He said, shaking his hand firmly, that they were supposed to visit him first, but they were interrupted by business. He hoped for his understanding. Dayan said that everything was fine. Let's imagine that he came there for a tour. He happily said that he was told about a new condition that he recently added. They need to double the amount specified in his contract if he passes the test. He asked, does this mean that he agrees to take the test? The guild leader asked threateningly, releasing mana around his body. Is he really worth that much money? He looked at him anxiously and thought that the guild leader did not know any martial arts or magic, and yet he was able to create overwhelming energy with his mana. In any case, a monster was still a monster. If it were another superhuman, he would not have said a word. However, this time, he could not be intimidated in such a way. He said that he understood everything while releasing his mana. The resistance of the magical power they released began. The protagonist said defiantly that he would prove his worth to him. Chan Sung was very surprised by the protagonist's audacity and magical power. He said, politely addressing his daughter, that she definitely needed to rewrite the contract. She asked in surprise what to do with the previous conditions. He said with a smile that he would triple the original amount. He would also add a condition that if he succeeded in passing the test and signed the contract with the guild, the protagonist would receive 20 billion won. Dayan thought in surprise that he was originally offered 2 billion won, so now it was already 6 billion won. And he seriously wanted to give him another 20 billion won if he succeeded in passing his test? He said with a smile that the guild leader is a hot-tempered person, but he is ready to take this test right there. After some time in the underground training ground of the White House, Chan Sung said that the test will be considered passed if he manages to defeat 3 members of his guild. However, this is not a real fight, so they should try not to hurt each other. Hwang Jang-hyuk looked at the protagonist arrogantly. The guild leader said, introducing Jang-hyuk, said that this is his first opponent. Let him not be embarrassed by the young age of the opponent, because he is a member of the first unification of the guild. Yoon-wai asked, turning to the protagonist, what weapon will he take? Dayan said, squeezing this artifact with his hand, that a wristwatch will be enough for him. Jang-hyuk thought, getting angry and insulting the protagonist, why would his opponent use this instead of a weapon? After all, he had only just awakened, and he wanted to fight using a wristwatch? The guild leader said, crossing his arms, that they could begin the fight. The protagonist calmly said that they should give it their all. His opponent thought angrily, taking out his weapon, that he would cripple him. He thought irritably, taking a defensive stance, why was his opponent looking at him so aggressively? He only knew about this guy from magazines. He thought, as his opponent rushed to attack, that his skill was speed. It seemed that he had the ability to become much faster the more he moved without stopping. Jang-hyuk made a sharp feint to the side and quickly ran around him. He thought that he needed to quickly defeat him before he became even faster. He said that he expected to be attacked directly, but he was wrong. At this time, one of the guild members on the platform said that it was difficult to defeat the first unit while he was actively using the skill. Another said that the result was already known. Another spectator from the guild members said that the person undergoing the test at least had courage. The guild leader and his daughter watched the fight nervously. He shouted, grinning and quickly moving around the main character, that he would finish him off right there. Suddenly, he abruptly decided to strike from behind, smiling evilly. He quickly turned around and looked at his opponent. He thought, hitting him hard in the face, that it is easiest to defeat someone who has let their guard down. His opponent was shocked, falling to the floor. He thought that the opponent should not have attacked him, because this speed also works against him. Lily happily said that this was a great victory. Yun-wai was surprised that he won in one hit. The protagonist enthusiastically asked, where is the next opponent? After a while, Chan Sung happily said, politely addressing the protagonist, that he performed simply amazingly. Dayan asked how his opponent was feeling. He said that his life was not in danger. After all, the doctors will take care of him, and he will recover in a couple of days of rest. The guild leader said, smiling, that he held back his strength against his opponent, and that was good. He asked with a smile, maybe it just seemed that way? He thought that if he didn't control his strength, his opponent's head would fly off. And he managed to notice it. He thought, looking at the audience, that he was now definitely guaranteed 6 billion won under the contract. After all, he already met their requirements. He thought, smiling at his next opponents, they will have fun until the end of the test, right? Lily asked in disappointment, running up to the protagonist, why is he smiling like an idiot? He said angrily that he needs to remain the master of this situation in the fight. After a while, they went to the second sparring location, which was held on the training ground in the artificial forest. Yoon-wai said that the White House has 2 divisions of 6 teams, each with 5 people. His next opponent is the leader of the 6th team of the 1st division. Yoon Dae-hun said with a smile, introducing himself and extending his hand, that he hopes for a good fight. The protagonist thought that this is the main tank of the White House, nicknamed Buffalo. He is also one of those who wants to kill him, he said, standing in a defensive stance, that he was ready to start the fight. Dae-hong said, taking out his weapon, that he was also ready to start the fight. Suddenly, the bell rang to start the fight. The protagonist decided to decisively strike at the enemy, activating his abilities. He swung his hand, where he was clutching his wristwatch. He struck a strong blow to the shield. His opponent easily parried the attack with his shield and lunged, making a counterattack. He dodged the attack, leaning back, barely keeping his balance. Dae-hong thought, smiling, that this was definitely his chance. If he threw the shield at him, then victory was his. He swung his shield to throw. However, the protagonist was just waiting for this. He suddenly appeared behind his opponent and was preparing to strike. His opponent was shocked by such speed. Dae-hong concentrated mana in his body and used a special skill, Falcon Claws. His opponent thought, having managed to defend himself with his shield from the blow, that he studied martial arts before awakening. He swung his weapon to strike. The protagonist ducked, dodging the attack. He hit him with all his might in the back to the body, using the special skill, Iron Mountain. His opponent flew to the side from the force of the blow, letting out a painful sigh. He thought that he was very unlucky, because his physical endurance is no joke. Dae-hong said furiously, releasing mana, that he is quite strong. The protagonist thought, looking at his opponent with hostility, that he planned to hide his abilities until the last opponent. He thought, looking at the smiling Chan Sung, that the guild leader outsmarted him, because his desire was for him to show his full abilities. Dae-hong said, smiling, that he will ask to be placed in his team. After all, he thinks that they will be able to work together. Dae-in asked gloomily, and who decides this? He asked, turning to Chan Sung, it is the winner who decides, right? The guild leader nodded his head, saying that it was certainly so. He asked if he defeated the team leader, would he then become the team leader? The audience began to discuss with displeasure that he had said something stupid and that he was too gambler. He said that he would create his own team and recruit people. Then they would complete tasks independently. He thought that at first he wanted to gradually lead to this after demonstrating his abilities. However, why wait if he could defeat the existing team leader anyway? The guild leader seriously said that he agreed to his condition. However, if he lost, his bonus for signing the contract would be halved and the duration of the contract would be doubled. He said that he agreed to such demands. Dae-hong asked, turning to the protagonist, was he really so confident that he could win? The protagonist asked with hostility, did he like the guild leader's daughter? After all, that's why he dreams of finishing him off, because she's interested in him. Think that winning will give him the right to act arrogantly towards him, right? He thought that Dae-hong would become a very controversial character in the near future. After all, he would have to go through all kinds of humiliation, and in the end, he would be expelled from the guild. He said that he should at least clean his room. He asked in shock, why would he do that? He said that he was just a pervert. The others looked at them in confusion. Dae-hong screamed in anger, that he should shut up right now. He screamed in anger, releasing his magical power, that he would show what his future commander was made of. The protagonist thought that this was his buffalo mode, which was activated if he was angry. After all, in it, his mana and physical indicators increased. His opponent decided to attack head-on. He squeezed his wristwatch and activated the Great Sea of Mind technique. His opponent shouted furiously and was already close to him. He said, using the special skill, Lightning Fist, that we advise him to block the blow with his shield. The protagonist delivered a decisive blow, breaking through the opponent's shield, which flew to the side. The guild leader and his daughter stared in surprise, not believing their eyes. What just happened? One of the spectators said, looking at the defeated Dae-hong, that the newbie really managed to defeat him. The protagonist tiredly said, sitting on the ground, that he was very tired and how difficult it was for him to earn money. He thought sadly that his body was too weak. He could not believe that he had lost so much strength after just one blow with a lightning fist. He thought, taking the lotus position and starting to meditate, that he needed to recover with the mind technique. After all, he needed strength for the next sparring. Yeon-wai happily said, congratulating him that he was now the leader of the 7th team. He said with a smile that it sounded great. He thought as he stood up with difficulty from the ground that according to the contract, defeating 2 opponents would add another billion to his account. Now he could aim for the full 20 billion. He asked who his final opponent was. Lily asked worriedly, would there be another fight? Chan Sung said sternly, loosening his collar, that he would be the next opponent. He couldn't believe that he could defeat the number 1 tank of his guild. He said happily, clenching his fist, that he simply had no other choice. So he would have to have a decisive fight with him. The protagonist thought, looking at him worriedly, would he really have to fight this monster? He calmly said that he would give up right away without a fight. He asked in shock why he didn't want to spar with him. He said with a smile, placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, that he would give him 20 billion for just 5 minutes of fighting. 3 billion for every 3 minutes of fighting would be fine. He said, looking away with a depressed expression that he didn't want to fight anymore. Yunwei said, smiling darkly and turning to the guild leader, that it was time for them to sign the contract already. Sometime later, in the guild office, the protagonist read the contract, which would give him a bonus to the signing bonus of 1 billion. He would be given the best treatment if needed. He would also be appointed as the leader of the 7th team. He said, after signing the contract, that these conditions were very good. He hoped that they would work well with the guild manager. Yunwei asked how he planned to recruit people for the team. He said that he didn't need to rush to recruit people. He asked, could he already sign contracts with others? She asked in surprise, did he already have someone in mind? He said that someone who wasn't in any guild and was very talented, and that she was his half-sister. Lily looked at him in surprise. She asked, what did he mean? He said she needed to make as big a flame as she could. She said, sighing heavily, that she was very hungry. He looked at her indignantly. He said he would buy her 3 fried chickens. She perked up and said, standing up from her chair, that he had promised her. She screamed furiously, raising her hands and creating a large fireball above her head, that it was for the sake of 3 fried chickens. Yunwei asked in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. His half-sister is also a superhuman? He said, agreeing that this is why he wants to take her into his team. He thought that fire does not burn things, which means she has perfect control over the ability. He finds this surprising. After all, he only trained her for a few days. Apparently, she became a disaster for a reason in her past life. He said, taking the document in his hands, that they should discuss the payment for his half-sister's contract. Let's start with 3 billion won. Lily asked angrily, glaring at him and interrupting, what about the 3 fried chickens? After a while, the protagonist watched Lily eat her food with pleasure. He thought that she was now a member of the White House Team 7 with a contract payment of 5 billion won. After a while, in one of the buildings of the White House Guild, the protagonist thought that the guild had quite a few permanent workers who serviced the training halls, living quarters, control rooms, and more. Yunwei asked in surprise, was he not at all surprised by their state-of-the-art equipment? He calmly said that he was not the type to be surprised so easily. He thought that this equipment was old compared to what he saw in the future. They entered a spacious room with various weapons, and he said that this place was really impressive. She said that there was a workshop for developing equipment there. If he needed anything, they would complete the order in a week. He said, looking at the racks with weapons, that he had someone to give orders to. However, he would grab a few things from there. He thought, holding the weapon in his hands, that this would be enough for him for now. He said that he would use this weapon for now. He asked, putting the weapon away, were they already finished with the tour? She said with a smile that since it was his first day, it would be over after meeting the guild master. At that moment, Chan Sung called out, waving his hand at him and addressing him that he had finally found him. The protagonist asked in surprise why the guild master was looking for him. He said with a nervous sigh that there was an urgent message from the control room. All the teams were currently on missions, so he was in a difficult situation. He awkwardly said, apologizing that he didn't want to contact him on the first day. He asked if he could leave for the mission now. He thought sadly that he had hoped to leave work early today. He said that if it wasn't so urgent, they wouldn't have asked him to do this. The protagonist asked with a gloomily look at him, where should he go? After a while, on the streets of the city, Yunwei asked if they had arrived there yet. What was the situation there now? The protagonist said that the portal was 10 meters above the ground, and from it crawled huge slimes in large numbers, and around people trying to cope with this disaster, and some did not understand what to do. He said that, however, most of the monsters were already dealt with. Should they really interfere with this? She said, asking politely, that they needed a sample of this new monster. Let him try to bring at least 3 in their original form, as much as possible. He said that he accepted the task. He thought that in the future, he would avoid these monsters. Lily covered her nose with her hands and held back the urge to gag. He thought that they were huge foul-smelling slimes that were very weak. However, they exploded on impact and splashed out glowing slime. She asked sadly, did they have to fight in such a terrible smell? He calmly said that he blocked his charm with mana. Maybe he should teach her how to do it too. She asked in surprise, is it possible to use mana like that? He said that she probably wouldn't succeed the first time, but with a little practice she would definitely succeed. She happily said, smiling, that it really worked. After all, now she couldn't smell the bad smell anymore. He thought in shock that he hadn't even explained how to do it. It turned out that she was a very gifted person. He said that she needed to stay there while he quickly caught them. Then they could go back. She said with a smile that she understood everything and agreed to wait there. He thought, watching how people were cleaning up the remains of the monsters, that no one had managed to get a good sample yet. After all, they explode even from a small amount of mana, and attacks without mana do not work on them at all. He thought, running down the street, that it was time for him to catch samples. He noticed a monster in a tree and, running up to it, kicked the tree with his foot. The monster was falling right on the protagonist. He got into a fighting stance and used a special Tai Chi skill that swirled the monster in a whirlwind of mana. The monster lost consciousness from the overload and fell unconscious to the ground. He said, putting the monster in a bag, that one was already ready. Lily happily asked how he did it. Let him teach her one too. He coldly said that he would teach it for 100 billion won. She said in shock, upset, that for that much money you can buy a lot of fried chicken, so she would not agree to such a thing. He thought that she wanted to waste all his money. After a while, he said, turning on the special communication, that they had already collected all 3 samples. Now they will pass it on to the collection team, and they are done with the work for today. Yunwei asked in surprise, how did they manage to complete the task already? She said that they can leave, of course, but this was their first task. Maybe they have worries or questions. He said that there was nothing to worry about. After all, when they arrived, the other teams had almost figured everything out. She said that she understood everything. Then look around there a little and contact if necessary. Jang Suk-hyun asked, getting the protagonist's attention. He was from the White House Guild, right? He had never seen him before. So he was a newbie? The protagonist said, covering Lily with his hand, that he agreed with this question. He said that he heard that they hired a new member recently. And judging by the shoulder bandage, he was also the team leader. He asked, didn't they have enough people to put a newbie as a leader? He asked, laughing, was that move he used there his ability? Daein thought that he was the captain of the 5th team from the Black Hound Guild. The last time he saw him, he was just a regular member of his team. He seriously asked, what did he want from him? Tell him to stop just talking without any reason. He said that those horrible slimes always explode. That's why they can't collect normal samples. He asked, do you want him to share his loot? That won't happen, they won't get anything. He asked, angry, was he seriously refusing? How old was he that he allowed them to talk to him so familiarly? He said that it would be better if they just used words. The leader of the 3rd team of the Warrior Guild blocked Suk-hyun's way so that he wouldn't start a fight. The leader of the 5th team of the ruling family guild said that there was no need to be so harsh with his comrades. Let him think about the fact that they would have to meet on the battlefield. Therefore, it would be better to help each other become better. Yunwei shouted, using the special communication, that he should fight back. After all, she would file an official complaint with the guild leader. The protagonist thought that he had been through this more than once. If he didn't share with them, they would try to take the bag by force. He said, throwing the bag on the ground, that they could take it. Yunwei addressed him in surprise through the special communication. Suk-hyun said that he should have done that right away. Suddenly the protagonist sat on the bag and said that if they could take it. They got very angry and one of them said that they tried to negotiate with him. Suk-hyun asked, clenching his hand into a fist in anger, if he was ready to deal with it differently. The protagonist whispered, turning to Lily, that when he gave the signal, she should set everything on fire, let them be scared. She asked in surprise, should I burn them all? He nervously said that of course not, otherwise there will be problems. Just let her cover the earth with flames. He thought that he would never let her become a disaster. Suk-hyun shouted in anger, ordering him to get up, that he, as the eldest, would teach him a lesson. One of the team captains asked what was happening with the portal. Red lightning began to flash from the gate in the sky, while a monster was coming out of it. Another team captain nervously said that the monster was very big. Suk-hyun shouted that they all need to prepare for battle. The members of all the guilds ran towards the big monster. He shouted that he couldn't interfere. After all, if he got hit, he could get hurt. The main character said, picking up the bag, that he understood everything perfectly. He turned around and walked away from the monster. He said, turning to Lily, that they needed to take the bags to the car. She said, glad that she agreed with him. At this time, the members of the other guilds fought back and attacked the big monster. The monster grabbed one of them, squeezing it tightly, so that it could only scream in pain. One of the guild members shouted that they should cut off the tentacles first. Yunwei said through a special communication, addressing the captain of the 7th team of their guild, that he must go fight together with everyone. At this time, Lily threw the bag of loot into the trunk of the car. She insistently said that he only needed to hit her once for them to be able to claim the loot. He said with a smirk that she shouldn't worry about it. He said, turning towards the monster, that they would never be able to defeat it like this. Another person shouted that the people with shields should deal with the tentacles first. The person with the shield shouted that it was the slime that was dissolving the shields. Suk-hyuk shouted, clutching his wound with his hand, that the people with shields should retreat. Let them prepare to attack from afar. One of the guild members shouted, cursing, that it didn't look like those little slimes. Lily asked with a yawn, how long were they going to watch this? Daein said, crossing his arms, that until they all left. After a while, Sun-hyuk shouted, addressing him rudely, that he needed to hurry. Wang Gu-ho said, gasping for breath, that he was asking for forgiveness. The protagonist thought it was the Black Hound Guild member whose nickname was Slobber. One person said angrily that all his weapons were eaten away. Another shouted, sighing in resignation, that it was crawling right there. Then, several people shouted, dodging the monster's attacks, that they needed to retreat immediately. Gu-ho shouted in fear, that they needed to take him too. One of the people shouted in irritation, insulting, that he needed to use his abilities to escape. He said in horror, grabbed by the tentacle, that he couldn't do it. He asked for help while the monster was pulling him into its mouth. The protagonist loudly asked, and they called themselves his comrades? He cut off the tentacle of the monster, which squealed in pain. Gu-ho said, falling to the ground, that he was very grateful to him. He said, turning to him, that he should not use his abilities like that. If he wants to know how to do it correctly, then let him find him after the battle. After a while, the protagonist said, confidently looking at the monster, that it was their time to act. Lily said bravely, with a fighting look, that she understood him and agreed to act. Then a deafening explosion was heard, and the battlefield was covered in flames. One of the guild members shouted in surprise, where did so much fire suddenly come from? Yunwei was watching the situation through a drone. She insistently said, using a special connection, turning to the protagonist, that he should take into account the other superhumans. Let them not act rashly. After all, the support team will arrive in 5 minutes. Let them wait for them and kill the monster together. He said, while everything around was engulfed in flames, that in 5 minutes reinforcements would also arrive for the other guilds. Therefore, he would better take all the loot for himself. She said, having examined the situation on the battlefield, that because of the fire, it was difficult for the drone to get closer. Therefore, she needed to take this away. She nervously shouted that they did not care about all the loot. After all, it was too dangerous. He calmly said, putting his finger to the earpiece, that she should not worry. After all, he would defeat this monster and return unharmed. She said that she did not know what she would do to him if he returned wounded. He thought that this was an unusually brutal monster, so there was an entry about it in the illustrated book. Because it is important to remember the strategy for defeating monsters in an emergency. He thought, looking at the monster that was surrounded by flames, that this monster had a main weakness to fire. So it definitely slowed down his movement after Lily used her skill. He said, rushing at the monster, that she needed to cover him. She said, activating her ability, that she understood him. He thought, quickly approaching the monster, that the tentacles would quickly recover back, so he needed her help. He shouted, moving lightning fast, that she needed to act now. She, putting her hand in front of her, sent a fire attack at the monster, which set the tentacles of this creature on fire. He said, jumping over the remains of the tentacles, that she did a great job and let her continue in the same spirit. She proudly exhaled, smiling. He thought that when most of the tentacles were cut off, it would hide right away in the shell to recover. The protagonist thought, looking at the shell, that it even closes the passage, because it was written in the book. Lily asked, standing next to him, what will they do now if this monster hid? He said, taking out a large nail, that they would use the one they took from the car. He thought that the monster had an incredibly strong shell, so they should aim at different places. The protagonist activated his mana and began to hammer nails into the shell in a spiral with his fist. She thought sadly that she was very bored. One of the guild members asked, cursing, what were they doing there? Guhua thought, was he really using his abilities incorrectly, as he told him? Daeing sighed contentedly, looking at the shell. He said that now it was time to move on to the last step. He thought that he had hammered in all the nails. Now he should aim for the center of the shell and use his strongest punch that he could currently do. He jumped up, raised his hand to strike, releasing magical power. He hit the shell with all his might, using the Great Sea of Mind technique and activating the special skill, Lightning Fist, which released lightning bolts. He flew back from his own attack and winced in pain. Lightning, like a chain, began to hit the driven nails. Suddenly, the shell collapsed, and the monster collapsed there. He clenched his hand, through which lightning ran, and barely held back the pain. He thought that he had already decided during the test that using it twice would be too much. However, his body is so weak that it cannot withstand the use of a special skill at full power. Lily asked in fear, running up to him, "Is he okay?" She asked in shock, "Did he get electrocuted or something?" He said angrily, angry that she should have helped him. She asked, trying to help him up, "Can they remove the fire wall yet?" He said, standing up with difficulty, that he thought they managed to defeat this monster. However, she needed to hold on for a little while longer. After all, they tried very hard, so they would take all the loot. After a while, he said while throwing the pieces of the slug into the bag that the meat was very soft and rich in nutrients. Lily asked happily, was he telling the truth? He thought while making a villainous face and taking out his blade that it was the perfect ingredient for a nutritious manhwa. She thought happily while anticipating the delicacy that it would be snail fried chicken. He said while cutting off a piece of the monster that this would be enough. Bang Woo-hyuk asked using a special communication and speaking formally, was he still there? It was the captain of the second team, and he had been informed of their situation. They would soon arrive there to provide support. The protagonist shouted in horror that they should stop. Let them come in after they removed the firewall. He thought while quickly cutting up the monster that he had not yet taken the most important thing. Woo-hyuk asked worriedly, wasn't it difficult for the two of them to face the slug? He knew that today was his first day on the job, so he shouldn't overexert himself. He said, turning to Lily, that she could clean up the fire. When the wall of fire disappeared, other superhumans from different guilds approached them. The commander of the second team from the White House Guild asked in shock, addressing them formally, how did they manage to defeat this monster? He said, smiling, that he fought to the death. However, fortunately, he was very lucky to win. The captain of the fifth team from the ruling family guild said irritably that this was meaningless nonsense. Sun Hyuk asked, looking at the protagonist in surprise, how did he manage to do what all of them together could not do? Daein asked, addressing Woo-hyuk formally and writhing in pain, can he leave the cleaning to him? The captain of the second team from the White House Guild worriedly said that he could certainly go home and that he did not need to worry. However, if he was seriously injured then it would be better for him to return to the guild headquarters, because they could treat him there. He probably remembered what the guild master's daughter had promised to do for him if he returned with an injury. He said, turning away, that he would rest first. After a while, on the way home, Lily said sadly, tiredly closing her eyes, that she wanted to sleep and eat. Daein said that she had also worked hard today. After a while, they were already home and sitting at the table, which was covered with food. He said loudly that they needed to eat until they were full. She said, looking at the food with enthusiasm, that this was not a dream. She joyfully shouted, grabbing the food with her hands, that she wanted to go snail fishing again. He carefully said, cursing and loudly slamming his mug on the table, that it was for this taste that it was worth living. She thought, looking at him in surprise and taking a bite of fried chicken, that he uttered this curse word every time they ate. She happily shouted the curse word, repeating after the protagonist. He was so stunned that he choked. He thought that he should control his speech in front of children. How could he forget such a simple truth? He said, looking at her angrily, that this was a bad word, she was forbidden to say it. She asked in bewilderment, why couldn't she use this word if he used it? He angrily shouted that she was forbidden to say it. She asked, looking at him in confusion, why did he say bad words when he ate fried chicken? Sometime later, in the pollution control zone at dawn, the protagonist, sitting in the lotus position, concentrated on controlling the flow of mana, which contributed to the development of his dantian. He thought, cursing, that he had been using the Great Sea of Mind technique for a long time, but it continued to kill him. He thought with a frown, although what else could he expect after yesterday's drinking? After all, his ability works more like an emergency aid, and he definitely shouldn't have gotten drunk. He asked, looking at the phone screen with interest, how many calls he had received this morning? Suddenly, he received a call, and he answered it. Yoon-wai asked loudly, addressing her formally, why he hadn't answered her calls. He said that his muscles were so sore that he had just been sleeping until now. After all, yesterday had been a hard day, and he had overworked himself. She worriedly asked, apologizing, how was he feeling now? He said that he wasn't feeling too well there. He asked why she called him. She said that she was planning to actively recruit people for his team, so she wanted to hear his opinion. He thought that he would need a lot of people to lead the team. After all, they needed groups for filming, support, and providing medical assistance. They also needed an operator who would contact everyone from the control room. There were also secretaries who would be responsible for setting up the team's schedule and handling paperwork. All of these people would affect the team's efficiency. He said, asking politely that she could choose the people in the team based on her taste. After all, she was good at judging people. She said, smiling, that she didn't expect to hear that from him. She happily said that she would be happy to help him. After all, she was the one who hired him to the guild. If he didn't mind, she would call him after lunch. He said, making a sullen face, that he wanted to recruit Gu Ho from the Black Hound Guild to his team. If it wasn't too much trouble, she could contact him. After a while, Chan Sung contacted the protagonist via video call. The guild leader said, smiling, that he needed to take 3 days off. Dayan said, looking at him in confusion, that he was only a little tired. He happily said that his daughter told him everything. So he probably won't be able to go on a mission while they were gathering people for his team. He thought that he wouldn't mind not going to work for a couple of days. He said that he needed to rest, and next time he shouldn't overexert himself so much. After all, he was the future of their guild. Let him recover, and then they could have a battle together. He asked, turning to Lily, if she was hungry there. He said, thanking the guild leader, that he would have a good rest. She happily asked, they would eat fried chicken, right? He said, grinning, that he would cook something more delicious. He thought, unlike the previous dish. This one is made from fresh and tasty ingredients and has a soft texture. And the most important thing is to use snail heart, because it is a special healthy manna dish. The protagonist said, scooping up the hellish snail soup, that the dish was ready, although the color was strange, but it was healthy food. She said, looking at the dish with disgust, that she ate a lot of chicken yesterday and had not yet had time to get hungry. He said, taking a spoon, that he was very sorry to hear this. He said, enjoying the dish, that it turned out to be a very tasty and rich dish. However, for dinner, he would have to cook another dish. She asked with interest, is it really that delicious? He asked if he could sit down and have her portion. She shouted, taking the plate away, that she would eat her own dish. He angrily said that she did not want to eat this dish. She looked at him nervously with a spoon in her mouth, and then she vomited. After a while, Lily said upset, putting her head on the table, that she was so happy yesterday. Daing said that there was no need to play out a drama there. After all, there is still plenty of delicious food in the world. She said that she would not believe him anymore. He said that they would have fried pork belly for dinner. She asked, looking at him, what is pork belly? He said that it costs more than chicken. She said, happily anticipating that she could live for this. He wondered where she learned to say such nonsense. He said, having done some warm-up, that she needed to improve her digestion in order to eat delicious food. Let her follow me, because now they will go treasure hunting. She asked, following him, what other treasures? After some time in the vicinity of the orcs' domain, the protagonist thought that the monsters who survived after the opening of the first gate were able to choose a place for themselves to live. It is known that some of them are orcs who united into a tribe. Also on their territory there is a relic from another dimension. He said, thoughtfully looking through the binoculars at the orc territory, that the relic was definitely in that stone statue, but he only had to decide how to get it. He thought that before returning in time, it was discovered during the expedition of another team. However, this time he would be the first to get it. Although there were about 200 orcs in the tribe, but thanks to the central crystal, his body was restored. Although there were still too many for him alone. He said that he would penetrate there, and she should light the fire when he gave the signal. She asked with a puzzled look, what signal would he give? He said, pointing his finger to the side, that if the torch on the other side went out, then she should set fire to the entrance there, and this task was not very difficult. If she was inattentive and did not see the signal, then they would not be able to get the relic. She looked at him in surprise. He asked if she understood everything? She said, smiling, that she understood everything. After a while, the protagonist used a special NI hire at the entrance there, hiding, waiting for a signal. He thought, having penetrated into the camp, that there was no one among them who could detect him. Only if a stronger enemy appeared. He thought, having reached the center of the camp, that the statue there was guarded by only 10 orcs. Therefore, he alone could cope with them. He took out the blade and suddenly noticed movement there. He thought, looking at the large orc, that this was the leader of the tribe, and, judging by his appearance, he was an orc mutant. After all, it was this orc mutant who demonstrated incredible monstrous strength during the expedition last time. He thought, having picked up a stone from the ground, that this was a dangerous opponent. Therefore, it was better to act as planned. The protagonist knocked over the torch with a throw of a stone. She thought that this was the signal, and it was time to act. Suddenly, the torches in the orc camp burst into a column of fire. The orc leader gave the order to sort out the situation there. Dae-ing thought that this was a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation to quickly destroy the statue and take the relic. Suddenly, the orc leader appeared behind the protagonist with his weapon raised. He thought, sensing danger, this one could smell it? He thought, using his abilities and dodging the enemy's attack, that his enemy was too strong and he should retreat. He ran out through the burning entrance of the camp, where the orcs were trying to put out the flames. He thought nervously, stopping using the special skill, hide, that it was useless for him to hide now. Lily asked in surprise, was he discovered there? He shouted that she also needed to run away immediately. After a while, they were sitting on the ground tired. He thought, scratching the back of his head, that they had not run for long, and they were already exhausted. She said, surprised that she knew this place. He asked, so she had already been there? She said, pointing her finger to the side, that she came out of this cave when she passed through the gate. She said nervously that those strange people who tried to catch her had already been there, so she had run away. He thought she was talking about those slavers who were part of the Red Snake. Could that be their hideout? After all, no one had thought that they could settle down next to an orc tribe. He thought, stroking her head with a smile on his face, that this could be used wisely. She looked at him with caution and incomprehension. He said with a smile that they should go inside that cave. She said fearfully that she did not want to go there. Was it really necessary? He said, pointing his finger to the side, that then she should hide in those bushes and sit there quietly. She should also contact him if something happens. She said, running into the bushes, that she understood everything. The protagonist goes inside the cave, using the special skill, hiding. When he passed by the guard, he thought that the Red Serpent is not a small group at all. He thought that, judging by the guard, there really is their secret hideout. Why did they decide to settle next to the orcs? He thought, looking at the laboratory, what are they doing there? He thought, paying attention to one of the bandits, is not this a white powder? He thought, with a serious face, is this really serpent? After all, serpent is a prohibited substance that was created from plants of another world. In the past, many people fell victim to addiction, went crazy from it. And in the end, they all died. Then the police spent years investigating, but everything was in vain. How could anyone know that they were hiding in such a place? One of the guards shouted, using crude language, that they had to work hard. After all, if they didn't meet the quota by tomorrow, they would all be finished. Dae-ing thought, hidden by his special skill and calmly examining the lab, that there were 100 armed members of the Red Snake group and about 30 creators of illegal substances. He thought, standing near the boxes, that there were about 50 kilograms of snake. Although he didn't know how much that was in money, it was definitely more than several trillion won. The man in the suit asked angrily, using crude language, why the batch was still not ready? Another one in a guard uniform said that the demand had increased in the past few days, so they were tight with supplies. Also, another one died yesterday, so the production speed had slowed down. The first one shouted, using crude language, that he told him to hire more workers. Have you forgotten about that already? The other one said, apologetically, that they only tried to take those who had nothing to lose and would definitely not betray them. The protagonist thought, looking angrily and speaking rudely, that they were finally caught. Suddenly it became dark, and people asked, what the hell is going on there? Turn on the light immediately, you can't see anything. Do they have an uninvited guest? One bandit shouted that a box with a batch of illegal substances had disappeared. The others asked, how could it disappear? The protagonist, using concealment on the box, picked it up and deliberately left footprints before leaving the cave. After a while, Dae-ing approached the bushes and asked, turning to Lily, where is she? She asked in surprise, jumping out of the bushes, has he finished his business there already? He said that this is just the beginning. Now they will play tag, and she needs to prepare for it. She happily asked, are they going to play tag? He calmly said that there will be many people running after them. So she just needs to run away from them. She said, smiling and climbing into the box, that it sounds fun. He said, lifting the box with one hand, that it was dangerous, so she must not make a single sound, and let her hide. One of the bandits shouted, rudely expressing himself, that he was there, so he must be grabbed immediately. The protagonist said that the catchers had appeared, and she must hide inside the box. he said, turning around, that he thanked them for the opportunity to take the box. Another bandit shouted, opening fire on him, that he must be killed. He thought, dodging the bullets, that everything was going according to plan, and they were running after him. The first bandit loudly asked, cursing and shooting at him, why they could not hit him. Another bandit shouted angrily, rudely expressing himself, that it was necessary to aim first, and then shoot. The protagonist, running to the orc camp, stopped. He said, smiling, that he saw familiar faces. The orc screamed furiously, preparing to attack him. The bandits with weapons stood up in shock, and one nervously said that this was the orc camp. Dang said to Lily that it was time for her to get out of the box. She said, jumping out of the box, that she understood him. He threw the box at the orcs, and the bandits shouted that he had gone crazy. The orcs looked at this in bewilderment. One of the bandits asked what they should do now. Another shouted angrily, rudely, that they needed to kill all the orcs and take the illegal substances. Then they would deal with the one who stole the box. The protagonist said, using the special skill, concealment, that it was time for them to get out of there. The bandits began to fire at the orcs and shouted that they needed to kill them all. After all, they couldn't get any closer. The mutant orc screamed furiously and ran towards the bandits, raising his weapon to strike. One of the bandits asked why you can't kill him. Another said that bullets couldn't penetrate him. The orc leader made a sweeping blow at the bandits, killing several at a time. The bandits shouted that they needed to kill the big orc first. Lily asked, watching the battle, when would it all end? After all, she was really hungry. Dang said that it was better to wait silently, and it was not always easy to finish the job. He said, watching the battle with a serious look, that there was not much time left to wait. So maybe he should clean up there? The mutant orc killed the bandit who was begging for mercy and screamed furiously, raising his weapon. At that moment, the protagonist, blinding the big orc, dealt a decisive blow to it in the back and said that the monster tried hard and almost dealt with all the bandits. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulled the blade out of the monster, which fell to the ground dead. He thought, looking at the frightened orcs, that the orc leader was dead, and the rest of the orcs would no longer be a hindrance. Now they would follow the orc leader. The protagonist destroyed the statue in the camp and thought, taking out the bracelets, that he had finally found the keeper's bracelet. After all, this artifact helps to heal and improve the condition of those wearing it. Also, by spending mana, you can activate a protective spell, and the effect is enhanced if 2 bracelets are worn. He thought, putting one of the bracelets on his hand, that it had shrunk to fit his wrist size and restored his mana, which meant his information was correct. Lily asked, "Is this the treasure?" He said that she understood correctly, and she needed to come closer to it. He put the second bracelet on her hand. She asked in surprise why he did this. He said that it had a protective spell. Also, an ordinary person would not be able to see it. She said, looking at the bracelet embarrassedly, that they now had the same bracelets. After all, he was definitely not against giving it to her. He said, looking sullenly at her, that she needed to stop chatting and just accepted this bracelet. Lily was very happy with the gift. He thought that she was still weak. So thanks to the bracelet he would be able to track her location, which would be useful in case of danger. He said, putting the loot in a bag, that the orc mutant's skin would make excellent armor. They should have dinner a little later, but he still had to go back to the cave. She asked in surprise why he needed to go back there. He said, turning around and looking at her, that he would explain later. He said, pointing to the orc camp and turning to her, that she needed to burn everything there to the ground. She asked, and then they would go eat? He said that was not true, but he promised something especially tasty for dinner later. She said furiously, using her abilities, that she would try hard. She launched a fireball towards the camp. She screamed with wild eyes, fanning the flames even more, that she really wanted tasty food. He thought, looking at her in shock, that if he starved her, something might come of it. Sometime later, inside the cave, the bandits opened fire with firearms and shouted that they needed to kill the intruder. The protagonist used the skill, barrier, with the help of the bracelet, which protected them from bullets. He said, addressing Lily, that she needed to watch carefully, because this is how the spell is created with the bracelet. He said, looking at her, that once she gets the hang of it, she will be able to do it in any form. She used a protection spell, stretching out her hand in front of her. She said, pressing the opponents with her barrier of mana, that you can just hit the enemies with a barrier spell. The opponents shouted that she was just a monster. He thought, roughly speaking, that she was very talented. One of the bandits shouted, kneeling down, that he apologized and asked for mercy. After all, he could tell everything about their group. Lily didn't pay attention and said in surprise, using a spell that the shape really changes. The protagonist said, looking angrily at the bandit, that he was not interested. Let him tell me where the safe is. An hour later, they came out of the exploded cave, closed by a barrier of mana. He thought, holding a bag of loot on his shoulder, that this was a good secret place. After all, in addition to money, he received many useful items. He said, turning back, that if she finished blowing everything up, then the barrier can be removed. She said that they can run away. He said, looking at the bandits, whom she protected with a barrier, that she should not worry, because they have nowhere to run. The bandits said in fear that they thought they would die and believed that they managed to survive. He thought that there were about 35 Red Serpent members and drug manufacturers left that he was not going to kill. However, he would not let them go so easily since they were involved in creating illegal substances. He said irritably to one of the prisoners that he was now a red bean cake and that he should follow him. Kim Min-jae asked in surprise why he called him a red bean rice cake. He thought that this prisoner had been punched in the face for talking too much. He said irritably that he looked like that and that Lily would take him to their tent. However, the rest would go to the guard post and surrender themselves. The other prisoners indignantly asked why they didn't just let us go. After all, they didn't know anything about what was going on there. The protagonist sternly said that they should shut up. He asked if they were doing anything legal. He said, glaring at them sternly, that if they didn't know, he would gladly beat them up to make them realize their sin. They said in fear that they would rather surrender themselves. Some time later, at the outpost of the restricted area, one of the guards asked, looking at the bandits sitting on the ground, what was going on there. Why were there so many people in the restricted area? He asked angrily, after listening to their confession, how could a factory producing illegal substances be there? The protagonist thought, hiding nearby in a tree, that they would be taken to the police, and they would certainly report him and Lily. However, he did not want the testimony to be taken seriously by the superhuman Kim Soo-ho, nicknamed Titan. After all, in this life, he needed to establish a good relationship with him. He thought, jumping from the container, that she had worked hard today, so he should buy something tasty for her. After a while, Lily arrived at the tent with Min-jae. She screamed angrily waving her legs and arms on the ground and repeating the words that she was very hungry. She needed food immediately. He said, looking at her with confusion, that he did not understand a single word she said. She angrily shouted that she was very hungry. After a while, the protagonist returned home. Lily said angrily, looking at him angrily, that he promised her food that would taste like fried chicken. Daein said, sighing heavily and handing her the bag, that it was also delicious. She screamed indignantly, grabbing the bag in irritation, that it smelled not appetizing at all and looked like a mess. Is this the remains of slugs again? He said, turning to the prisoner, that he should do the cooking. Ninja happily said, addressing him politely and throwing the meat on the grill, that he can be trusted with this. The protagonist thought, watching the cooking, that 2 pork breasts cooked to perfection, fried garlic and some seasonal green olives, wrapped in sesame salad and a piece of lettuce, so that it could be eaten in one bite. She said happily, holding her cheeks and looking at him with admiration, that this was an incredibly delicious dish. He said, looking at her with concern, that the food was falling out of her mouth. Let her chew first and then speak. She said enthusiastically that the longer he chewed, the better the taste would be. After some time, Daein went to the city. He thought that 4 days had passed quickly, and it was time to work hard. After all, during the past time, he bought land next to his tent with the money that he received from the guild under the contract. The man said that the land was cheap, but he was sure that he wanted to buy 10,000 square kilometers. The protagonist said, signing the document, that you never know what will happen in the future. After a while, Daein returned home and lay on the hammock. He thought that he brought Minja, deciding that he would be useful. He said that living in a tent was boring. Minja thought that he should start building a log house. He said, lifting the log, that this can be trusted to him. He said, smiling, that for 3 years he will be doing construction, cooking, cleaning, and all the work will be on him. After all, he was given a chance to start over, so from now on he will live by honest work. The protagonist said that he should work hard for the next 3 years. Lily happily said that he was a great cook, so she adored him. He said, with tears in his eyes, that he was trying very hard. Daein thought that the red bean rice cake was a eunuch. Minja screamed, kneeling and clutching his head with his hands, that this could not be. The protagonist thought that he hit him in certain points of the bloodstream so that he could not escape. Therefore, martial arts are not available to him yet, and he will not be able to fix this. Now he plans to use him as a labor force for 3 years, and then give him some money and let him go. Minja said with tears in his eyes and hammering a nail that he will have to work for 3 years. Some time later, at the White House Guild headquarters, Yunwei happily said with a wink that she would be the temporary assistant of Team 7. After all, they were new, so they needed an experienced person for this position. Dayan asked if she was sure that she would only stay temporarily. Would she then appoint someone to replace her? She said that she would definitely find a replacement because she was a very busy girl. She said, holding out a folder with documents, that their official mission would begin tomorrow. However, today he only needed to memorize everything written in these documents. He thought, looking gloomily at the documents, that he should have rested more during those 3 days. He asked, after looking at the mission, did he need to destroy the gate? There was a clause in his contract that he would not take on missions that took a long time, right? She said with a smile that the mission was sent to them by the government a couple of days ago. 4 guilds were participating in this mission. Also, according to the government's estimates, the cleanup could take 2 days. The most important thing was that his team was the only one without any active quests. He thought with a heavy sigh that he couldn't trust the government's calculations. He thought that there were 2 types of monster gates. The first was the A-type, which closed after the monsters came out, and they were easy enough to kill. The second was the B-type, in which the gate did not disappear after the monsters came out, and they might not come out at all. So someone had to go inside, kill the monsters, and destroy the core in order to return. This quest was called the Gate Destruction Quest. He thought that he knew this place. After all, it was the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits, one of the most disastrous gates to appear after the first one. Before the time travel, he was an instructor, and he always mentioned this place for its infamous reputation. If he had participated in this quest back then, he would have definitely died. She asked, didn't he recently have a skirmish with another guild? Should she pass this quest on to someone else? He said with a smile that she shouldn't bother herself. After all, Team 7 would handle it. After a while, Yunwei said, addressing the protagonist formally, that he should remain calm and not lose his composure in any case. He asked, looking at her with displeasure, in her opinion, would he throw a tantrum or make a scene? She said sadly, closing her eyes, that he was definitely capable of that. He thought that in order to clear this gate, he would need a strong tank. However, hiring Gu Ho took longer than he expected due to the contract termination fee. So he would have to go get him, since there was little time left. After a while, the protagonist got out of the car. The driver said, bowing and addressing him respectfully, that he should be careful. Dayan said seriously, addressing the driver respectfully, that he didn't need to do that anymore. After all, he was grateful to him for the work he had done. The driver said that he understood him. Yunwei said with a smile that she approves of his actions and thinks that he showed himself cool. Lily said in surprise, looking up, what a big building. Dayan said that they should get down to business. He thought that he felt uncomfortable and strange being around honest and kind people. After all, he prefers to be in the company of aggressive and rude scum. For example, with the guys from the Black Hound Guild, with whom he worked in his past life. Kim Hyuntae said, extending his hand and introducing himself, that he is glad to meet them. Also next to him are Gu Ho and his team captain Suk Hyun. The protagonist said, shaking his hand and introducing himself, that he is also glad to meet them. After a while, they all sat down at the negotiating table. Hyuntae asked, folding his arms across his chest, does he want to take Gu Ho to his guild? He said, grinning, that he is their valuable employee. Dayan thought that Hyuntae was the guild leader's younger cousin who was given all the dirty work. Therefore, he could set outrageous conditions for the contract cancellation. Yunwei said that they understood his position on the matter, but 5 billion for contract cancellation was too much. Hyuntae said with a menacing look that it wasn't 5 billion at all. It seemed like they hadn't been told yet. After all, this morning, Gu Ho renewed his contract with the Black Hound Guild. Therefore, according to the new conditions, the termination fee was 10 billion. She asked in shock, how was that possible? He said that if they paid that amount, the contract would be terminated and nothing else. The protagonist thought that he was deliberately provoking them to start arguing. Most likely, they were secretly filming, an obvious trick of his. He said, standing up from his seat and politely addressing Yunwei, that it was time for them to leave. He thought that she was the guild leader's daughter, and they were just trying to manipulate her. Hyuntae said with a smile and politely addressing them that there was no need for them to leave. After all, they asked for their guild member to be handed over. However, it didn't seem like they cared that much. He said, looking at the empty plates, that if they changed their minds then let them know. However, Lily liked the cake, so he advises them to take her to the hospital, because the cake has long since expired. Lily turned around and looked at him with confusion. He thought, to put it bluntly, that this was a bad thing to do. The protagonist gave Hyuntae a strong slap. Suk-hyun asked, looking furiously and swinging his arm to hit. Why did he do that? The protagonist quickly struck Suk-hyun several times. He threw him out of the office with a strong kick, destroying the door. One of the Black Hound Guild members furiously asked, drawing his weapon, what was going on there. The protagonist said that they should think about whether to attack him. He asked how much stronger they were than the captain of the 5th team of their guild. He said, looking threateningly, that he was tired of playing. Let them call their guild leader. He thought that if they wanted him to fall for the provocation so much, then let them get it. Yunhwai said happily, addressing her formally, that even if he was angry, there was no need to address him like that. He asked if she looked too happy. Lily asked, looking surprised, why did he beat up those who gave her the cake? He said that she had nothing to worry about. After all, next time, just don't eat anything from strangers. He also asked Min Jae to cook her something delicious. She said that she was fine and would wait. He thought that they lied about the cake, since she was fine, but that didn't matter now. He turned to the frightened Guho. He fearfully shouted that he was listening. The protagonist said, looking at him angrily, that they needed to talk later. He remained silent, very frightened. Suddenly, a rotting atmosphere from the overwhelming mana began. He thought that judging by the murderous energy, the guild leader Kim Tae-jin, nicknamed the Demon King, who was one of the first to awaken his abilities, would soon be there. Tae-jin asked, suppressing the surrounding magic power, who called him? He was waiting for an explanation. Daein thought that he was acting as if he didn't know anything about what happened, even though he was watching through the cameras. He said, dispersing the enemy mana with a wave of his hand, that he would explain to him what was going on. However, let the others come out of there. Yoon-wai turned to him with a worried expression. Tae-jin said that he was a loyal comrade. Therefore, he agreed to let the others come out of there if he wanted to take full responsibility. He said, turning to Lily, that she should follow Yoon-wai and wait for him at the headquarters. Lily asked, addressing him politely, should she burn everything down there? He said angrily, tugging her cheek, that she shouldn't do such a stupid thing. If she plays with fire without his permission, she will never get fried chicken again. She said, looking shocked, what a thing. After a while, the protagonist and the guild leader sat down at the table. Daein asked what favor he needed. Tae-jin said that he was smart, so he would ask him directly. He asked, handing him a contract, if he wanted to work for his guild. He asked if he seriously wanted him to sign a contract with their guild. However, this would require a huge amount of money to terminate the contract. He said, grinning, that he was not asking him to leave his current guild. Therefore, he can continue to work for the White House Guild. However, he will just need to pass on information to him sometimes. He asked if he needed to become a spy for their guild. He said that he promised. The payment was very generous. Let him read the contract. The offer was just great. He asked what would happen if he refused. He said, looking angrily and activating his abilities, that then he would have to pay for what he had done there. If he suddenly went too far, then he would be unlucky enough to end up without one arm, or even both arms. After a while, there was a black hound at the main entrance of the guild. Chan Sung shouted furiously, rudely addressing Tae-jin that he had to return Daein. If they didn't do it in 10 seconds, then he would break in there. Can anyone hear him there? He shouted that he was starting a report. The protagonist asked what he was doing there. He said in surprise that he was informed of what had happened and was told that he was locked in there. He asked if he was sure about that. He said that he had to make a sincere apology, and they simply accepted it. He said, smiling and showing the bag in his hand, that they were bribed by his sincerity. After all, they even gave him a gift. Earlier, during the negotiations with the guild leader, the Black Hound, the male lead said that he wanted to point out one thing before they continued. After all, his relationship with his sister-in-law was quite close. He asked with a smile, how would he feel if this became public knowledge? He said that the nature of his affair with his younger brother's wife would become a hotly debated topic. If he didn't mind, he could investigate. He said, looking at him angrily, how did he know about this? He said that if he wanted to keep it a secret, he should consider his proposal. First, let Gu Ho go without paying the contract termination fee, and the amount for his silence is written there. You can also pay it right there. He thought that before he went back in time, Tae-jin had been having an affair with his younger brother's wife for decades. However, they would eventually get caught, causing his younger brother and his wife to tragically end their relationship with you. And he would quit his job out of shock. So he would definitely want to keep this a secret, no matter what it took. After some time, in the White House Guild leader's office, Chan Sung said indignantly, using rude language. That was very cunning of them. However, he would never let him go so easily. Next time, just tell him honestly, and he will personally deal with them. Yun-wei said, addressing him formally. That was not his purpose, right? She said, looking irritated, that he should be grateful that nothing happened. He said, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, that he meant that they were in no danger as long as he was there. Dayan thought, looking at Lily, that she was acting more quietly than usual. He said, stroking her head, that she was convinced of his words. After all, not all problems have to be solved with fire. She sadly said that she was hungry. He looked at her in surprise. She said that the situation was not the most favorable, so it might be difficult for her. He asked, did she really think so? He asked Lily with a smile if she would mind having fried chicken for dinner. He thought that he had left her out. If the guild was their priority, they would not have come to the rescue. After all, his joining the White House turned out to be a very smart decision. After a while, near the protagonist's tent, Guho said, greeting, that he came there. Dayan said that he came early. He said, bowing and apologizing, that he was embarrassed about what happened yesterday. After all, Hyuntae begged him to renew the contract, so it was not his initiative. He said, pointing to a chair, that he guessed it. Let him sit there. After all, they had already sorted out the documents yesterday. So from now on, he will be in charge of their team's defense, and you can call me Commander. He said, looking surprised, that he understood everything and would obey. He thought that Guho grew up in an orphanage, so he was an introvert and cold in communicating with people. Because of this, he was treated like a weakling in the previous guild. He died when the first disaster happened. He asked him, addressing him as a commander, why such a serious person chose such an untalented protector like him. He said that he just needed him. He said, using his ability, that he should show him in case he didn't know about his specialty. He said, putting his hand on his shoulder, that he should stop. He said, looking surprised, that he would listen to him. He thought that there was a superhuman GM Minchio nicknamed the Moving Fortress, who in 10 years would become a supernatural hero respected by everyone. Minchio was a specialist in assistance, just like Guho. After all, he had already seen the piece of stone that Minchio created when he was still a rookie. He thought, tapping his hand on Guho's chest, that his body was much stronger. After all, he was finally convinced of this when he personally tested him. Therefore, his ability to petrify is superior to others. He said, smiling, that in 1 year or even in half a year, he too will become the most famous protector of soul. He can guarantee this to him. He said in surprise that this simply cannot be. He said that he called himself useless, so he will give him a talent that he cannot deny. Min Jae happily said, respectfully addressing him, that he prepared everything that was asked of him. Guho looked at the protagonist with admiration. Dayan said that he was just in time, and let him bring it there. He thought that this was a soup made from monster organs and the inner core. He said that everyone would have to eat 3 bowls of soup, and refusal would not be accepted. They were very surprised. Lily said with empty eyes that she would definitely refuse it. He said that they would prepare to go to the labyrinth of fallen spirits in the next 4 days. 2 days later, to conduct a monster hunting quest. The protagonist used his ability, struck the monster. He shouted at Guho that he should be engaged in the defense of their team. It was time for him to stop being afraid. He said in a sad voice that he was very sorry. He shouted angrily that if he was really sorry, then protect them properly. He said, rushing at the monster, that he would do everything in his power. He shouted that he had to get as close as possible and immobilize this monster. He thought, looking at his determination, that Guho had eaten 3 bowls of soup rich in mana for 2 days, and another 5 dishes during training. As a result, the result of the training to strengthen petrification was not ready yet. The monster hit Guho hard on the back. He said with tears in his eyes, holding the monster tightly, that it really hurt. Dayan said that he had 1 more minute to hold on. If he fails, he will get 6 bowls of mana-rich soup. He shouted with his painted eyes, what else? He thought that the peculiarity of petrification is that the more a person breaks, the stronger he becomes. So he needs to break him. After all, it has been, scientifically, proven that this method is suitable for training. He said, turning to Lily, that it is now her turn to act. She said, looking at him with displeasure, that she is not going to do it. After all, she has to eat disgusting food every day. And he does not even buy her fried chicken. He said that tonight there will be fried chicken for dinner. She screamed, using her ability and addressing Guhua very rudely, that he better get out of the way, otherwise he will get hurt. She, using her ability, defeated the monster with her fire. The protagonist irritably said that she turned it into a lump of coal, so it will not be possible to take a sample of the monster. If she cannot control her flames, then she will not see fried chicken. Gulva thought it was amazing that she could defeat the monster in one hit. Compared to her, he still needed a lot of training. She yelled in anger that they had tried their best, let him buy fried chicken. He asked why she called him Hogu. She said that he was the one who started calling him that. He asked in surprise, was that really true? He said, using a special link and addressing her politely, that they needed to check the location of the other monsters. He thought that the 8 one-horned white tigers had come out of the gate 20 minutes ago. So they needed to fight another one to get a sample from that monster. The employee said using a special link that there was a target moving 7 o'clock away from them. He asked, so 7 o'clock? He understood everything. She said that the Warriors Guild was closer to him there than they were, so they might not make it in time. He asked, what difference did the distance make there? She said that they were 2 kilometers away from that place, and the others were 1 kilometer away. He said that he would run ahead, and they would follow at their own speed. And she needed to take care of Hogu. She said that he called him Hogu again. He thought that this had already become a habit for him. The protagonist quickly ran along the road. He thought that he was also training with the others and eating soup with rich mana. However, he had not reached the level he had before his revival, but he had already progressed significantly. He said, moving quickly, that this monster was his. One of the people asked in surprise, why was he interfering? Another person shouted that they needed to prepare a magic attack. After all, they needed to hurry up and attack the monster. The protagonist thought that if they struck first, there would be problems with distributing the spoils from the monster. He used the half-moon body shadow technique, quickly closing the distance to the monster to strike. He killed the monster with one blow of his blade. He said, pulling himself up, that his poor back. One person said that it was simply impossible. Another person asked, was he a superhuman with acceleration? Otherwise, he would not be so fast. He said, speaking on the special communication, that the hunt was successfully completed and the monster was killed. The employee said in surprise that the map showed that he had just arrived there. He asked that it did not matter and was there anyone else nearby? She said that there was still a target in the south. After a while, Lily happily asked that this time she fried the monster properly? Will there be fried chicken for dinner tonight? Dayan said that there would be fried chicken for dinner, but first a sample must be collected from this monster. The employee said on the special communication that no more monsters were found. Therefore, the gate was destroyed and the situation was normal. He said that it was time for them to finish. Cheon Il Nam said, running up to them, that they did a great job. He asked, turning to Dayan, was he injured by any chance? He said, asking politely, that he is fine, but Lily bandaged his hand. He thought that Il Nam is the head of the medical team of the support squad. Cheon Il Nam happily said, addressing him formally, that he is done with the video, so he asks him to take a look at it. He thought that Nam is another member of the support squad, who has his own medical team, of which he is the head. The protagonist said in surprise after watching the video that it looks like a scene from a movie. Cheon Seola said, asking politely, that he will help with the equipment, but he needs to raise his hands. Dayan thought that Seola is the head of the technical support team of the support squad. He thought that Yunwei hired the 3 Cheon twins to the support squad of Team 7. Each of them is famous and works in their own field. After all, she skillfully found good specialists, and how she did it remained a secret. He said that they had just started working together, so he could still remember their names, so they shouldn't hold a grudge against him because of that. After all, he knew how difficult it was to cooperate with superhumans. So when he returned from the upcoming dungeon expedition, he would definitely reward them additionally and give them a day off. He said, smiling and politely asking that they should continue to take care of him. And Nam happily said that he was simply the best. Sola asked with a smile, was he serious just now? He thought that when he returned from the labyrinth of fallen spirits, the guild would need to reward him. However, first he would have to endure a proportionate amount of trouble, but for now he didn't go into details. After a while, he got into the car. The driver said with a smile, addressing him formally, that he was popular. He said that he knew what it was like to serve others. He thought that he used to be the one who carried out other people's orders. After all, he left the guild because he was tired of it. So the people in his team wouldn't have to feel the same way. Sometime later, at the White House Guild headquarters, Yunwei happily said, formally addressing him, that he knows how to treat people. She asked, isn't he only 20 years old? Is he by any chance living his life for the second time? He sternly told her that she needed to stop joking and get down to business. After all, she said that they had a lot to discuss. she said, smiling and handing over the documents, that here was a list of the items he would need. However, the special equipment he had ordered from the workshop would only be ready in 2 days. He said, politely addressing her, that he was glad to hear that, and that she was a very responsible assistant to Team 7. He thought that they had little time, but she had prepared everything perfectly. She said that it was always nice to receive compliments. She asked in surprise, was he the one he was interested in? She said that she expected difficulties in finding information, because she had nothing but a name. However, she came across a video on the internet with the items he had made. He said that he was looking for this. He thought that the only superhuman in Korea who specialized in manufacturing was Jang Yong-sin. He asked where he could be found. He wondered if he should go to him right now. After some time in the city, Lily sternly told him that he must not forget about 4 servings of boneless fried chicken and large French fries. Dayan said that he understood and he would keep the communication given to her. However, she had to convey everything exactly as he taught her. She happily said that she remembered everything. They went into the hair salon and Young Shin's mother said, "Welcome." She said that before styling his hair, she would cut his hair. Dayan said that they had a lot of toys there. She said with a smile that her son really liked doing different things. Lily said that she was very bored. He said that she should sit quietly and nothing would happen to her. She happily asked what this was. "How cute!" He said in surprise that she was not allowed to touch anything, otherwise she might accidentally break it. She said with a smile that this was the same chicken that she liked to eat. It was so cool. She said that her son had made it, so she could have it if she liked it so much. He said, apologetically, that his little cousin was a real fidget. She said, smiling, that it was okay, since they had a lot of toys. He asked how old her son was now. She said that he was already 13 years old. He thought that Young Shin, the son of the hair salon owner, had been diagnosed with savant syndrome, which is a rare condition in which people with developmental disabilities have outstanding abilities in one or more areas of knowledge. Therefore, because of this, his social skills are very low, and he does not really like talking to people. However, unlike other superhumans, he should be able to get close to Young Shin very naturally. First, he needs to come there more often. She said that even now he was probably creating another toy in the closet. He worriedly said that he hoped they were not distracting him with their loud conversations. She said that it was okay, because he doesn't notice anything while he's concentrating on it. He thought that they weren't whispering, so he could hear them if he was a superhuman. Should he check it now? The protagonist used his powers. Young Shin asked as he came out of his room and turned to his mother, "Is everything okay?" She said that she was surprised that he came out to them on his own. He thought that since he came out right after his trick, he could sense mana, which meant he was definitely a superhuman. Lily thought that it was time for her to act according to the plan for the sake of fried chicken. She asked with a smile, holding out the toy, "Did he make this? How did you manage to make the toy so cute?" He asked dumbfoundedly, "Is she really curious?" She said that she really wanted to know. He started telling her how he made the toy. After a while, Lily said in admiration that it was simply amazing and he was incredible. He said, looking at her with embarrassment, that it was nothing special. She asked if it was all great and she liked the chicken, and what about him? He said that he liked pizza more. The protagonist thought that she was still a little uncertain in her Korean, but she was trying. Although the thirst for 4 servings of fried chicken did its job. Young Shin asked if he could show her other toys. The protagonist stared in surprise. Lily said, smiling, that she would be very interested to see them. Young Shin's mother said, looking up from her work in surprise, that she couldn't believe it, because her son had spoken to someone. He thought that Young Shin had really fallen in love with her. Although let him, even then they could recruit him into their team. After all, he could create equipment for superhumans that would be worth hundreds of billions. The next day, he had already become a member of the guild and immediately created a uniform for battles. A few days later, at the headquarters of the White House Guild, Dayan said that the skin of the orc leader was perfect for the uniform. He asked how she liked her new clothes. Lily happily said that they were very comfortable and beautiful. She said that these clothes had pictures of pizza and fried chicken on them, and it turned out that the pizza was also very tasty. While Young Shin was making the uniform, he thought with embarrassment that Lily liked fried chicken, and he liked pizza. Guho asked enviously, addressing him formally, "Where is his new uniform?" The protagonist said with a heavy sigh that he did not need a uniform. And he also gained weight from eating well. He thought that he did his best in a short time. Yoon Wai said that the support squad reported that they had finished preparing. So they needed to move out immediately. He said that it was time for them to go. She asked with a smile, addressing him formally. Does he have a new style? It must be difficult for him to maintain such a hairstyle. He thought in horror that he was not surprised that there were no customers in the hairdresser. After a while, at the entrance to the dungeon, Yunhua asked angrily, "What are they talking about? What do you mean another guild entered first?" The employee said that he let them in because he was told about the queue change and they would be late. She asked angrily, cursing, "Who told him that?" The protagonist thought that 4 guilds would participate in the joint quest, namely, White House, Warriors, Black Hound, and Red Shark. So it was obvious that the other 3 guilds were trying to make fun of them. He said that their showdown would not change anything, so they would just go as planned. She said with confused eyes that even if they went now, there was hardly anything left. So she should have prepared better and apologized for letting him down. He said that they should not be upset. Maybe they could find something better. 2 hours after entering the labyrinth of fallen spirits, one said that they sang everything clean. Another said that it was okay since it was a dungeon. The protagonist thought that he was going to give them a ride, but they missed their chance. However, it didn't matter since they would meet again there. At first, the difficulty level of the fallen spirit labyrinth was B, but it increased after several unsuccessful attempts to close the dungeon, which eventually became the worst. He said that everyone should stop. Since there was something ahead, Guho would stay there and protect the machines. He said that he understood his order. Dayan thought that there was a reason why the dungeon was called the Fallen Spirit Labyrinth. Seola screamed that this was happening there. And Nam asked in fear, why were those people there? He thought that the dungeon was turning people who entered it into monsters. Judging by their clothes, they could be members of the Red Shark Guild. It looks like they were bitten by zombies. After all, their fangs are sharp enough to break through the fighting uniform. It must have happened when they relaxed and let their guard down. And also, maybe they separated from the rest of the guild, because fortunately there are not many of them. He said, turning to Guhua, that he needed to show the result of his training. Guhua asked in surprise, would he have to fight against them alone? He said that if they scratched them, they would be infected. He said with excitement, that then he should not allow himself to be bitten. He said, pushing him, that he should not show fear. He, using his ability, covered his body with stone. He thought that his petrified state was better than during training. He said that he should understand that he cannot kill them. He asked in surprise, so what should he do? He said that he should think of it himself. He punched one of them in the jaw. He happily said that he was able to hit this creature. Lily said that she was bored. She asked, should they just burn them all? Guho confidently shouted as he rushed towards them, saying that they needed to attack him. The protagonist said that these people weren't just civilians, but also members of another guild, so don't think that you can just destroy them. He asked how the support team was doing? And Nam said with a smile, holding the camera in his hands, that he was already recording everything. He said that they were using these materials to demand compensation from them, so he needed to film it properly. Seola said that he had finished preparing the repellent suits. He said that he had managed to do it quickly, so after they dealt with these creatures, they would definitely wear them. Ayal Nam said that he had brought the antidote that he had entrusted to him. He said that it was a great job since it was the most important thing in a dungeon like this. He said that he needed to think about what to do next after looking at the battle. Guho shouted as he fought fiercely, saying that it was hurting. He thought that his strength was gradually running out. After all, the members of the Red Shark support squad simply fell ill, but the rest, judging by their movements, are already superhumans. He said, hitting one of the creatures hard in the neck, that the first one is ready. He knocked out the infected superhumans one by one. Guho thought, how does he manage to do it so easily? He asked, having knocked out the last one with a blow, is there anyone else left? So they did it there. He said that Guho needs to lay them out in a row. He said, looking with admiration, that he will do everything. He thought that among the things he had prepared for the trip to the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits this time, there was an outstanding antidote to zombie poison. After all, after being bitten by a zombie, they had 10 minutes. Because when the time was up, they would start acting aggressively, and after another half hour, they would completely turn into zombies who were protecting their zombie hive. However, it was clear that more than half an hour had passed since their transformation. And even after drinking the antidote, they would still have mental problems for some time. He said that the others should step aside. After all, he needed to concentrate. He said, smiling evilly, that he was their savior, so they should help him. He asked if they understood everything. The protagonist thought that those who had talent could concentrate on it and improve it, but with the increase in survival rate, people like him should acquire several abilities. This was precisely why he traveled through different dimensions in his past life. on the Gaia continent, Murim, the underworld, and the Byron continent. He was able to survive thanks to the magic and martial arts he learned during his travels. He took out a whistle and used it. He thought that one of the things he picked up from there was a technique to control animals with low IQ. He shouted at the people from the other guild to pay attention to him. He said that from now on, they will fight together with them. Do they understand this? The people from the other guild were amazed by him and agreed with every word he said. Dayan smiled and said that since everyone agreed with him, let them start hunting zombie bees and listen to his orders. He shouted for them to begin this mission. Guho was breathing heavily in the special suit and shouted for the commander to pay attention to the fact that he caught the queen bee. And the rest of the bees around him are too many. The protagonist said that he was a great guy. He turned to Lily and told her to burn the insects, and then they would go eat. She lit a fire above her head and agreed with him furiously. She began her task and everyone else moved away. After a while, the people from the other guild and Lily were playing with a volleyball sword. Sola told his leader that he did not expect the Red Shark members to actively cooperate with them. He did not do anything to them subconsciously, did he? He replied that this was not the case. They told him that they would gladly help him to repay him for everything. He pointed at them and said that they were done with checking the anti-insect suit, so they could move on. The people from the other guild happily agreed with him. Laughter began to be heard not far from them. The protagonist told his team to stop, because someone was coming towards them. It was the guys from the other guild. They found an army for the protagonist's team. Lily was surprised and said that these were the guys she saw with the slugs. Daying looked at them and was silent. He blew his whistle, after which the Warriors Guild also began to rejoice and help them. He scratched his forehead and said that they were also grateful and willing to correct their mistakes. He thought, what was going on there? Everything was simpler than he expected. Around the fourth day in the dungeon, Inam turned to the protagonist and said in a panic that monsters had gotten to the supplies and eaten them. He asked to give him a box so that he could look for himself. Judging by the tracks, they should still be somewhere nearby. Lily accepted the order of her leader and blew the whistle. After that, the two teams that helped the protagonist ran towards the monsters. Daying looked at Lily, who was scratching behind the ear of one of her subordinates, and praising him. The protagonist thought that it was even easier for him because she liked to control these bastards. They encountered red-eyed poison mice, and after the battle, there was what was left of it lying around them. He sighed and thought that he had prepared for various situations, but everything was going smoothly. However, he should not let his guard down. A boss-level monster was somewhere out there. The scent of a dark aura was wafting through the entire dungeon. This would lead the travelers to the intermediate boss. The creature that exuded this aura, a demonic mirror bat. The protagonist shouted that they were now on an important mission, so they should prepare for battle. His entire team ran through the dungeon, and he shouted that they should leave all the machines behind. He asked Guhwa to advance first. Another ran forward and agreed with his order. Daying blew the whistle again, causing people from other guilds to rush headlong into battle. He thought that he had brainwashed the red sharks and warriors, so the mirror wouldn't work on them. This monster shows illusions to everyone who looks into the mirror, making them his minions. The rest of his team needs to be careful. He yelled at his tank not to look into the mirror. Guho looked silently at first, then turned around and said that he was a little scared. Dayan got angry and yelled that he was a damn coward. Lily also got angry and yelled that why was he such a brat. The protagonist yelled for his niece to make a shield out of fire so that their enemies wouldn't get through. She sprang into action, and he yelled that they should retreat at least 2 kilometers. He would gather some information and join them. He pointed his hand at the car and blew his whistle, causing several of his subordinates to run towards the car. Lily held the flames in both hands and asked if there was any way to burn everything around. He told her that normally he would agree, but for now she needed to put out the fire. The protagonist used his skill concealment. The others began to panic. They were going to tell the others, but where did that guy go? Dayan grabbed the girl in his arms and dragged her through the people. She thought he was a cowardly fool. He wondered where the bat was. He grabbed 3 daggers from his pocket and threw them at the bat. The bat immediately turned to him and flashed its mirror. He thought that concealment does not work for these bats. He covered the girl's eyes and turned away from the bat. The protagonist thought that it was flying from side to side, not straight. He should move away to see how it moves. After a while, the protagonist's team shouted for their commander. They happily ran to meet him. And Nam happily said that he was already back. Nam worriedly asked if he was injured. The protagonist said that he was fine. He would explain to everyone what to do next. They didn't have much time, so they had to hurry. After a while, A bat with a dark aura flew through the dungeon corridor. Daeing Sho turned around and said that it was already here. The technical support team had to retreat. He shouted that the fortifications had to be completed. They were retreating. Now they had to prepare for battle. They built barriers with shields while a bat flew towards them and enchanted people ran. They were immediately hit when they collided with the ceiling. The protagonist ran up, then he pushed off the ground with all his might and jumped on the bat with his kick. The bat was knocked off course by this. He shouted for his niece to act. Lily at that moment released her fire ability at the bat and said that she should get what she deserved. The explosions flew into the ceiling and the walls, but did not hit the bat. The bat laughed, and it became very angry. Daeing tried to cheer it up, but the bat continued to laugh. So the protagonist activated his shield in front of the bat, causing it to hit and lose its guard. At that moment, he jumped up, and Lily created a shield under his feet, causing him to float in the sky. He thought that this was a great idea, no matter how fast his movements were. Now he would see how long it could dodge his attacks. He pounced on the bat with his dagger and was able to decapitate it. He smiled and said that he would take the mirror for himself. After a while, they stood at the gate. Daeing and his team and subordinates stood belligerently and waited. The subordinates began to push the gate, and the team leader said that the end was near. Let them not let their guard down just because they just got there. Lily was upset and asked how long their coward would stay like this. Guhua was moved and said that it was nothing to him. The protagonist said that he planned to leave him alone until they could defeat the boss. He had a feeling that otherwise he would be brainwashed again. Around this time, a skeleton with flames in its eyes was waiting for them in one of the rooms in the dungeon. This was a spirit hunter and spoke a completely different language. The protagonist blew a whistle, and his subordinates rushed into battle. Guhua ran ahead of everyone happily and asked, "Is this one of his fans?" At this moment, the spirit hunter let out an ominous roar. The other one activated his stone ability, and said that he needed a hug to greet him. The hunter punched him, but the other one managed to block an attack. He got angry and said that it doesn't like him at all. The hunter took out his huge sword and continued to attack, and the other one defended himself. The protagonist watched this and thought that he was a little timid, but he could hold on well. He had trained for so long for this moment. The hunter turned his attention to his other opponents. He activated his ability, Spirit Link, a spell that works at a long distance, turning those nearby into puppets. Daeing smiled and thought that this spell would not work on them. All the subordinates continued to smile and hit their opponent. The protagonist thought that the mirror was a damaged demonic mirror. Bats and his little tricks kept their brains washed. They were happy and did his bidding, so Spirit Link was useless. The spirit hunter did not understand what was happening at all. It took hold of the sword with both hands, but Guhua managed to climb onto this huge sword and said that he also loved it very much. The protagonist hinted to Lily that she would soon be coming out. She agreed with him and prepared for battle. Daeing thought that the second ability of the spirit hunter was the devil's summoning. He creates several pairs of portals near him, from which monsters are created. This is monkey summoning magic, right? He had prepared for it in advance. At that moment, Lily activated her fire ability and turned the hunter into a fight with the elements. She continued to add fire, and said that she would burn everything there and go eat chicken. The hunter was completely shocked by what was happening and was angry at his rivals. The protagonist praised his niece and said that she would be responsible for the destruction of the monkeys. She was very happy about this, after which a sword with their comrade flew straight at them, who was diligently hugging it. The protagonist was able to dodge this blow and thought that he seemed to have seen something, but he would valiantly pretend that nothing had happened. It was not his turn to join the fight. At this moment, his joyful subordinates ran up and jumped on the hunter with their attacks. He thought, standing aside, that his goal was to safely clear the dungeon with minimal effort. When these bastards ran out of strength, then he would join in. He began to laugh evilly and watched the fight continue for an hour. Around this time, the hunter was screaming in rage at what was happening. Daeing prepared his whistle and thought that his time had come. He blew his whistle, causing his subordinates to pay attention to him and smile. He stood in front of the hunter and said that perhaps this was waiting for him, so they should end this already. The hunter got angry and said something in his own language. The other one exhaled and asked angrily, "He doesn't know what he's saying there, but it seems like some kind of name-calling, doesn't it?" He really hopes that his words are clear to his opponent. After that, they clashed in a fist fight. Daeing said that some people have no choice, they can only live like this. He prepared his ability and thought that his opponent can't be brainwashed by the illusion mirror, but he can let his guard down for a moment. He activated his ability, Lightning Strike Fist, and then his fist, and then everything around him began to be filled with blue flames and lightning. He struck his opponent right in the chest, causing everything to disintegrate. He carefully looked at his enemy's insides and thought that there was a spiritual stone inside him. Even a high-level magic stone couldn't compare to it. This treasure allows the owner to perform a miracle. It is also the reason why he decided to enter the labyrinth of fallen spirits. He took hold of the stone, tearing it from his chest, after which he said that he would put it to good use. At this point, Lily looked at him with disgust and asked if everything was finished for them. He looked at this stone with admiration and anger, and then he thought that this was an amazing find. Now he would be able to use the transformation and become very muscular and strong. If he completed it, the body would go into a practical state for the foundation of martial arts. But this is not what interests him. He wants to slow down aging and increase life expectancy, so that he can enjoy his young body long after his retirement, which he will begin in 3 years. Lily asked very persistently if this stone was tasty. He turned to her and said that it was not edible at all. She would get very sick if she tried it. She got angry and asked why she could not have it. He himself tried to eat it. He thought and tried to find the words, but after that the stone evaporated. They both did not understand what happened and remained silent. The protagonist thought that the stone, which would have cost $1 million at auction if he had decided not to use it. He fell to his knees in despair, and Lily thought and said that he was probably completely tired of fighting. He wondered why the stone disappeared. He looked at his watch, the hands of which began to move very quickly. He thought that the hands were moving too fast. Could this mean that the watch was powered by some kind of magical power? His hand began to shake, and he fell into a slight panic. After some time, the news was broadcast in the real world that 4 guilds united by one goal, the extermination mission, should have already returned. About 10 days had passed since the start of the mission. Experts believe that they could all have died. They should delve deeper into this topic. Next to this portal, Yunhua was standing, looking at her phone with sadness. The commander of the second team of the White House, Bang Woo-hyuk, approached her. He asked her if she was standing there again. She turned her attention to him and tried to say something. He placed his spear on the ground and said that the second team would return to the 7th team safely, so she shouldn't worry too much about it. She looked away and said sadly that the other guilds weren't planning on sending rescue teams. She knew that his team was capable of clearing dungeons of this rank, but he should be careful. He told her to rely on his team. Woo-hyuk stood with his team in front of the portal and said that they should start moving. At that moment, the dungeon began to rotate even more and attract the wind. Someone shouted for everyone to stop right now, because something was happening to the gate. They should prepare for battle. At that moment, the protagonist appeared from the dungeon with his niece and several machines. Woo-hyuk was very happy about this appearance and called out to him. Yunhua was so happy that she ran up to the protagonist and hugged him tightly. He felt uncomfortable and said that he had a child on his back, so let him go. Why was she acting like this all of a sudden? She asked worriedly what kept him there. He said that it was a couple of unforeseen circumstances that should not be shared in front of everyone. Let him go. She continued hugging him and said that she would never let them go because she was so worried about everyone. He became very angry and shouted with his head up that he had no strength left at all. He really wanted to go home. At that moment, everyone looked at their appearance with admiration. He shouted even more angrily that they should wait for the rework announcement. After a while, the news reported that according to additional information, the gate was more dangerous than the government thought. There was an argument between the guilds at the entrance, but the administration denied everything. The protagonist was riding in a car with his driver, who said that the entire country was discussing his actions. He replied that for him, this was the most unnecessary pain. He said that while he was in the dungeon, it did not rain. Another said that it was exactly like that, there was not a cloud in the sky. He was probably asking because of the presence of a rainbow in the sky. It appeared 4 days ago. The protagonist was surprised by this, thinking that this was not a natural phenomenon, but a sign of the first great disaster. Gradually, color by color, the rainbow would begin to disappear, and on the day when it completely disappeared, the great disaster would begin the night of the 7 moons. Hundreds of gates would open everywhere, and monsters would pour out of them non-stop. In the past, he barely escaped by sitting in a shelter. But now everything is different, because the disaster of fire is on their side. He has become stronger compared to last time, and he has this damn watch that has absorbed the mana of the spirit stone. At that moment, his niece was lying in the back seat of the car and sleeping, and he was mysteriously looking at his watch. After a while, Lily stood there in a beautiful dress and said that her waist was a little tight, and she was going to eat a lot today. Dayan showed her another dress and said menacingly that then she could wear a jumpsuit. She sadly screamed that it was completely ugly. He got angry and asked, "And what does she suggest he do then?" He remembered how Yoon-wai got furious and asked him how come she didn't have evening clothes. He means that she only has loungewear and tracksuits in her wardrobe. He thought that she gave it to Lily, so it would be rude not to wear it. He dryly told her to go like this, and if it becomes uncomfortable, she will change. Lily was happy and said that this is a great idea, because he is a genius. The male lead thought that when the team safely returns from the dungeon, there will be a party in the White House. Chan Sung stood next to his daughter and happily said that their main characters for tonight have finally arrived. He walked up to the male lead and shouted, hugging him tightly, that he knew he would return alive. Dayan was a little surprised by such a hug and asked, does he probably want to kill him? Yoon-wai walked up to Lily and said that this dress suits her very well. The other happily thanked her for such a gift. She said that she speaks better and better every day. And Shin approached his friend and asked her shyly if she wanted to go out for dinner with him. Lily happily agreed with him. Yoon-wai looked at this shyly and thought that he had fallen in love with her. How cute. They came closer to each other, after which Lily asked what they would eat. The protagonist looked at what was happening and thought that it seemed like everyone was enjoying the evening. In the Black Hounds Guild, he could never even dream of anything like that. At this moment, Chan Sung, who had already drunk more than one glass, turned to him. He asked what his goals were. The other did not understand him at all and asked what he meant by asking. He answered with a smile on his face that he was curious about what young people dream about these days. Probably to become the strongest in the world or to acquire untold wealth. The other exhaled, said that his goal was to retire and then live in comfort. He plans to save up a lot of money and build a mansion of 9,900 square meters. Then he can invite his friends and do whatever he wants. When the others heard this, they stared at him and did not understand at all. Yoon-wai smiled and said that his goals were quite strange. Gu-ho also smiled and said that living peacefully sounded very good because there would be no more training. Chan Sung became embarrassed and asked, but does he not want to become strong? If he trains with him, he will be able to achieve it. His daughter began to get angry and hinted that he should not say that. Dayan thought that at first he planned to avoid the dangers that would happen in the future, but now he has the potential to become stronger and comrades he can trust. If they cannot be prevented, then he should come up with a plan to extract the payments. After a while, they arrived at a beautiful place. Chan Sung said that he did not expect at all that there was such a beautiful lake in the forbidden area. Everyone admired the beauty of this place. Chan Sung took off his clothes and ran to swim. He shouted that his spirit was lifted by being close to nature. The protagonist thought that he called the boss and the others so that he could spend a week's vacation without losing anything. At that moment, Yoon-wai called him too, so that he could help her put some cream on her back. She pulled her hair back and said that she couldn't reach it by herself. Dayan showed her how to do it and said that she should practice her stretching since he knows how to get it. She got angry and asked with embarrassment, can't he just agree? He pointed to his team who were setting up a tent and said that if she needed help so much, she should ask them. She asked, she still hasn't greeted her subordinate yet, but who is he? Min Jae thought that the beauty seemed interested in him. The protagonist started to introduce him, but he interrupted him and told the girl his name. He said admiringly that he had a nickname, Red Bean Rice Cake, and she could call him that too. She blushed and said that she was glad to meet him, but they were not that close yet. Dayan got a little angry and said that if he said such nonsense again, he would change his name. He came closer to him and threateningly asked, how about blood-whipped cake? Min Jae understood his threat perfectly well and endured it warily. After a while, the protagonist approached the leader and asked if he wanted to have a swimming competition with him. The other one smiled and said that it sounded pretty fun. He said that the one who gets to the other side of the lake faster will win, so they should get started already. He threw a stone into the lake, and the competition began. They strained their muscles and swam forward diligently. Dayan swam and thought that he was the first superhuman and very fast. Thanks to him, he would be able to get a bigger catch. At that moment, a monster woke up at the bottom of the lake and surfaced next to the leader. The other one didn't expect it at all and shouted, how dare this interfere with their competition? Chan Sung jumped out of the water and swung his fist at the monster. He was able to hit the monster on its huge head. He continued to deliver his multiple blows, and the monster just endured. The protagonist looked at this and thought that he was fighting with his bare hands. He knew that taking him along was a great idea. Chan Sung was able to kill the monster and was standing on its corpse, which was floating on the water. Daein swam closer to him and asked if he was okay. He didn't expect a monster to appear there at all. The other one replied that he was glad that they were not hurt. The forbidden area is full of unexpected guests and events. They swam too far, so he was worried about everyone else. They should return to them and give this monster to the lab. He jumped into the water and swam towards the shore with the corpse in his hand. The protagonist swam with him and said that they should do this, but he would stay behind to look at the lake. The leader asked if he was going to do it alone, but he did not wait for an answer and shouted for the commander to return to them quickly. Daein looked at him and thought that he had already become a frequent visitor to the place where they were sitting, so the monsters would not appear again. He activated his shield ability and dove into the depths of the lake. He looked around with the spacesuit on his head and thought that the kraken had already died because it interfered with him. His real problem was waiting below. He did not know at all how deep he needed to go, but there would definitely be treasure there. He went deeper and deeper into the lake, so after some time he found a cave. He swam closer to it and thought that now he could return to the guys and enjoy his vacation, and he would come there later with Lily. At that moment, a vortex of air formed in that place, which began to suck him in. He did not expect this at all and thought that he was being sucked in very strongly. His shield on his head was destroyed, and his body was being pulled in. He tried to get out with all his might and thought that he had told all the guys that he would be back soon. At that moment, at the camp of the whole team, and Xing turned to Lily and said that she should drink this before the commander came back and gave her the strange food. She took the drink in her hands and thanked him. Yunhua was sitting in the tent at that moment and admired their cuteness. Lily said that she would be able to eat her fill before he returned. At that moment, in the cave in which the main character was stuck, he was lying on the ground. A drop of water flew onto his forehead. When he woke up, he was able to find himself without outerwear, chained in a vine. There were several ghost-like fairies flying in front of him. One of them was indignant that he was able to wake up. What should they do now? Should they expect something bad? Who the hell is he anyway? Daein looked at them and thought he knew these creatures. He stood up, tearing the vine apart, and asked, "What is this? Did these creatures drag him here?" One of the fairies was very frightened by his awakening. It panicked and screamed that he was able to tear the ropes. He looks very angry. He will kill them. The creatures hid behind a rock in fear. He exhaled and said that he would not kill them, let them calm down. They were too fussy. After a while, the protagonist thought that the continent of Nostel was a habitat of magical plants, animals and fairies. When he worked there for a couple of months as a guide, he only met fairies near clean water. They are one of the representatives of the kind of good and innocent fairies. He asked the creatures if he understood correctly who they were. It asked, hiding behind a rock, did he really know them? It flew out of hiding and asked, had he been to this continent? Did he know and speak their language? The other answered that they should ask questions in turn. He looked at them carefully and thought that in the past life there was no information about someone living here. It would be problematic if at least the events changed. It asked, puzzled, why was he there? They lived in a lake, but suddenly it was transferred to another dimension. Monsters that appeared, fought, and ate each other. The octopus killed many of them, which made them very scared. The protagonist thought that the creature must be talking about the first gate, and the creatures also talk about the kraken. It said that this is why they had to hide at the bottom of the lake, where the fairies were able to find their salvation. Daein crossed his arms and said that they had it really hard. He thought that they were exterminated, that's why there was no information. It sadly said that they had no future, they were weaker due to lack of sunlight and they couldn't get out because of the octopus. In the end, they would die. He told them that the octopus was already dead. The fairies were very surprised by this event and that they could go out. At first they didn't believe the main character. He extended his hand to them and said that it could check it itself, because it knew how to do it. His hand began to glow with a green flame from the touch of the creature. The creature said that it should make sure of this, because this is really the true answer green. The fairies began to rejoice and spin in the air, after which the creature said that it could go out. It is very grateful to him for revenge. Daein got angry and shouted, clutching his head, that the creatures should calm down. His head was already spinning. The fairies should go with him. He started running to the exit of this cave. The fairies were flying after him. It said that now they were all friends. He told them that he was their friend now. After that, the fairies began to rejoice joyfully or flew after him. After some time, the protagonist thought that his original goal was unearthly power. If he had found it, it would have been easier to deal with the first disaster, but it was guarded by guards. He tried to find where exactly this artifact was located, but he was able to adjust to other creatures. He needs to figure out how much he will earn if he turns this lake into a theme park for these fairies. He will probably make a huge fortune on this. Suddenly, the fairies said that their friend should be careful, because there is a trap there, let him not step on it. He listened and jumped over the dangerous place. He thought, looking at the fairies, that it would be hard for him if he were there alone. The creature said that they were almost there. He should stop because he had to say hello to their friend. It was he who allowed them to live there. Dang panicked and asked, was he really their friend? Who else was there? The creature should stop, but let it not tell him that it was a white, hard bastard who was twice as short as him. The fairy was happy and asked, did he probably already know him? He was very strong, that was why the octopus could not get in there. Another thought that the creatures meant the guard. He said that the creatures should say goodbye to him themselves, and he would wait for them at the exit. The fairies reported that they had all already reached this place. A robot stopped to meet the protagonist. The guard said that it had detected an intruder, the passage should be closed. And at that moment, the gates began to close behind everyone. The protagonist looked at this and thought that this was a terrible event, because his escape route was blocked. The guard said, transforming into another form, that the assessment of the intruder was complete, the destruction of the target was confirmed. Dang asked, is this really their good friend? He called him the target that needs to be destroyed. The fairy was a little scared and asked, did the guard's appearance change? At this moment, the guard stood up from his knees and said that this one needs to start destroying. The protagonist said that this is also not bad, he should try it out. He got into a fighting stance and activated his preparedness skills. After which the guard attacked him with huge claws, and he defended himself. The guard was able to throw him back a few meters, and because of which he thought that he could not do anything about the difference in weight, but it is not as bad as he thought. Surely it cannot use its right side now. The robot said that it is re-evaluating the danger level of the intruder. High-class weapons are unlocked. The guard's target is confirmed. At this point, his opponent continued the fight and hit him in the chest. He asked what he thought about this scary. Will he wait for this decision? The guard said that the activation of self-healing is on. The other thought, a robot with the ability to self-heal? He already has a problem from the fact that he put some mana into the glove. At this point, he decided to retreat and looked at the guard's actions. The guard continued to attack, and he fell back. He thought that he needed to retreat for now, because he had to break the wall and get out of there. If he got his team there, he would most likely cope. At this moment, the fairy blocked her friend with herself and screamed for the robot to stop fighting. The protagonist was very surprised by this action. The fairy screamed again that this man was their friend. The other said that the creature was acting recklessly. The robot scanned and said that this target was not for destruction, the target cannot be destroyed. It repeated this over and over again. At this point, the protagonist took matters into his own hands and asked, hitting the robot right in the face, where was it looking? The fairy was very scared and screamed, why were these friends fighting? The protagonist smiled and said that they would talk about it later. The fairy continued to panic and scream very much. After a while, 3 creatures cried over the robot's pile of iron. They whined so that he wouldn't suddenly die. They began to get angry at their new friend and screamed that it was their friend. He killed their friend. Dang stretched his arms and said that the robot attacked him first. Maybe it would have been better if he had died at his hands? The fairies cried and did not agree with him at all. He sat down next to the defeated robot and asked if he had proven his qualifications. The robot said that the test was over, the mission was accomplished. At this moment, the protagonist had a key in his hands, and he thought that this was the very key to that safe, so he needed to find that safe. The creatures continued to cry over the death of the robot. They continued to get angry and shout that he was no longer their friend. Friends do not kill other friends. He did not understand a little what to do and what to say in this situation, so he said that he did not do it, because the robot can be brought back to life. The fairy touched the protagonist's hand and said that his friend was telling the whole truth. They could not believe it. Dayan smiled and thought that they were walking headaches, but very naive. Modern technology cannot recreate a golem like this, but Enxing has the specialization of manufacturing, and he can restart it. He happily looked at the key in his hands and said that at the moment it is not the most important thing. After that, he walked towards the treasure, and a creature flew behind him and admired the thing. It asked, this place opened for the first time, what are they looking for there? The protagonist walked and said that they are looking for something very important, and here it is. He thought that this was the drink of life, a golden drink with an infinite amount of strong healing abilities. The potions had not yet been made, and he already had an endless supply of healing potions in a high-grade decanter. He admired himself while holding the decanter in his hand, and thought that the taste of the drink was so good that he would sell it in an instant. On the night of the first 7-moon calamity, when the army of monsters appeared, he would be able to save countless people and civilians from above. At that moment, he wanted to sip this divine drink, but he was distracted by a fairy. It looked at it with admiration and told him to give this one a try too. It smelled insanely delicious. He shared this drink and said that there was only a little left. Let him try this. He would definitely share more when the cup was full again. The fairy began to glow and scream in surprise. He carefully looked at what was happening and asked, "Why is this so? Does this have a different effect for water fairies?" The fairy admiringly said that the creature's body became much lighter. The protagonist looked at the fairy and said that the creature's body had shrunk considerably, but he would deal with that a little later. He didn't need anything else, so it was time to leave. He asked the fairies to take their friend's body, to which the creatures agreed. He thought that the faster and higher they surfaced, the warmer the water became. After they all surfaced, there was a huge fireball above the lake. The fairies shouted that they had risen to the sun. After a few seconds on the surface, they realized that it was not the sun, but fire. The protagonist looked at it and asked if maybe his niece was wandering in her sleep. Or maybe she was playing in it again. At that moment, Lily turned her attention to those who had surfaced and frantically asked if she thought it was her uncle. Daing shouted at her to turn off the fire and come down right now. Did she want to destroy this entire lake? She weakened her fire and did not understand at all what was happening. Chan Sung ran to the shore and screamed, where had he been all this time? The creatures were very scared and hid behind their friend. The protagonist thought that if he had stayed a little longer, there would have been consequences. He swam a little closer to the shore and said that the situation was quite extreme. The leader worriedly said that he was very glad that the commander returned safe and sound. He was able to stop his niece, otherwise she would have dried up the entire lake. At that moment, Yoon Wai ran up and screamed that her father had finally found the commander. Gu Ho also ran up to them and was happy. Chan Sung happily told them that they should stop all searches. Yoon Wai ran up to him and asked, hugging him tightly, where did he disappear to? At that moment, the fairies flew in and asked in a panic if their friend was being bullied. Chan Sung saw this and said in surprise that there were monsters flying behind him. Daein pushed Yoon Wai away from him and told them to calm down. These were his new friends, he would tell everyone everything in detail later. His niece ran up to him and banged her head on his chest. She screamed, where was he all this time? She hit him in the abs and screamed that it was already dinner time, but he was nowhere to be found. She was really worried about him. They had to skip dinner to find him. She continued to scream, call him names, and hit him. The protagonist, surrounded by his team and friends, patted her on the head and apologized to everyone sincerely. He thought that the vacation would not last long, and everyone returned to their daily duties. They continued to fight monsters with the team. They stood on the battlefield, and huge monsters were running towards them. Gu was shouted that only their guild was there, so they asked everyone else to evacuate quickly. A huge green monster with a horn from its forehead was running towards them and roaring. The protagonist asked his subordinate to act. Gu Hu accepted the order and began to take hits from the two monsters with fear. The protagonist thought that the team's daily duties included eating 5 dishes rich in mana and training hard. When a request came to exterminate monsters for their team, Gu Hu went first. His growth rate exceeded his expectations. With luck, he will play a big role during the first disaster. He looked at his excellent results and said that he was holding up well, and now he should wait aside. Now it was Lily's turn. He would give her only a minute to do so. Lily prepared her flames in her hands and agreed with him. She thought of an idea and threw the fire at her enemies, causing a huge explosion. She turned around and said with a satisfied look that she had done everything. Now he should buy her a monster burger set. The protagonist was standing with a stopwatch at that moment and said that she was 5 seconds late, so she would interrupt with something else. She fell to her knees and could not believe that she could not. Gu Hu turned to him smilingly and asked if he could join the dinner today too. At that moment, a monster was attacking him, and the protagonist noticed this and, rushing in front of him, cut the monster's body with his sword. The other was very upset that he missed such an important attack. The protagonist said that it was a shadow goblin. It was waiting in the shadows for the right moment to attack. Let them all gather, otherwise they won't get dinner. Gu Hu sincerely apologized to him and said that today he will eat something nutritious and do some extra exercise. The protagonist thought that he was in a good mood. This is what he needed. He praised him with words but with a stone face. He thought that his abilities had reached the level he had in his previous life. He looked at his magic blade and thought that the shadow goblins were no problem for him. His mana reserve had also increased. If he continued like this, he would become much stronger. The protagonist team looked at the rainbow, and Lily then said that the red color was gone. He thought that he was very curious. Will the rainbow disappear in 2 weeks? In order to survive the night with the Simulon, they need to prepare several things. They will need firepower to quickly kill the monsters coming out of the gate, especially the team to destroy the core and a plan to minimize the destruction of the city. Restoring the physical strength of the superhumans and treating their wounds is also important. He took care of the last one. All that was left was to prepare for the rest. After a while, Daein was walking with Yoon Wai and Lily in the office. Yoon Wai said that she wanted to report to him about the status of the potion sales, and she was told that the sales would start this week. He said that she should continue to monitor all of this and immediately report any problems to him. Were the conditions for selling food approved? She said that it didn't matter anymore. Even without her advertising, superhumans would stand in line. In the report, she indicated the price for each dish. He carefully examined the sheet and said that the portion per person was fixed and the price was high, which was very good. She asked if she had managed to please him. He asked how Yun Xian was doing. People said that Gale could already move. She said in surprise that no one else could handle this task, and he claimed that he could do it, although she doubted it very much. The protagonist said, standing by his car, that she should rely on him. That was all he had. He thought, why would he be sure to do it? Probably, it was all for the sake of being able to go to the zoo with his niece. He understood perfectly well that this guy had some feelings for her. He looked closely at the document while sitting in the car and said that his friends were in this document. He thought that some of them were at his retirement party. Since his intervention changed the future, there was no guarantee that they would meet again. He put the piece of paper in his jacket and said that he would take care of this. Yoon Wai was also sitting in the car and asked if he needed anything else. She really wanted to work with him for a while before he went on a week-long vacation. He asked his driver how long it took them to get to work. The driver answered that the journey took about an hour. He said that it was quite far, and that the driver must have a hard time. The driver happily replied that he was fine and that it was not a burden. She asked if her commander would like to move to the apartment next to the guild headquarters. The driver was very surprised by this proposal. The protagonist turned to her and said that then they should prepare an apartment for the driver as well. They should do it quickly, let it have enough rooms for his entire family. He will pay for everything. She smiled and accepted his task. She thought that he was a rather strange person. The driver panicked and asked what his commander was saying. Daein politely and loudly said that he would be much more comfortable there. He had a lot of money, so he should not refuse such a good offer. The driver awkwardly laughed and asked if he was sleeping or if it was his birthday today. The protagonist turned away and thought that if there were potions, then money would not be a problem. He cannot evacuate all his loved ones like this. He still had a lot of work to do. After a while, Minju wished the protagonist's team a safe trip. Daein stood with a backpack on his shoulders and said that he should take care of the house in their absence. Lily pulled her backpack up and said that he definitely couldn't escape. The other one agreed and smiled at them. After a while, the protagonist and his niece were walking in the forest and saw Guho standing next to a broken rock. Daein hinted to her that they shouldn't make any sounds. He said that they should just move on because he was very determined and busy. She was surprised by this, but decided to just agree. Guho clung to the rock and said that he was moving too slowly. This wasn't good enough. If he didn't get stronger, the commander would kick him out of the team. The protagonist looked at him from the side and thought, is he still worried about being kicked out? Whatever his motivation, it's good that he's getting stronger, so he shouldn't interfere. He told his niece that they should fly on. She happily said that she would create a shield. After that, she created a shield and they started flying into the sky. He asked her, that was amazing, since when could she do that? She said in surprise that she just tried and it worked. And he couldn't do that? He thought she was a very talented girl. After a while, they arrived at the protagonist's personal treasury. He thought that he collected things that he came across in the forbidden territory there. A good fairy flew up to the girl and said that it was greeting such a big and cute girl. Lily happily touched the creature with her finger and also greeted the creature. Another creature flew up to the protagonist and reported that they had nothing to report because nothing had happened. He said that it was wonderful, they should continue patrolling the caves in that area. The three creatures saluted him and said that they would protect their friend's property. He thought that they had drunk the elixir of life and became as fast as bullets. He uses their powers to quickly contact him in case of an invasion. After some time, they went into the dungeon to various objects and artifacts. Lily asked why they came there. He asked her to wait and thought that the mask makes a person attractive and charming, and the mask also has the ability to change the voice so that it sounds like a speaker. The sage's robe emits an aura when using mana, which is difficult to deal with. The wooden staff shines when you enter mana into it. After a while, the protagonist put on a cloak and took a staff, and his niece put on a mask and changed her appearance. He said that it was quite plausible. She said, touching the mask, that her voice had changed. It sounds quite strange. He said that all their preparations were complete, they need to begin the operation. After some time in the city, a portal was opened on the street, from which many monsters came out. Different guilds fought them and shouted that they were almost done cleaning, there was very little left. And now they killed the last one. At this moment, the protagonist and his niece came out of the portal and removed the invisibility effect. People from different guilds saw this and started shouting, "Who are they? Did they come out of the gate?" Daeng looked around and thought that everything was going pretty well because they had a lot of witnesses. He decided to introduce himself as the mage Aximus from the Gaia continent. He said furiously that he came to warn that disasters would soon fall on the earth. People from other guilds started discussing, "Who are they? What language are they speaking?" They had never heard of such a thing. Didn't he come out of the gate? The protagonist didn't hesitate and filled the staff with mana, causing it to glow. People started panicking and shouting, "What is this?" He told them not to disturb him. He used translation magic. Let him introduce himself again. After which he introduced himself again and said that he asked them to listen carefully to what they had to say. Lily paid attention to him and thought that this was a signal to raise the shield up. After which they flew up a little above the people. He shouted that they had come to warn them. The people shouted that this man was actually a magician. What did they want to warn them about? He told them that the rainbow in the sky was a sign of a curse. When all the colors of the rainbow disappeared, disasters would fall upon their land, opening 1,000 gates to hell. Monsters and demons were casting spells on the earth and the heavens. The living would close their eyes, and the dead would rise. They should all unite and prepare for the coming disaster. The police looked at him and asked, "What does this mean?" He and his niece went down to the ground and thought that they had managed to attract their attention. Some of the people said that it must be very strange that the colors in the rainbow were disappearing. Daeng thought that the special mask made his voice more impressive, and the sage's robe exuded an aura that attracted people's attention. The staff simply emitted light and helped him look impressive, just like a magician. The policeman asked him how they could avoid this disaster. The other one bowed his head and said that there was no way to avoid the disaster, they could only minimize the damage from it. Where was the king of their world? He had to tell him all the details. After some time, in the interrogation room of the Blue House, Sang-wook, who was the head of the support service for superhumans, entered the office with a bunch of papers. He put them on the table and said that the magician was from another dimension, he had never met anyone like him. Daen said that he understood him perfectly well, they were all very surprised, but he only came to warn them of the danger. He thought that even his staff had been taken away. He asked, he was not the king, was he? He begged them to escort him to him immediately. Sang-wook asked why they were so sure that he was not the king. Perhaps their cultures were different, and that was why he looked different from the king of their world. He thought that he would return the staff to him when he was sure that everything was safe. The other one said that now he understood everything. It's hard to believe his words, isn't it? He can read fate, although he doesn't do it very well. Sang-wook exhaled and said, adjusting his hair, that it means he reads fates. The other asked, can't they do it? He sees a little bit how events will develop that will leave an imprint on history, and the fate of great people. For example, he is not a king now, but in the near future he will strive to become one. Sang-wook was very surprised by this and shouted, what is he saying? How did he know about this? The protagonist thought, how did he see this? He knows that in the future he will put himself forward as a candidate for president. And he is also a judge of superhumans who cannot stand it when they commit crimes. He said that he can't say anything more, that's all he sees. An employee entered the interrogation room and said, turning to his superiors, that the president told him that he wanted to meet with him personally. Sang-wook turned to him and gave a sign that he understood everything. He turned to the protagonist and said that he would now escort their queen and that he should take his staff. Daen took his staff with a smile and agreed with him. He thought that the current Blue House had been rebuilt a couple of years ago. The first gate opened right on its roof and a monster appeared from there. As a result, the president and most of the parliament who were there died. The election of a new president only slightly settled the resulting chaos. Now the blue house is sturdy and resembles a military building. He continued to follow him through the corridors with his niece. Sang-wook said that they had arrived. After a while, they entered the president's office. The president greeted the guests and said that he was the president of this country. He had heard, hadn't he? The protagonist introduced himself again, but this time to the president. Lily also bowed along with her uncle and said that they were very happy to meet him. He said that they hoped that he would forgive their imperfect translation magic. The president said that there was no problem for him, so let them come in and sit on the table. The protagonist looked at the chair, said that it was a rather unusual device for sitting. The other one said that it was a device for detecting lies. If they lied, he would immediately know everything. The protagonist thought that this was how they wanted to act. He said that he thought it would be good if he sat on such a chair too. The president asked them to repeat what they had said. Daeng said that they had nothing to hide, perhaps the translation magic was malfunctioning. They both sat down on the chairs and said that they were ready to begin answering. The president asked if they really came from the Gaia continent. The others answered in the affirmative. The president asked if their history of disasters was really true. The protagonist said that it was true, they had come to warn them, and his assistants did not know much about it. The president asked them to tell everything they knew about it. He said that on the day when all 7 colors of the rainbow disappear, a terrible thing will happen. He thought that Lily had misunderstood half of the questions. He would have practiced martial arts and could control his breathing, pulse and sweating, so the lie detector would not work on him. And his nieces were probably very hungry and could only think about that. The president asked the staff to remove all the utensils from their guests and leave. The staff complied with his request and left the office. Daeng and Lily stood up from their chairs and stretched. The president apologized to them and said that he had doubted them out of caution, but the situation called for them. The other one said that he understood everything perfectly well, he would have done the same. The president said that he wanted to ask them a personal question. Before a disaster happened, could they help him fly to another continent? The other one did not understand his request at all and asked again. The president asked with a worried smile, surely it was safer there? Since they had come from there to warn them, it was quite possible. Daeng asked him if he was serious. He's a king, and he wants to abandon his people and fly away? The president screamed that he was not a king at all. He just got it, that his place is worthy of him. If they want money or something else, they will take it all. He is fed up with this dangerous world, where it is unknown when he will die. Let them just take him, his family and friends away. The other did not expect him to do this at all. He grabbed his niece and screamed that they were about him and his new opinion, so they are leaving right now. The president screamed that they themselves said that they would help him. The other screamed that he will never know what is in his heart now. He does not need anything, he rejects his offer. The president said that there is no need for this, but he has no other choice. At this moment, the first awakened titan stood behind him, who removed the mask from his face. Suho activated his magic, causing everything around him to glow green. He stood in front of the main character in a belligerent manner, which made him think that he couldn't look him in the eye, and his body began to shake. He laughed and coughed. Suho asked if he was laughing now. Daein asked how long he was going to continue this prank. He was a real king, right? Another asked how he knew about it. He replied that he noticed his huge star of destiny. He thought that he was a hero who brought order to South Korea after the opening of the first gate. After awakening his powers, he mobilized the police force to protect the citizens, and after the presidential election, he built the Blue House and began to govern the country. He dedicated himself to bringing order to the city and rebuilding the country, so all the people of South Korea know about it. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Disaster Response Center, Suho stood in front of the council and said that before the meeting began, he would like to introduce them to a new friend who brought them a prophecy. And next to him is his assistant. Daein introduced himself to the council and said that he really hoped that they would listen to him carefully. He told them the essence of the problem, and in the end he said that this is all that is dangerous about this disaster. The council began to discuss it. After all, this is a rather unusual event, a disaster. He thought that all the people who gathered there were very big shots. Chan Sung shouted, 10,000 monsters? They must be very strong. Also sitting there was the demon king Tae Jin, the ice queen, Hwang Ji-hai. Not far from them sat the Iron Wall, Min Tae-woong. All of them were the first to awaken. The protagonist thought that to be more precise, this title was given to the 5 strongest people from among the first to awaken. They helped destroy the monsters and stabilize the situation, like Suho. Suho stood in front of the microphone and said that he plans to declare a state of emergency in the country tomorrow morning, and he will try his best to prepare for the disaster. He asked them to help him with this. Taejin told them to wait. How could they believe such an unrealistic story? Taewung smiled and said that he agreed with his friend. After all, he looks like a liar. Someone else said that declaring a state of emergency has no basis, these are hasty decisions. What evidence is there? If this is a lie, then will he compensate them for the money and time spent? Suho raised his hand and told them to shut up. He's already checked everything, so let them not forget what happened when the first gate opened. If nothing happens, then they will manage without any accidents, which is also very good. They will suffer huge losses if they do not prepare for a disaster. Taewung said that he worked so hard on this. Although do they know about it? At that moment, he suddenly jumped out of his seat and ran to the protagonist. He thought they were about to be attacked. He took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. Taewung appeared next to Lily and trapped her in a hold. He grabbed her mask and said that it always irritated him, so he should just let her not move and he would just take off the mask. She started screaming that he was asking for trouble. The other one asked why she was wearing it. Probably so that they would not recognize her. After a very short period of time, the mask on her face fell to the floor, and she turned into a cat. Everyone who was present was very surprised by what was happening. Lily continued to meow in the body of a cat. The protagonist picked up the mask, and someone asked, wasn't she human all this time? Daein picked her up and said, I'm putting a mask on her so that everyone would calm down. He didn't know anything about this at all, so I was wrong. The cat continued to meow. He said with malice in his face that showing your face to people is a huge shame for a representative of the race. Therefore, when she went on a journey with him, she always carried a mask with her. He thought that in case such a situation arose, he coordinated his actions with his niece. In addition to the fact that the cat mask changes the voice, it also has a spell that transforms the wearer into a cat if the mask is removed. Therefore, Taewung, his train of thought was wrong. What will he do now? Suho got angry and yelled at him to apologize to their guests immediately. Taewung felt very awkward and wanted to try to apologize to the foreigners. Lily continued to meow aggressively at him. He said that he sincerely apologized for removing her mask without permission. The protagonist thought that his niece had perfectly played the role of a cat. He held her in his arms while she meowed furiously and got angry. He thought that the next day, Suho announced a state of emergency through television and radio broadcasts. The news reported that the citizens of the country should know the main news. He was standing there today to report the crisis that had befallen South Korea. The protagonist thought that there was a bit of a commotion after the announcement, but everyone quickly adapted. The military, police, and superhuman guilds immediately began large-scale military training. Some time later, Daein and Lily were sitting at the table having lunch. Someone approached them and said, addressing him as a sage, that he had heard that they were leaving today. The other replied that this was indeed the case. The interdimensional travel spell was almost over. He would have to return in a few hours. He asked if he could ask him for a small favor before he left. The other agreed with him and said that he would definitely do his best. He said that there were books there that had been obtained during the restoration of the country. He had selected only those that were in good condition. Maybe he could look at them like a great sage. He knew that time was short, so let him try to check only the most important ones. The other began to get up from his chair and said that his knowledge was rather meager, so he should not expect much. He thought that this man would probably see him as a slave, not a great sage. The other said that he was overly grateful to the sage. The protagonist walked through the library and thought that if he didn't take into account spoken language, the only languages he knew about written language were the languages of the Gaia and Nirim continents. He only knew things related to magic and martial arts well. Suddenly, on one of the shelves, he noticed a book and asked, "Aren't these the secret records of the Sword Emperor?" He thought that the human child was Namgun Yahello, nicknamed the Sword Emperor in Nirim. This really was the language of Nirim. Was this emperor really the one who left the record? The guy approached him again and asked, "Maybe there was something wrong with this book?" Daein slammed the book shut and thought, "I'm not sure if this is the real thing." He needed to check this book thoroughly. He said that this book seemed to be written by the devil himself. The other one was very scared and screamed, "How could this be written by the devil?" He asked, "Are there any other objects at the place where they found this book? Like a sword or something like that?" The sword also contains devilish energy, so it is a takeover of humanity that holds this object and will harm people. The guy began to panic and said, rummaging through his phone, that he will check this information right now. Dayan thought that it would be perfect if he could also find the divine sword that the same sword emperor used. The guy said that he was reported that they did not find any other object. In the destroyed cave, only worn-out clothes were found and this book. The other smiled and said that he was glad to hear it. In his head, the protagonist was very upset by this outcome. He put the book in his robe and said that the book was very dangerous, so he would take it with him and seal it. Their king is very busy, so he does not need to report this. The guy agreed with him and left. Dayan read in that book that he was born an illegitimate son of the Namgung family. Although the heavens gave him a talent for martial arts, he was constantly discriminated against because of his background. He could not even observe the development of martial arts in the noble Namgung family. After his lord passed away, he stole all the family records of elixir martial arts. When the protagonist read the introduction, he thought that the introduction of this book was not interesting to him at all. The last part was what he already knew. The Sword Emperor, who became a high-class master, fought with a heavenly demon and, after winning by a small margin, disappeared. At this moment, Lily came to him and asked what he was doing with this book. She was quite bored in there. He told her to play alone for a while. He really wanted to read this book before dinner. And since she was so bored, she should also take the book and read, as she would definitely not disturb him. She ran away and got angry at him because of this. He shouted that if she was going to go for a walk, she should come back immediately for dinner. He thought that now he could have some peace and quiet. He read in the book again that due to the invasion of the demon cult, a great war with the heavenly demon had broken out in the central plain. The Sword Emperor had no choice but to intervene to stop it. The difference between them was so small, so barely noticeable. If he had been born as a legitimate child in the Namgung family, he would have been able to master the perfect martial arts a little earlier. Only after many years of the heavenly demon's rampage did he return to the Middle Lands. A cart without an arm or a leg, he would have been called a loser and everyone would laugh at him. However, the reason he committed suicide. The protagonist was very surprised and thought that this gentleman was too talkative. He continued to leaf through the book and nervously asked, "The heaven-destroying mind technique. But why was there so much written there?" Well, after a short search, he found what he was looking for. He read in that book, "Does he, the son of man, want to learn the best martial art in the world? If the answer is yes, then let him bow to that book, swear that he considers the book his mentor." In the end, he defeated the heavenly demon with the so-called heaven-destroying mind technique. Child of man, he put the experiences and enlightenments he had gained in the Great War and his whole self into the book. He thought he seemed to have got to the bottom of it. He read again in the book that he had explained the essence in simple language that even a monkey could understand, so once he read it, he would immediately understand what was going on. He spread the book out on the floor in front of him and said that he should try it once. He activated his abilities, used his mana. He thought that there were 3 main levels of meditation. Accumulation, this refers to how much internal energy is accumulated in the dantian. Stability, this refers to how stable the energy is in the body. Emission, this refers to how quickly the energy is released. Stability, accumulation and emission work together. While the Great Sea of Mind technique, which he mainly practiced, pursues only stability. The heaven-destroying mind technique is a perfect harmony of the 3 levels. In other words, it is the perfect technique for meditation. He overexerts himself a bit, and says that he now understands why the Murimians are on the verge of death trying to master the ultimate martial art. That's enough for today. It was just about time for lunch. Why hasn't his niece returned yet? At that moment, he notices that a portal has formed in the window behind him. He runs to the window and shouts that a gate has opened there. Monsters are about to appear. A minotaur jumps out of the portal on the street and roars. The people on the street start to panic and shout that a monster has appeared in front of them. They must escape from there. The protagonist jumps out of the window and activates his shield in front of the citizens. He shouts at them that until reinforcements arrive, they should not go beyond the shield. His magic will protect them. The people start to thank him for such a huge help. He thinks that maybe he should test the power of the mind technique that destroys the heavens. At that moment, the Minotaur swung his sledgehammer and roars loudly. Daing prepared his staff for battle and said that if he used magic, the royal palace would be destroyed. He had no choice but to fight with physical strength. When the Minotaur hit the ground with his weapon, he was able to jump away from his opponent. He rose above him in the air and activated the glow of his staff. He was able to distract the monster with his staff and hit him in the face with his fist, causing the monster to fly back several meters. He was very surprised that the Minotaur was quite weak. When the Minotaur ran up to him again with his attack, the other asked why it was so weak. Is it really the Minotaur? After that, The monster hit him again with his weapon, but the protagonist did not fall under his blow, but was able to swing and deliver his fist. He thought that this was not a weak monster, but he had become many times stronger. He needed to quickly master other spiritual techniques. He continued to fight the monster for some time. After a long fight, Lily flew up to him on a shield. She almost burned their identities, but was able to figure out how to get out of it in time. She said that she had arrived to him. He asked where she had been. She said that she had eaten with a friend. He asked her with serious concern, had she already managed to make friends with someone in such a short time? At that moment, many different monsters appeared from the portal next to them. Daein paid attention to this and said that he did not want to cause damage to the royal palace, but there were too many monsters, so he had no choice. He asked his assistant to help and shouted that let the fire become rain and fall on the enemies. At that moment, fire began to fall from the sky on the monsters, causing them to fall and scream. Sang-wook watched this and said with admiration that this was the highest magic. He brought superhumans there. The protagonist thought that in the distant future, a statue of the great sage would be erected in the square of the Blue House. After a while, Suho thanked the sage heartily for his help and bravery. Daein stood next to his assistant in front of him and said that he was only doing what he had to do. He really hoped that they could stop that disaster. One of the staff members gave him a case with a reward. Another said that this was their gratitude to them. Although this gift was insignificant, let them accept it from everyone. The protagonist was very surprised and shouted that he could not accept it at all. The other said that then they would not let him go back. The protagonist's mouth began to drool and he said that he thanked them for such a generous gift. He wondered how many high-level magic stones were there. He said that it seemed like his time there was running out. He used his shield ability and said that it was time for them to go back. They wished them good luck in the future. Lily waved at Ji-hai and said that she was talking to her new friend. The protagonist smiled and said that he really hoped that they would all be safe and sound. After a while, they were close to their shelter. Daein called Min-jae and asked, did he protect the house well? Lily happily said that she wanted to try his cooking. He climbed out of the tent and shouted happily, where have they been all this time? They had a disaster there. The protagonist was very surprised and asked what happened there. The other shouted that when the rainbow in the sky completely disappeared, a disaster would befall them. According to the president, countless Vrotas would appear. At this moment, the protagonist and his niece looked at each other and said that everything became clear to them. Is he telling the truth? Min-jae panicked and shouted, why are they laughing? Min-jae said with tears in her eyes that Gu-ho went to an emergency meeting. He asked me to tell him this when he returned. That's why he waited for them so long and anxiously. The protagonist said with his arms folded that he was a great guy. He would go to the guild right away. After that, he looked at him and thought that, to be honest, he thought that he would run away and there would be no one here. It was commendable that even in such a situation, he continued to wait for them. He smiled and told him that he chose the right side, so let him pack the necessary things. The other one was happy and agreed with him. Daein thought that they had less than a week left. He looked at the rainbow and said that they would all go to the guild. After some time in the guild, Yoon-wai yelled at the commander, where have they been all this time? They had an emergency meeting, so she kept calling him, and he even turned off his phone. Does he even understand how serious the situation is? He turned away and said that that guy had already told him everything. Min-jae and Lily came up to them and said hello. She said that they had met at the lake before. It had been a long time ago. Were they really planning to evacuate? The protagonist smiled and asked if there were any rooms available for them in the guild. They would stay here for a while since they had decided everything. She grabbed his hand and asked if he was doing this because of the gate. She would call someone to escort them, but right now it was more important for him to meet the leader as soon as possible. He replied that then his team should move all the luggage and rest for now. They agreed not to. Yoon-wai made a sad face and asked if he knew that he was the only one who didn't show up for the emergency meeting. That's why even a person like the leader was seriously angry. Daein asked if he just didn't answer the phone on his day off, and he was already getting angry? At that moment, Gu-ho approached them, surprised by the appearance of the leader. Everyone else greeted him. The protagonist asked if he had been living well in his absence. Gu-ho remained silent at first, and then tried to hit his leader. Daein was very surprised by this. He was able to dodge and asked angrily, has he gone crazy? Why is he attacking out of nowhere? The other one landed on the floor and tearfully said that he was just very happy to see him. He was already beginning to think that he had abandoned him and left. He addressed him by name and said that even if people pointed at him and dismissively called him a slave, he would never abandon him. He offered him his hand and waited for an answer. Gu-ho looked at his commander with admiration and began to extend his hand. The protagonist thought that this person in the team was too useful. Lily approached Gu-ho and admiringly said that he was very good and a big kind person, so she would not abandon him. He thanked her and was very surprised at how she twisted his word. At that moment, the protagonist approached the door and knocked. Yoon-wai indicated to the leader that the commander of her team had returned and came to him. Chan-sung invited him into his office and asked him to sit down. The entire team sat around the head. Yoon-wai told him not to be too angry because the commander was out of range. The leader said that he did not need any excuses. Had he heard the news about the disasters? The protagonist said that he had already been informed about everything. Another said that the great sage Aximus had contacted him and given him a prophecy specifically for him. The protagonist thought that he should leave the 7th Night Squad alone and leave them to the Wheel of Fate. In that case, he would bring light to all of them. Chan-sung said that no matter how much he thought about it, he felt like it was his team. Yoon-wai said that the 7th Night Squad seemed like his team. Gu-ho agreed with him. Dae-in felt embarrassed and thought that even though he had said it himself, it was rather unusual to hear his words from others. He said that when disasters began, let them give his team free rein. They would handle all the problems themselves. Wasn't that what the prophecy said? He thought that eliminating monsters wherever the guild saw fit was a waste of time. It would be better for them to destroy the core of the main gate after gaining free rein. The reason why the disaster is called the Night of the 7 Moons is because among the gates, 7 special gates with different colors will open. When the main gate, which is the root of the surrounding gates, disappears, it will take away several dozen nearby ordinary gates into oblivion. In the form of Aximus, he transmitted the information about the 6 main gates that must be destroyed. He remembered telling the leader in the form of a magician that there is a red energy that seems to be beyond his vision. He does not catch its location. The other one told him that everything is fine, although he is a little sorry, but the available information is enough. The protagonist thought that the only thing he did not tell was the location of the red gate, because the spiritual stone is located there. This time, his dream of beautiful skin will come true. Chan-sung said that he also thought so, but could the prophecy be so simple? Yoon-wai thought about it and said that perhaps there is some hidden meaning. Gu-ho scratched his head and said that it was hard for him to understand because the words in the prophecy were too abstract. Dae-in was very surprised by their thoughts and said that the great sage who decided to help them made some complicated prophecies. He thought that there was no need to twist his words. His team looked at him and began to think about his words. He thought that he had told them that there was no hidden meaning in the prophecy. After much persuasion, Team 7 was given free rein. 3 days later, in the training hall of the White House, the sounds of fighting came from the room. The protagonist stood in front of Gu-ho's shaking body and asked if he remembered how exactly the mana moved through his body. The other tried to concentrate and sadly said that he did not remember it. He said that he would do it again, so let him pay attention. He thought, are you sure his blood flow is correct? He looked closely at the Sword Emperor's notes, and thought that the Golden River Flow technique in the Sword Emperor's secret notes was a martial art that focused on external attacks, so the breathing method was simple. This art only strengthened the body and helped with basic techniques, but it was extremely useful for Gu-ho. The other one continued to stand in a difficult athletic stance and experience many blows to his body. He was moaning but trying his best. The protagonist walked up to him and asked, "Do you understand a little now?" The other one said that nothing much had changed in his mind since last time. He thought that the Sword Emperor wrote that it was so simple that even a monkey could be taught, so why couldn't he do it? Deng asked him again if he could do it now. The other one said that he seemed to be getting the hang of it a little. He said that he should be able to feel it little by little. The other one said that he wasn't sure about it. He got really angry and shouted that this was the 30th time he had shown all this. He doesn't even reach the level of a monkey. The other one was scared and a little upset about it. He said that whether he understood or not, he would try to train on his own. The main character exhaled with resentment and said that let him do so, he had things to do, so he had to leave. He thought that only the purple color of the rainbow remained, the disasters of which were right under their noses. After that, he went up to his niece and watched her eat the chicken. She paid attention to him and stopped eating for a while. He asked if she liked it. She looked at him happily, holding the chicken bones in both hands, and said that it was very tasty. He bought 3 boxes of chicken. And has he already dealt with all of them? He came closer to her and said, wiping her mouth with a napkin, that if so, then let her get up. It's time for her to work off this food. She got angry and screamed, is that why he bought them for her? He thought that inside the red gate that they would enter when the disaster began, there was a valley of flames. Since the area was filled with flames and boiling lava, they would have to walk while enduring the heat. The mandatory item to fight the local boss was the ice dragon's fang. He said that by an unexpected turn of events, something different happened. After a while, the building was the headquarters of the Black Hound. The protagonist flew on his niece's shield to this building. He said that the building turned out to be his former employer. He thought that before he returned in time, the Black Hound Guild was the place where he worked as a slave for 3 years at the age of 20. They had to change the color of his hair with Lily's magic potion. The work-life balance was upset, and he could only remember the vacation because it was given for the injuries he received. If he had healed his knee back then, his life would have been a little different. Just like now, when the sword chi energy changed when reproducing the heaven-destroying mind technique. But thanks to the hellish work there, he knows everything about the headquarters layout, surveillance cameras, and the location of important facilities. They entered the building through the window, and he told his niece to climb after him and be very careful. Around the same time, in the Black Hound's security control room, one of the guards said that everyone had gone instead of evacuating, and they had to stay on duty at a time like this. Suddenly, the guards noticed one camera that was turned off. One of the guards shouted that the more he thought about it, the angrier he got at them. Why do they have to be there in an emergency? The markets and stores will soon be completely empty. Another shouted, no one locked the door, right? As soon as the disaster starts, he will rush headlong instead of evacuating the guild. The first guard noticed and asked why one of the infrared cameras was turned off. The other asked why it wasn't working. Maybe the lens was broken. Suddenly they realized that it was a camera showing what was at the entrance to their room. They started to panic and scream that the camera was right there, right in front of the door. At that moment, someone entered the room and neutralized them. They did not understand at all and only made a few sounds. The protagonist sat down at their chair and told them to sleep soundly until tomorrow morning. After that, he pressed a button and said that he had not been there for a long time. Suddenly, an alarm began to spread throughout the guild that an emergency had occurred. An emergency had occurred. Someone had entered the head room. The members of this guild began to panic and scream, "What happened there? Who is this crazy fool?" At that moment, in the surveillance room, the protagonist said that there were 4 people and they were armed, but they did not look like superhumans. All employees in the building should go there. The members of the organization agreed with him and said that they were heading there right now. After a while they reported that they had arrived at the place and were going out there. But there was no one there? Maybe the culprits had escaped? At that moment the room they were in began to close. They packed up and asked what was going on there. The door began to close. Why was the wall going down? They are requesting communication with the security control room. Let them unlock all the doors. At this point, the protagonist smiled and said, stretching out on the chair, that the intruders were caught. They must be extremely bored being locked up, so he would turn on some music for them. After a while, Dae-ing and Lily broke the entrance to the storage room. She began to admire what she saw there. He mockingly thought that people were saying that managing Geldy was difficult. At this moment, his niece was looking at all the exhibits and admiringly said that everything glittered very beautifully. Did she understand correctly that this was gold? She ran up to him and asked, "Will they take everything that was there?" She only wanted one specific thing. He said what she wanted. They had no need to reward themselves with useless junk. He thought that he needed to take a closer look. The room with special weapons, the room with items obtained by killing monsters, and the place to collect items from another world whose purpose is unknown are right there. He went into the room with the exhibit and said that they took good care of the safety of this thing. He would take it with gratitude. He put it in his pocket and said that now they should go back. Lily came up to him and asked where they were going now. She was curious about what else was there. And he asked what she meant. She pointed her finger and said that there was a lot of magical power hidden behind that wall. He was very surprised that she felt it, after which he activated his iron hand and said with a smile that she should step back. He broke that wall with one blow, after which they saw 2 huge artifacts. He said that this was great loot. She was a great girl, so as a bonus, he would buy her 3 cheese balls. She was very happy about this. He began to pull the prey to his hand and said that he would absorb the next spiritual stone, so she could gobble up the rest. He looked at his hand and thought that nothing had changed much. Was it worth it for him to consume so many spiritual stones? He only had claws. After a while, he told his niece that he would consider that he had been paid all the severance pay that he had not received during his time. Now they had to go home. She agreed with him. The next day, the rainbow had completely disappeared. Lily was very upset that she had not gotten her cheese balls. The protagonist promised that he would buy it next time. After a while, at the third evacuation site, Daein exhaled and his body began to shake. Seola pulled him to the other side because he was starting to worry about him. He asked if something good had happened to the commander. The other exhaled and said that he had finally received all the benefits due to him after retiring from the company he used to work for. People from the other guild started looking at him and wondering what was going on with him. Yesterday, the guild's stash was completely emptied. People said that there was no information at all about who the culprit was. This happened at the fourth evacuation site. The protagonist said that he was owed a lot, but now the problems were over. Someone said that he must have had a very hard time. He said that the equipment setup was complete, so let them check everything thoroughly. He walked forward and asked, pressing his earphone, if the team members could hear him. Lee Nam said that he could hear him perfectly. Nam happily said that the connection was fine. After that, the protagonist turned to his battle team and asked if they were ready to go. Lily said that she was extremely uncomfortable. Guho became embarrassed and said that these clothes were very embarrassing. The protagonist said that his niece was wearing armor that provided high protection, and the other one was wearing a battle suit made of a new flexible material. This is a unique equipment that was created especially for the two of them. What kind of weird pose is this? Is he going to stand like this during the fight too? Guho stood there in an embarrassed pose and shouted that it would be a different matter when he activated the petrification. The protagonist thought, is he going to petrify this part of his body too? At that moment, Yunwei came up to them and said that the people he mentioned a few days ago were safely delivered to the evacuation site. He was happy about this. She asked, aren't these his friends? Does he want to meet them? He said that now is not the time for meetings, so he will meet them later. He thought that he asked for a personal favor, to provide protection to his friends who were with him at the retirement party. All of them had lost their entire families during the first disaster in the past. This time, something like this will not happen. Chan Sung shouted that the disaster could strike at any time. He will definitely stop it. The protagonist approached Yunwei and said that he heard that the leader was so excited that he had not slept a wink all night. She told him that this was true. Sometimes she felt like she was raising her. Chan Sung shouted again for the disaster to come sooner. The other turned away and said, well, anyway, he thought that with such resources, he could really stop it. Because a huge guard had gathered in the city, and everyone was prepared for this event. Suddenly, the people heard a loud stomping from behind them and panicked. They shouted that it was a monster. It was their allies. The allied forces. Daein smiled and said that it was that boy Yun Shin. Apparently, he had succeeded. In front of him stood a huge robot that his friend had built. Lily ran up to the robot and asked with a smile, is it a snowman, is it true? Yun Shin said that it was not a snowman, but her friend. Daein walked up to his niece and said while pulling her hood back that the voice was coming from inside. Apparently, he modified it so he could sit inside. She grabbed the robot and said that she wanted to go too. He asked if he even put on his combat uniform. Did his mother allow him? Yun Shin confidently said that she would keep them safe. The protagonist got angry and said that about this, there should be a time and place for love. Yunwei noticed something and yelled at him to look somewhere. The sky had changed. He looked at it carefully and said that it had all started. Let her go back to the command post. Many different portals appeared in the sky. There were many monsters on the city street, screaming very loudly. The soldiers began to discuss this, that there were too many monsters, how would they deal with this? The protagonist thought that this was just the first wave, but their knees were already shaking. He yelled that the enemies were just simple monsters that they had already dealt with countless times. Everyone should focus on preparing for battle. Everyone needs to take up battle positions. The soldiers started shouting that fire support was in place. They had to try, there was no other way. The protagonist thought that everything was fine now that they had come to their senses. They could be trusted to protect the evacuation site. They shouted that they needed to open fire. Large military vehicles launched missile shots. Someone shouted that the superhumans were primarily dealing with the monsters that had come close to the base. The number of monsters was growing, and explosions were thundering in the city streets. Chan Sung joyfully ran towards the monster and shouted, laughing that they had finally arrived. It had been so long since he had been on the battlefield. The protagonist thought that the leader had decided to destroy the dark blue gate that looked like a steel prison. Chan Sung shouted that he would destroy everything, including the blue gate. He continued to fight the monsters and chopped off their heads. The protagonist thought that the special gate was decided to be divided between the first awakened and the professional team of superhumans. He plans to move separately and accidentally start the gate of the red core. He turned to the robot and said that he should keep his eyes open because this is a battlefield. And Xing said that he will follow him. The other one exhaled and said that time is running out, so he should cover them if necessary. He agreed with his commander's decision. Dayan said that the 7th team should take up battle positions. They will start their own operation right now. As the army moved out to fight, the protagonist thought that from now on he should pretend that they are moving without a special purpose and head towards the Red Gate core. Siola said that monsters are approaching from all sides. The other one replied that they should not dilute the speed, let the cars go in a crescent shape. He accepted his order. The protagonist thought that he was not used to dealing with combat weapons, but for a superhuman with 20 years of experience, something like this is a piece of cake. At the moment when they were already approaching, several monsters ran towards a large military vehicle and growled. Someone from the team said that there should be monsters right ahead. Another ordered the vehicles to move only forward. He hacked monster after monster, standing on a tank. He shouted that there, at the crossroads, let them turn right. Let them beware of the monster corpses. The team accepted his order. Dayan asked his niece if she was ready for battle. There were many different abominations there. She activated the flames in her hands and said belligerently that she was ready for anything. He pointed his weapon at the place and said that then she should attack those monsters. She charged a huge charge of fire at the crowd of monsters and shouted that she would quickly deal with them and go to the meat buffet. Sola said that they should move through the fire. Or maybe they should not slow down, let them continue moving. Lily continued to release fire at the monsters and wrap her team in fire. At this moment, Yongxing looked at her inside the robot and admired her greatness. She shouted that she was going to gobble up all the portions. The protagonist smiled and thought that she knew how to eat. He shouted in a warlike voice that everyone needed to move forward at full speed. They needed to turn left at that hospital. And after 2 blocks, turn left. He thought that was great, because just a few more meters and they would be there. Sola said that there was something on that side. Wasn't that the red gate on top of the hill? The other thought, just as he thought, and not exactly there. Sola said that this must be what the sage meant in his prophecy. Daing shouted that Team 7 should go out into the red gate. At that moment, something began to emerge from the red gate. Everyone accepted their leader's order. The team then watched carefully to see what should appear under the gate. At that moment, a giant Tyrannosaurus, a flame variety, appeared in front of them. The monster roared very loudly at everyone. Sola transmitted that there was a monster 1 kilometer away. Should they slow down? The protagonist said that for now, they should hold on to the speed they had. He thought that if they lingered there, other monsters would appear for their souls and they would be surrounded. He shouted that Gu Ho could go and attack. Another jumped from the roof of the tank and said that he would show what success he had achieved in training. A huge mouth of a Tyrannosaurus opened in front of him. He activated his ability petrification. He grabbed the monster's large teeth and stood in its mouth. The protagonist thought that this was the golden mana of the Golden River Flow technique. The bastard, he still managed to master it, although the speed was slower than that of a monkey. Gu Ho tried his best and puffed. Dayan told Yongxing that it seemed like his turn had come to provide them with support. He himself claimed that he could provide them with protection. The other was surprised by this and prepared to fight. He accepted the order and flew on a robot straight to the head of the Tyrannosaurus. He was able to fly past its mouth, which is why the monster tried to eat him. And Xing flew past its mouth and grabbed the monster's big tail. The protagonist looked at it worriedly, but the Tyrannosaurus pushed him away from its tail. Dayan, Gu Ho, and Inam shouted out loud that they wanted to ride that thing too. After a while, the protagonist chopped up the huge Tyrannosaurus. He approached the monster's body and thought that a monster of such a huge size must have something interesting inside. He chopped the body into pieces and found a chi energy core. He thought that people were saying that this thing had a good tonic effect. At that moment, Gu Ho came up to him and shouted that the monsters had started moving again. The protagonist was very surprised by this and said, smiling, that then they needed to jump into the gate. After a while, he thought that in order to destroy the Red Core gate, they needed to kill the fire giant sleeping in the volcano. After a while, the protagonist's entire team finished replacing their armor. They began to look very attractive and warlike. Dayan said that the refreshing effect of these clothes was much stronger than he expected. He looked at his clothes and said while stretching that it was not just the helmet that was equipped with them, but also all the protective gear, so in the future they would be very comfortable moving around in such conditions. Sola moved his head and said that all this gear was made by Enxing. He is really a very talented guy. The protagonist thought that, as expected, he did the right thing when he asked him about it in advance. Enxing walked up to Lily and spoke to her. He extended his robot hand and asked if she could press it. She agreed with him, but after that, she pressed it and asked what it was. Suddenly, a flask flew out from there, which surprised her very much. She caught it and thanked him heartily for it. He became embarrassed and blossomed with love. The protagonist said that if everyone is ready, then they should move out. His entire team accepted and agreed with him. After a while, Seol-ah reported that time monsters had appeared ahead. The lava dogs were running and barking at his team. Gu-ho jumped with his attack at them and shouted for them to leave it on him. Daein thought that he had become quite dashing. He took out his gun and said that he would then brush up on his shooting skills after such a long time. Gu-ho stood in front of the fire enemies and said, "Let it attack him. After all, he is no stranger to hot." The glory dogs attacked him while continuing to bark. At this moment, the protagonist fired his cannon and created many blocks of ice around him. He thought that thanks to the iron golem, he could relax a little and shoot. How good that he decided to prepare a firearm with liquid nitrogen in advance. Gu-ho was very surprised and said that now he felt cold. Daein ordered Yongxing to put the finishing touches. The robot flew onto the battlefield and destroyed the blocks of ice. I thought this world was quite comfortable. The protagonist said that they needed to keep moving at the same pace. There should be a fire centipede ahead of them. The whole team accepted his order. He said that they should then face the fire slug. The whole team was charged with success. After a while, Lily exhaled sadly, and her uncle paid attention to it. He asked what was happening to her. She said that her fire was no longer effective. He replied that it could not be any other way. Let her just rest. She became upset and asked why she needed to rest. She was of no use now. He continued shooting and shouted, what was she saying? When they were completely finished there, she would have many opportunities to have fun, so she should be ready. She got angry and shouted that she did not want to act like that. Then she fell silent and smiled. The war machines were approaching the volcano. The protagonist asked everyone to stop for a second. He thought that there had been no difficulties moving forward so far, but this lava lake was a huge problem. The 3 cars stopped near the cliff, and then the protagonist said that there were no monsters near the lake. The medic team should bring back the corpse of one of the creatures. The medic handed over the corpse of the creature on a tray and told them to take it. The protagonist threw the corpse of the small monster into the lake, and then a huge dragon emerged from its hiding place and ate it. Daein said that if they started crossing without checking, a big disaster would happen to them. He looked at his team and said that they first needed to catch this creature. Maintenance team, do they have a giant fishing rod? Even a disposable one will do. Sola asked puzzledly, does he want to chop up this snake? The other one replied that they should at least try. After that, Sola asked him for a minute to come up with something with this information. Daein turned to his team and said that this was great, and while they were waiting for the fishing rod, they should choose bait. Daein said that Yunxing and Gu-ho should play rock paper scissors. They looked at each other and did not understand why he asked them. After a while, Gu-ho was crying and screaming, flying in the air, and Yunxing held him with his hand over the lava. At that moment, a huge snake jumped out of the lava and put the bait in its mouth. The protagonist shouted that they now need to pull. The robot abruptly pulled the snake onto dry land. Gu-ho, inside the monster's mouth, said that he should now look. Once inside, he should take advantage of this. He opened his weapon, causing the monster's mouth to pierce through. The protagonist shouted for the robot to pull with all his might now. Yunxing began to pull, causing the huge snake to jump out of the lava and land not far from them. The team leader asked if his subordinates were okay. Gu-ho reported that he was okay as he jumped out and saved them. Suddenly, they both noticed that someone was starting to crawl out of the volcano. Daein thought that they should not say that a fire giant was coming out of the crater now. Did he wake up because they made a little noise? They would have to reconsider their strategy. First of all, they needed to deal with this snake and let it go. The giant snake hit the protagonist with its tail, causing him to jump into the sky. Gu-ho grabbed its tail and said that they needed to act now. The protagonist shouted that the robot should attack from the left side. Yongxing activated the weapon in his hands and attacked the monster, accepting his leader into the team. Daein thought that this monster did not give them a second to regroup. They tried and tried to kill it from different sides. But no attacks worked on the monster. How strong are the scales of the monster? Suddenly, the giant snake splashed out a nasty green liquid from its mouth. Dayan shouted, jumping away, that they should dodge. Yongxing caught a piece of liquid with his iron hand, causing his hand to melt. The protagonist thought that Yongxing did not have enough experience to face this kind of monster. Another said, controlling the robot, that the robot has a self-healing function. He told him that he knew it very well, but he should still retreat while he distracted the monster. He told Gu Ho that he also needed to return to the camp and check his condition, and then he should go back. Gu Ho agreed with his commander's decision while keeping the huge monster on his tail. Inam turned to the commander and asked if it would be okay if they fought alone. 2 of his team members flew back to the base. The protagonist continued to fight and said that he had no problem with it yet. The other one said over the special communication that they were investigating the area with cameras. But now, compared to the snake he was facing, Dayan was wary and said that he knew everything very well. That bastard on the mountain is a much bigger problem, isn't it? The other one said that it was because he was about 40 meters tall. Perhaps it was because of his size that it was approaching too fast. The protagonist continued to fight the huge and long monster. He thought that the closer the giant was, the more he realized its enormous size. Before returning, the attack on this place was organized by the first awakener, wasn't it? But now, the one opposing him was him. And a snake monster to boot. He searched for teeth and thought, what should he do in this situation? He exhaled and thought. After a while, he transmitted to his team via a special communication that Team 7 should board their cars. They should sit in the deep rear and wait for his signal. Gu Ho, Lily, and Yunxing looked worriedly towards the battle and worried about their leader. Dayan thought that this was his original plan. He had to catch the snake monster in the lava lake. Then, he had to stab the body of the fire titan sleeping in the volcano with the ice dragon's fang. But in order to do this, he had to quickly escape before the fire giant awakened. And finally, he had to hunt this weakened ice dragon. It was a flawless plan. The main characters took a fighting stance and said that all of his team members should go to the rear and wait for him to call them. Gu Ho was worried and asked what happened there. How could they leave him and go? The other replied that didn't he know that when whales fight, shrimp die? If they stayed there, the same fate awaited them. At this point, they needed to make the whales fight each other so that they would drive each other to death. After a while, he jumped out with his attack on the huge snake and charged it with blue energy from the tail itself. He thought that it was a flying step of energy, but destroying the heavens. Almost at the very end of the monster's body, he jumped on its mouth, and the monster splashed green liquid on him. Dayan managed to cut off the snake's tongue, causing the monster to spin and twist in pain. He ran away from the monster and shouted that he was already there. Why couldn't he see it? He touched the earphone and seriously asked if everyone had managed to move to a safe place. Gu was shouted that he didn't want that. He would definitely go to the monster. The protagonist almost lost his hearing from this shout and coughed. He passed and said that they should do everything to prevent Lily from entering the battlefield, even if she resisted them. At this moment, the fire giant was getting closer and closer to the snake and the protagonist. He ran and thought that the heat from this monster was so strong that despite the presence of protective equipment, it became very difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, he noticed that the snake began to attack him. The monster growled and hit the place where he was standing with its tail. Dayan was able to jump away from there, after which the monsters noticed each other's presence. The huge titan pushed the snake away, causing it to grunt. The protagonist thought that this was exactly what he wanted. Let them start the fight. The snake stood up after the attack and began to look maliciously. For several minutes, the huge fire titan looked at the large snake monster. The titan took a blow, but the snake was able to return. The snake splashed its green liquid on the titan, but it did not work for the titan. Dayan stood aside and said, smiling, that this is a great fighter. He thought that he only had to wait for the right moment and use the fang of the ice dragon. It would only have a good effect if he stuck it in the area near the heart. He took out the case with the fang and waited. He put on gloves and thought that as soon as he had the opportunity, he would plant the fang in the monster's chest and escape. The snake began to clasp the giant's arms, after which it grabbed the head of its opponent. The titan tried to free itself from the grip and groaned. The protagonist thought that if he did, the taxi would be just in time. He used his skill concealment. He slowly approached the battle with a weapon and a fang in his hands. He got closer and jumped up from the stone. The fire titan looked around and noticed that a threat was waiting for it, so it activated a fiery blaze around its body. The snake monster began to scream from the titan's attack, and the other grabbed its opponent by the throat. The protagonist stood there, and a lot of blood flew around him, so he thought that this could go crazy. He jumped on the huge titan and used the ability of flying step of energy that destroys the skies. He thought that anyway, he was drunk with victory, he needed to hurry and attack it. He jumped closer to the monster's heart, but the titan began to attack him with its hands. He screamed that it was unexpected and he needed to activate the shield. The titan pressed him to the floor with all its might, but when it pulled back its huge hand, there was nothing there. At that moment, Lily asked him if he saw it. She stood up confidently and said that without her, he almost died. He turned around and asked why she came there. She confidently said that she was there to work off the cost of the food. The fire titan began to scream again and exude a lot of flames. Lily put her hand in front of her and screamed that she would destroy it. The protagonist began to worry and screamed for her not to do that. The titan gathered energy inside itself, after which it began to absorb the fire around it. After the titan had eaten, it exhaled smoke. Lily looked at it in admiration and asked if it could devour fire. Maybe it could do that too. Daeng was upset and said that was why he told her not to attack. He thought it was like pouring gas into the tank. He dropped his weapon and Fong when his niece saved him from certain death. What should he do now? He said sadly that first they need to go back and devise a new strategy. Lily told him to listen to her admiringly because she thought she could do it too. Suddenly, she began to suck in the air around her, which caused the titan to start moving fire towards her. She began to devour the fire, and the titan tried to stop its life energy. The protagonist watched in shock and thought that this was a special sight. She continued to attract fire to herself and eat it. The fire titan tried to run away from her and screamed. The protagonist thought that it was really running away from his niece, just because she has a higher level of fire control? But this is the boss. After a while, the fire titan's body began to shake and dried up without fire and lava. Daen thought that this was quite an amazing strategy. He never thought that victory could be achieved in such a simple way. Lily ate up all the fire with an admiring face. He thought that soon after the destruction of the Red Gate, the other main gates were also destroyed one by one. The disaster was averted faster than last time, and within a week, most of the construction companies and citizens had volunteered to rebuild the city. Min Jae ran past the construction site and shouted that they had to move faster. They had to finish this today. He told the first head of the Cheon support squad that this was not done at all. Daen thought that this had happened to them from Team 7 as well. Gu Ho was carrying a huge beam and asked, "Where should we take it?" The builder told him that this beam should be taken there. Yongxing was sitting in the robot's body and welding the components. The builder asked the 7th team, "I think these guys called the 7th team the White House Guild, right? Usually people who come from the Superhuman Guild don't do manual labor at all." Min Jae asked with admiration, "What good is a person who just chills in the guild? If his help is needed somewhere, then he must run headlong to provide it." The builder said, pouring him a mug, that they are really grateful to them for such a position, so they should all shudder. Another thanked them for this. He said that everyone else should also rest a little. They should at least eat something. And Nam, admiringly, said that the builder was right. The builder asked, shaking his head, that they all work hard, and what's so special about that person who does nothing? They looked at him awkwardly and did not understand at all. After a while, they said that he or the Lord, that is, the commander. Let the builders not misunderstand him. He just has not yet healed the wounds he received in battle. At this moment, the protagonist and his niece were lying on the deck chairs and resting. The builder shouted, "What other wounds?" His snow-white face says that he has never encountered difficulties in his life. And Nam awkwardly answered that this is not true at all. It was the commander who offered to provide support to society. The builder said that such a young man is lazy after all. Gu Ho got up from the table and said that he had eaten and was ready to work. What else did they need help with? One of the builders coughed and said that it was time for them to wrap up and get to work too. Another builder answered that this is quite true. The builder said that everyone who wants to help them should follow him. They need to go there. Gu Ho accepted his order with a smile. The protagonist thought that after the disaster ended, the interdimensional gate would not open for 31 days. After all, according to the last prophecy left by the great sage of Aximus in his guise, the gate had not opened in the past few days. Therefore, thanks to this, many people united and quickly rebuilt the city. Also, the superhuman guilds also had busy days. They got rid of the corpses of monsters and conducted research. Yunwei said, smiling and addressing him formally, that she was watching how he was still resting. He looked at her, distracted from reading. She happily asked if he was bored of doing nothing. He said, relaxing in a chair, that he was not at all tired of resting. After all, his dream was always to spend his life doing nothing. Lily happily said, looking at them, that you need to be unemployed with a lot of money. He thought, holding back his irritation, that she was just a walking ulcer. However, considering her merits during the raid, he would give her a rest. She exclaimed in surprise as she looked at him. She said, examining him and speaking formally, that his skin had become so perfect. He asked, smiling and stroking his face with his hand, had they finally noticed the changes in him? He thought that this was the special skill, flesh change, activated by the fire giant's spiritual stone. After all, he could now enjoy life in a body with beautiful skin even after retirement. He said, smiling and showing off a trick with his ability, that he had undergone a series of procedures a few days ago. She asked, looking at him with admiration, what kind of procedure did he undergo? Where could she undergo it to? Could he give her the contact information of that place? He said that they had gone bankrupt and gone out of business. She said, smiling sweetly, that he shouldn't be greedy. Let him share the information with her. He asked, looking at her suspiciously, did she come to ask him about this? She said that was not the case at all. He thought that even though there was still half of the mana of the spirit stone left, he had found another use for it. She said, handing him the documents, that she came there to report on the potions. They had managed to increase the number of production facilities to 3. However, the supply was still not enough. There had also been inquiries about partnering with them. He thought, taking the documents with the report, that the BD potion was exploding in popularity after it played an important role during the disaster that had occurred. After all, it was made from the drink of life and was currently exclusively supplied by the White House. Also, thanks to this potion, people who were supposed to die were able to survive safely, and even those who were destined to live the rest of their lives as cripples were able to recover. It was estimated that the number of deaths had decreased by 1/10, so the demand would continue to increase. He said that they had done an excellent job. However, if it was not too much trouble, he politely asked her to decide the partnership issue on her own. She said with a smile, looking at the document, that her next report was about the body of the fire giant. He said with an indifferent look that he was not interested in the details of the report. The main thing was to leave him 20 kilograms of skin, bones and blood, and dispose of the rest at their discretion. He asked if she had any more reports. She asked, sighing tiredly, if he would take part in the joint funeral ceremony for the fallen. He said, settling more comfortably in a chair and putting his hands behind his head, that it would most likely be crowded, so he refused. She asked, looking at him in shock, then why did he request information about the families of the dead? He said with a serious look that he decided to feel like Santa Claus in the summer. After some time, at the funeral ceremony for the fallen. The president said sadly, bowing his head, that 7 days ago they had been fighting a gate anomaly phenomenon, better known as a disaster. 427 people had died that day. Among them were soldiers, police officers, and superhumans who were someone's parents, children, and friends, and everyone was a citizen of this country. Therefore, they would never forget the sacrifices of these heroes. The people in the square mourned their loved ones. Young-woo asked, turning to her mother, when would her dad come home? The woman said, turning to Young-woo, that she had to understand one thing. She said, turning to her mother, that she should not cry. She asked, hugging her mother, what if Santa Claus did not come only to her? Therefore, she had to behave well. She said, calming down, that her daughter was right, and she would not cry anymore. The president thought that he did not have the courage to face the great sage. Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement high in the sky. One person who noticed this shouted that everyone should look up at the sky. Another asked, are there monsters in the sky? After all, the prophecy said that the attack would not happen anytime soon. Young-woo said, looking surprised and turning to her mother, that Santa Claus was flying up there. A ring of fire appeared in the sky, which scared the people. The president shouted, waving his hand, that everyone should stay alert. Let them protect the civilians. He said angrily, activating his abilities and jumping up, that he did not know who it was, but it was unforgivable to appear at such a moment. Suddenly, a bright flame lit up the sky, from which a Christmas sleigh appeared. Young-woo shouted joyfully, turning to her mother and pointing with her hand, that she should look up. After all, Santa Claus really came to them. The children happily rejoiced at the fireworks that covered the sky up there. Then the fairies appeared, singing a melody loudly and using their abilities to create a colorful view up there. One employee asked nervously to the president if they should expect an order to destroy the monsters. He said with a smile that the order had to be cancelled. The employee asked in surprise why they had to do that. He said with a relaxed look that it was not a monster that had flown to them there, but Santa Claus that had appeared. After a while, on the roof of the White House building, Lily said with a joyful jump that they had left presents in all the houses there. She had a lot of fun doing it. Dayan said that they had all worked hard. So now they could go and eat something delicious. She said with admiration that she was so excited. Yunhai asked if they had flown there safely. He said with a surprised look at her that everything had gone according to plan. The sleigh and the suit had come in handy. She said with a smile and politely turning to him that it had not been difficult to get it. However, in return he had to be told why he had made such a plan. She said that providing financial support to all the families of the dead was in some ways a very difficult task. He said, looking away, that he did not even know how to answer this. He thought that all the dead were soldiers, policemen and supermen, and most of them were the heads of their families. Therefore, these families most needed real help. After all, government subsidies can't be called subsidies because the amount of money is small. He said with a smile that it was simply within his power to do so. However, he had decided to do so because he had the opportunity. After all, he often slept during the day and was idle, and when he got bored, he would help those who were having a hard time. She looked at him seriously and said nothing. He said that he would be able to continue living well even if he stuck to this lifestyle. She said with a heavy sigh that she was really very worried about it. He asked with a smile why she was so worried. Was she afraid that he would become too soft-hearted and spineless? She said with a coquettish wink and a smile that she didn't think so at all. However, if he continued in the same spirit, she would really fall in love with him. But she still thought he was a nice young man. He said sternly, leaving the roof, that she could take up the romantic relationship somewhere else. She said angrily that he should just tell her that. Is there a chance that he is just playing hard to get? He said with a heavy sigh that he actually heard everything. After a while, they came down from the roof together. Lily said, running happily, that it is a party. So she will grab everything there today. He thought, looking at her nervously, where did she learn such a word? Minjae said with a smile, politely addressing the protagonist, that they should quickly pass there. Guho said with a smile, addressing him formally, that they have finally waited for them. Dayan said that they worked hard when they were busy rebuilding the city. Youngshin said, embarrassedly addressing Lily, that he prepared this table of food especially for her. She happily said, calling him by name, that he is the best. He asked, sitting at the table, why are there only 2 chairs? Unfortunately, he will have to bring another chair. Youngshin looked at him indignantly. He said, wiping her face, that she should eat carefully. She said, closing one eye, that she understood him. He thought that she had never talked about her parents until now. He asked, addressing her affectionately, if perhaps she wanted to see her family. He said that she had never talked about them. Maybe she missed him, or was curious about how her parents were doing. She looked down sadly. Youngshin asked if he had scolded Lily for some misdeed. He said that it was not that, they were just having a serious conversation now. If she did not want to, she did not have to answer him. He asked if she wanted to meet her parents. She said with a sad face that she wanted to see them, but thought it was impossible. He said, putting his hand on her head, that then she should go and meet them on the Gaia continent. She cried out with surprised eyes, that her poor head. He said, smiling and removing his hand, that it had been a long time since he had spent time sightseeing. He also needed to buy some items. So they could drop in on her parents in the meantime. She said she agreed. After a while, Lily ran through the dark forest, fleeing. She called out to the protagonist, noticing his back ahead. She screamed, grabbing his hand, that she needed his help in saving Wendy. Suddenly, she saw that she had made a mistake, and it was a man in a mask. He asked, grinning maliciously, was she telling him this now? Lily screamed, waking up from a nightmare in her bed. She cowered in fear and breathed heavily, trying to calm down. After a while, she asked, opening the door to the protagonist's bedroom, was he sleeping now? She said, climbing under the blanket with him and waking him up, that honestly, she did not want to go back. However, she wanted to see her mother, because she had given Wendy companionship. She asked, cowering in fear, were they all really doing well, weren't they? She said, turning to him, that she had always been hungry there. She told him that she had lain cuddled up to her mother at night. Her mother said that she was very sorry. Lily tried to support her and understand her. Her mother had apologized to her very often. She said that everything was fine, she was very glad that she was next to her. She remembered another day when her mother had said that her daughter should listen to her very carefully now. She touched her cheek and said that she should go to work as a servant in a very rich house. If she obeys her masters, she won't have to go hungry. Does she understand that? Lily agreed and said, hugging her mother tightly, that she would definitely return to her later. After a while, Lily was taken into some kind of carriage and was being taken with the other children. One of the children asked her what her name was. She was surprised by this and asked what they wanted from her. Suddenly one of the girls said that her name was Wendy. She was a little cold, so could she sit closer to her? Lily hesitantly allowed her to do so. The other one sat down next to her and thanked her with a smile. She said that she was very warm. How old was she? They began to discuss ages and came to the conclusion that they were almost the same age. After a while, the man in the cloak opened the tent and said that the children should get out. The children began to get out and discussed where they were. They were told that they should go to the city. Suddenly, the man in the mask pushed him and slapped him on the ground, which made the children very afraid. He said that they had better close their mouths and silently follow him. Lily remembered that she and Wendy were locked in a huge cell. The children who arrived with them disappeared one by one. After that, the memories are very foggy, but one thing will remind you. How did these people put her friend on the operating table and discuss how many surgeries this was? That's right, the essence of the spirit of fire, blood and a splinter. Everything was successfully implanted. Another man in a cloak asked if the body was rejecting them. The first one answered that there were no symptoms yet, but the probability was very high. They needed to get started. Another one said that the reaction to this had already begun. The first one said that success was already ahead. The brand had been successfully placed on her body. Another one said that their cherished wish would finally come true. The first one asked if there would be any side effects. The other one said that it was still unknown, but even if it happened, it didn't matter. The girl would become a monster anyway. Lily remembered that from that day on, she began to feel even more hungry. Wendy then offered her her food and gave her bread. She could not accept her share at all, but her friend persuaded her very much to do so. Wendy then said that if she did not eat it, she would throw it away. Lily drooled and said that she would eat her portion then. She was very embarrassed in front of her friend and apologized every time she ate her food. Wendy told her that she understood everything perfectly, and everything was fine. She remembered that she once suggested that she escape. Wendy showed her her ability and told her to look at it carefully. She asked how she did it. The other one answered that she herself did not know how it happened. Lily thought that her hair color had changed. The other one suggested that they should escape. She, of course, was not against this event. After a while, she screamed for these nasty people to let her friend go. The man in the mask held Wendy by the neck and said that she was firmware. He did not expect that she had already awakened. Why did not she tell him this before she would not have to suffer in this cell? Lily was also grabbed by the man in the cloak, which made her try to get out and scream to let her friend go now. Wendy got really angry and screamed, "Let the ice flows hit the enemy's face so that he died." The man in the mask used his ability and said with his smile that she didn't even leave a scratch on him. He screamed evilly that in the future, when she becomes a puppet, she will do great things. Wendy was really angry and thought that even if she had to die, she would never go back to the cell. They started to pull her out, but she used her ability and screamed for her friend to get out of there. Let her at least be able to. Lily watched as those evil people carried away her friend. The man in the mask screamed, "How dare she do this?" Wendy used her ability and froze those evil people. They started screaming and trying to resist. Lily was able to awaken her abilities and enveloped her enemies in fire. She was able to get out. Her hair began to change color, and she said in surprise that she, like her friend, had something. The man in the mask shouted that both girls had already awakened. Why did his subordinates stand still? Let them grab them both at once. Wendy defended herself and shouted that her friend should collect her thoughts. Because now is the only chance. Let her friend go. Lily looked at her friend with hope and sadness. She decided to listen to her and ran away while a frosty whirlpool was spinning behind her. She thought that she would definitely come for Wendy, so she should wait for her. The people in cloaks were running through the forest and shouting that they needed to run in that direction. Let them catch them right now. What if they ran to and shouted, "Where did the gate come from?" They should go after her. The gate was already closing. Lily entered the gate that appeared and thought that she would definitely return to this forest and save her. In the present, the protagonist silently looked at his sleeping niece. He said that she told him about the goblin mask. After a while, he approached Chan Sung and told him the whole situation. He became very angry and shouted, slamming his fist on the table, that he was even in his right mind right now. They had just recently experienced disasters, and he was asking for a month's leave? Doesn't he know how busy the guild staff are? Dayan calmly replied that he definitely needed to take a leave, and he had a personal request for him. The other one shouted that he didn't know what he was talking about, but he couldn't do it. If he wanted to take a vacation, he suggested that he give him about a week next month. The protagonist frowned and thought that he really didn't want to resort to such a method, but it seemed like he had to. He calmly asked Yoon why what the expected profit from the BD potion was this month. She thought for a moment, and couldn't find the words. He said that he heard that the number of orders was so high that they couldn't keep up with the production of the potion. So he had an idea, shouldn't he focus entirely on supplying just that? Chan Sung was scared and shouted, "Is he getting at something now?" Daein said that people were saying that the value of the loot from the major enemies was enormous. However, even if they combined the achievements of all the teams, they wouldn't compare to the success of Team 7. So should he stay in a guild that treated him like that? The leader hung his head and asked, "Is he threatening him now?" The protagonist asked what the compensation amount was for breaking the contract. Chan Sung got angry and shouted that he understood everything. Didn't he just need a vacation? He is too heartless. The other one sighed sadly and said that he was very grateful to him. When he came back, he would buy him a gift. Chan Sung sighed and asked, but what was he going to do for a whole month? He replied that he needed to find one person. Yoon Wai said that if it was a search, they would do it much faster. Should she connect the search networks? He turned to her and said that there was no need to do that, he should handle it himself. He would definitely take her there, and one bastard along with her. He smiled and thought that he would definitely finish him off. He decided to remind his boss that he wanted to remind him of the request. Chan Sung had already given up and asked what else he had there. After that, the protagonist shared this information with him. The other one cautiously asked, was he even in his right mind? That evening, in the White House apartment that was for rent, Daein and Lily were standing in the room and looking at the object. He told her to look, it was a map of the continent of Gaia. He showed her a drawing on a piece of paper and said that the place she mentioned was approximately in that area. She asked if her house was there. Suddenly, someone knocked on that apartment. He asked if she had invited anyone she knew there. She replied that she had not. Yun Xing's mother came into the apartment with her son and asked, after saying hello, if they would mind if they came in for a while. The protagonist said that of course they could come in. Lily greeted her friend. He modestly responded in kind. His mother said that this was the reason for their visit. But her son wanted to voice it himself, didn't he? Yun Xing nodded his head and said, turning to his uncle, that he also wanted to go on vacation with Lily. Daein put his hand to his chin and thought that this was wonderful. In fact, he had been chatting about the vacation so much that the news had reached him. Traveling was easier when he had a master who could make anything out of anything with him. He asked if he would be allowed to do so. They would cross the control zone, there would be dangers everywhere, and they would have to face a lot of surprises. And Xing shyly said that he could just take the golem with him. The protagonist asked his mother if she was okay with it. She said that she was fine with it. He was not the type to refuse to go because of a ban. She just really asked that they return him safe and sound. Daein smiled and said that this was very good, he would return safe and sound. And Xing walked up to Lily and asked shyly that even though he was weaker than her, he would try his best to be useful. He sincerely put his hand to his heart and looked at her with loving eyes. Lily became embarrassed and lovingly answered him that then everything will be fine. Late night, the White House building. The protagonist, leaning against the wall of the elevator, thoughtfully looked at the door. He could not believe that one day he would come here. After some time, he went out to the 12th underground floor, where Baek Chan Sung's personal training hall was located. Chan Sung, stopping at the fence, turned around slightly and, looking at his watch, noticed that he was late. Daein objected that he came 10 minutes early. Chan Sung asked impatiently, is that true? He was so anticipating that he decided to warm up. Unexpectedly, he asked for a 3-day one-on-one duel with the protagonist. Previously, when Chan Sung offered to fight, the protagonist always evaded the answer. In response to this request, Daein only laughed awkwardly. There are stronger warriors on the Gaia continent than those on Earth now. He needed to test the effectiveness of the martial arts he had mastered by studying the records of the Sword Emperor. Chan Sung was the strongest superhuman he could easily arrange a meeting with. He was a suitable opponent. The protagonist reached for the handle of his sword and said that he was counting on him for the next 3 days. Chan Sung replied that he was counting on him too. He then turned around and, taking a fighting stance, said, so isn't it time to start a little warm-up? Daein looked at him with an awkward smile and said, Chief, you were too daring during the day. Chan Sung shouted, less talk, more action. He then resolutely ran forward, and the impact caused a powerful explosion. 3 days later, Lily looked at Daein and asked, Uncle, what happened to his eye? Hearing no answer, she got angry and clenched her fists, shouting, "Did someone hit him? She'll give him a good beating." The protagonist, putting his hand on the bruise on his head, said that it would be better if she started packing the luggage. Thanks to the 3-day duel with Chan Song, he was able to master the martial arts of the Sword Emperor. However, yesterday, as a result of an unsuccessful repulsion of the attack, he was mercilessly beaten. Then he drank the potion and thought, how did the world manage to give birth to such a monster? Some time later, in the White House, in the lobby of the first floor, the guild leader raised his hand and said, "Commander Lim, he's finally down." Smiling, he said, "Today is the start of his vacation. He's already burning with anticipation, right? He must not let himself be beaten." Dayan put his hand on the handle of the suitcase with an awkward smile, and said that thanks to him, no one will be able to beat him up now. Then he turned to the guild member and said, "By the way, Gu Ho, he will lead the 7th team in his absence." The tank hit his chest and jumped up in fear. He shouted, "Can he do it?" The protagonist made a hand gesture and clenched his teeth, saying that if he doesn't act seriously, everyone else will become the same. If the team's reputation is ruined by the time he returns, he should prepare for the consequences. Does he understand? Gu Ho, getting nervous, replied that he will try his best. Min Jae walked up to him and gave him an encouraging slap on the back. And the protagonist thought that he didn't know yet that he was one of the best tanks. Then he turned to Min Jae and told him to make sure that Gu Ho does well in everything. He replied with a smile, "Yes, sir." Then he turned to Yin Wai. She looked at him embarrassedly, and then closed her eyes. He looked at her seriously and asked, "Is there a speck of dust in her eye?" She grabbed his hand and said indignantly that he didn't know that you have to kiss for forgiveness. He pulled his head back and asked, "What is she talking about?" He just wanted to ask her to do his bidding properly. She asked, "Is he intentionally exploiting her?" The protagonist saw the lit-up eyes of the leader who came up to her from behind and thought that he wasn't ready to die yet. Then he and Lily turned around, smiled and waved goodbye. The protagonist said that he would be back soon, and Lily promised that they would see each other soon. The leader wished them a good rest. Chan Sung put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said with a smile, "His beautiful daughter. Why does she have such a worried expression?" She awkwardly looked away and admitted that she felt uneasy, as if they would never see each other again. But was that really the case? He assured her that there was no need to worry about that. Commander Lim was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. In particular, he himself had almost gotten into trouble yesterday. She asked, "Was it true?" He confirmed it, and clenching his fist, said that when he returned, he would challenge him to another fight. Until then, he needed to devote himself to special training. Dayan felt goosebumps on his skin and wondered what was going on. He suddenly felt uneasy in his soul. After a while, they found themselves in a shelter in the forbidden area. Young Shin looked at the protagonist in surprise and called out, "Uncle?" He replied that he should not pay attention. Did he say goodbye to his mother properly? Young Shin answered in the affirmative. Dayan looked at him and said, "Okay then." He also assured her that the trip would be safe, so he thought she wouldn't worry too much. On the way here, he heard that the vacation trip was a lie. They were planning to go to another dimension to get Lily's mother. Young Shin looked at his phone screen and said that nothing was important when it came to Lily. He had already prepared everything. He also modified the golem as he asked. He showed her the screen of his phone with the remote control and said that if you press here, the golem would appear in the next moment, and in a few seconds it would turn into a carriage with an iron horse and harness. Lily looked at it in admiration and said how cool it was. Young Shin scratched his cheek in embarrassment and said that the golem originally had the function of transformation, he only adjusted it slightly. The protagonist wondered if it was even possible to achieve such a transformation by making minor adjustments. The master said that there were other forms, but he would show them later. For now, the carriage was enough for them. Then he covered himself in aura and walked forward, offering to open the gate first. The next moment, a cloud of energy appeared in front of him, and below was a pentagram. The Gaia continent and Earth are already connected, the passage is just closed. The fixed gate should open on its own in a year, but if you use the spiritual stone, you can open it right now. He took out the stone and clenched it in his fist, and then a cloud of energy appeared in his hand, which flew forward and made the pentagram on the ground glow. The protagonist turned around and said that they need to get on the carriage. Lily looked forward excitedly. Dang looked at her and said, "Little one, they are moving out." She looked at him with a smile and agreed with him. Then the carriage passed through the portal. The city was engulfed in flames, and screams were heard everywhere. "Find him, even if you have to turn everything upside down. Spare him. He begs, just not the child." The old man tied to the tree, with despair in his voice, addressed the guy with the club. They, vile bastards, deserve to be punished. How can they do such a thing? The guy, standing in front of him, said that it would be nice if the old man told him everything he knew. He threatened that if the old man did not talk, everything would end very badly. Or does he wish death on his children and grandchildren? Quickly answer, where did they hide him? A resident of the city watched what was happening, hiding behind a tree. He said bitterly, damn it. Taking out his sword from its sheath, he thought, headman, he cannot allow him, his benefactor, to die like this. Forgive me, teacher. Stepping forward, he shouted, bastards. He is the one they are looking for. The next moment, a carriage appeared on the ground, and someone exclaimed in surprise, something suddenly fell from the sky. The guy, opening his mouth in surprise, thought, what is it? Could it be a teleportation spell of great power? He said it looked like a carriage. And at that moment, the protagonist got out of the carriage and said, God, his bones. Scratching his cheek and looking around, he said that if he had known that everything would be like this, he would have gotten into the carriage immediately after arriving here. Huh. Seeing the city engulfed in flames and the bandits, he said, that's not much. Lily, looking out the window, asked, what's wrong with him? What's going on outside? The protagonist slammed the door with a sharp movement of his hand, causing her to hit her head, and told her not to go out yet. Looking at what was happening again, he said, they waited for the moment, of course, that's right. At that moment, a villager knelt down in front of him. A cut was visible on his hand, the edges of the wound were oozing blood, and his hand was shaking. Not far away, a woman with tears in her eyes was covering the mouth of a child with a trembling hand, who was standing with his hands folded in a prayer pose, and covering his eyes full of tears, his whole body was trembling. Seeing this scene, Dae-ing turned to the attackers and shouted, they vile people! Do they even know what kind of village this is? In this village, the gate leading to the land will open in a year. Therefore, if this area develops, the value of his land will increase significantly. Then, Hoken Allen knelt down in front of him, looking at him with hope. He asked for help, addressing him as a master magician. Dae-ing, looking at him with surprise, asked, a magician? Is he his? Hoken Allen confirmed his words and said that given the teleportation of such a large scale and the unusual carriage, he must be a magician who has reached heights he never even dreamed of. If he helps them, they will reward him in full. Then he handed him a bag full of gold coins. The protagonist reached for the bag with a smile and asked, reward? He liked it. He thought he grabbed some magic stones to exchange for cash, but things turned out much better. Then Allen, seeing his interest, said, great. If he takes care of these thieves, he will pay him 10 times more. The man asked in surprise, what? Is he a real mage? The robber next to him asked, did they accidentally interfere where they shouldn't? Then their leader pointed his finger to the side and, angry, shouted that they were all useless fools. That man next to the mage was clearly one of the people they were looking for. And his comrades must be nearby too. They should call all their guys here. They agreed with him. The leader turned to the protagonist and, pointing his finger at him, shouted, hey mage! He should take the money that was given to him just now and get out of here as soon as possible. Dae-ing ignored him and counted the coins in his bag, and the robber got angry and shouted, hey, is he deaf? But the protagonist looked at Allen and said that there were 35 gold coins in there. He said that he would pay 10 times more if he dealt with those thieves, right? The mage smiled in confusion and confirmed his words, saying that it would be like that. The protagonist then asked if he should just kill them for 700 gold coins. What was he thinking? He widened his eyes in despair and stretched out his hand forward and asked, what? As much as 20 times more? Dae-ing turned around with a sharp movement and said that if he didn't want to, he could forget about it. The mage grabbed his shoulder and, trying to turn him around, shouted that he would pay. The protagonist then thought that he was going to do it anyway, so he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, the leader, pointing at him, shouted to his subordinates to shoot. Kill that bastard! Before he uses magic. Arrows flew at Dae-ing, but at that moment he used a shield, and the arrows did not reach them, and he opened the carriage door and said, children, they can go out. First, they must put out the fire. Getting out of the carriage, Lily said, good. Then she waved her hand, and all the fire that engulfed the village ended up in her palm. She directed it into her mouth, and closing her eyes, noted with surprise that this fire did not taste good at all. The people watching were amazed and exclaimed, this is incredible. This girl is also a magician. The leader of the bandits, turning to his subordinates, ordered the ogre to be brought. He believed that a magician was nothing without protection, and the next moment a huge ogre appeared in front of them, spreading his arms, opened his mouth and began to scream loudly. Dayan, turning to Yunshin, asked him to deal with the ogre. He replied yes. He then sat on his horse-shaped iron golem and patted its neck and said forward. Alan, seeing this, was astonished and thought, is this a golem? How is this possible? The ogre, seeing the target in front of him, ran forward, swinging his axe. When he got close to the target, he struck, but the blade of his axe crumbled, and he looked at the result in surprise. The next moment, the golem grabbed him by the shoulder and began to strike, causing the ogre to fall to the ground. The bandit cried out, his ogre is defeated. How can this machine be defeated? They must run. They then ran forward, but a wall of fire rose in front of them, which he looked at in surprise. His colleague, having received a blow to the chest, said, unexpected fire. The bandits were hit again and again. Dayan was pushing through them, attacking with his weapon. However, their leader shouted at him to stop. He pointed his club at the headman tied to the tree and warned that if Dayan made another move, he would finish off the old man. Alan cried out excitedly, oh my God, the headman! Lord Mage! He is his benefactor. He is begging for help. Dayan looked at him and asked, is that man the village chief? Then he should save him. The robber smiled and said that if he wanted to save the village chief, he should put out the fire and remove that horse. And he, the magician, should throw his sword aside. But the next moment, the protagonist was behind him. The robber continued, saying that if he did not do this. But he did not have time to finish, and his headless body fell to the ground. The protagonist, standing nearby and putting his hands in his pants pockets, thought that the art, which was a combination of concealment and a flying ball of energy that destroyed the heavens, was the first time he used it in a real fight, and the result was not bad. He then noticed a piece of paper under the body and hid it in the inside pocket of his coat. Some time later, the heroes were sitting at a laid table in one of the buildings of the village. The village chief lowered his head and said that as the village chief, he was extremely grateful to them for saving the village. The protagonist replied that he had paid him for the favor. The village chief said that if it was only about money, he would not have spent such an expensive potion to heal the villagers. He then extended his hand forward and asked that they make themselves at home today. He hoped that they would also enjoy the dinner. Alan smiled and placed his hand on his chest, apologizing for the disturbance, and said that he was truly grateful for what they had done. Would it be okay if they joined him for dinner as well? The village chief extended his hand to his side and said, of course, they may pass. They should all sit down over there. He then asked, would your dear guests mind? The protagonist replied that he did not care. After thanking him, he sat down on a chair and introduced his comrades, saying that these were his companions. In front of him was his wife, and this person over there was his escort knight. Dayan sighed and said with a smile, I see, nice to meet you. He was surprised that the man who was not visible during the encounter with the bandits had an accompanying knight. The protagonist glanced to the side and saw Yunshin sheepishly feeding Lily, and she happily accepting his treats. He closed his eyes and thought about how they were looking at him. Everyone present was staring at him, and it seemed to him that they were about to drill a hole into him. Then the village chief asked with an awkward smile, benefactor, is he also traveling? Can he know where he is going? The protagonist replied that his destination was a small village in the kingdom of Teru, where he needed to find someone. Alan's wife nervously turned away, and Dayan thought that these people had something in common. Alan said with a smile that he was going to cross the border. They were also heading to the kingdom. The protagonist noticed that his face was literally glowing with joy. After that, the headman stood up from the table, holding a plate in his hands, and said that he would bring more food. The protagonist thought, benefactor, damn it. It seems that the headman is also involved in their affairs. The magician did not calm down, and folding his hands said, listen, Sir Magician. They have one request of him. Could he at least escort them to the border? Dayan looked at his accompanying knight, and replied that he did not even know. Didn't he say that he already had an accompanying knight? The knight, putting his hand forward, said that he had heard of his excellent skills. Besides, they will be traveling in the same direction. Please, they only asked to be escorted to the border. Dayan reached for the inside pocket of his cloak and thought that he had such an imperious tone, as if it was normal for him to treat the interlocutor with disdain. So, there were nobles in front of him. The next moment, he put the leaflet down on the table with a loud bang and said that he refused their request. He added, this is what the bandit leader was holding. On the leaflet was the face of Hoken Allen, who was wanted. He was a mage of the royal palace. His crime was rebellion. The reward was 100,000 gold. He must be brought back alive. In about a year, A connection would be established between Earth and the Gaia continent, and in half a year, they would begin to fully interact. He did not come to this continent immediately, but he knew some important events that happened here in the past. Now they were in the Hicks Principality, located in the southeastern part of the continent, or more precisely, in a small town called Rowan. If he remembered correctly, there was a rebellion in the Hicks Principality around this time, and there was a high probability that they had something to do with it. Alan, walking forward, asked, "Is this the only wanted leaflet?" The protagonist confirmed his words, and he said, "Okay, then he can hand him over and get a reward, but in exchange he must take his wife and bodyguard across the border." The knight, angry, shouted, "He!" Dayan looked at the magician and asked him, until when was he going to lead him by the nose? He asked in surprise, "What?" He said that the woman sitting there was much more dangerous than him. At first, he was not sure if his guess was correct either, but she was Princess Elena, right? The last member of the ruling family of this country, destroyed in the rebellion. The knight, getting even more angry, shouted, "Bastard! Who is he really?" The protagonist replied that he just pointed his finger at the sky and seemed to have hit the mark. The knight reached for his sword and shouted, "Your Highness! She must stand behind him. And he must step back. Or else." At that moment, he slashed forward with his sword, but the protagonist blocked it with just a knife and asked, "Otherwise what?" The knight clenched his teeth, deflected the sword and shouted, "If it weren't for his injury." Dayan, walking forward, looked at him and said that this was just an excuse. Then he looked at the royal magician and asked, "Maybe they should talk?" He shouted for him to stay back. Then he concentrated fire energy in his hands and shouted, "One more step, and he too." Suddenly, Lily said that this was not possible. The magician dispersed the fire energy in surprise and opened his mouth. She said that if he misbehaved while eating, he would be scolded. "Isn't that right, young Shin?" He, not knowing what exactly was being discussed, simply nodded vigorously. Dayan punched the knight with such force that he flew several meters away from them and fell to the floor. The protagonist asked, "Did he say that he would have enough of them and eat them?" He suggested that they just talk. The village chief, who was standing nearby to the side, holding a sword in his hand, pointed his finger at him and shouted that he was an idiot. Even if he was called a benefactor, he would not dare to touch the princess. Then he resolutely ran forward and shouted that he was a village chief now, but he was once a knight. He was ready to give his life to protect the princess. Dayan quickly approached the village chief and, sharply hitting his fingers on his neck, made him fall to the floor unconscious. Turning to the others, the protagonist asked, "Maybe they would finally calm down." Alan exclaimed, "The princess! She should run away immediately." The protagonist, grabbing his hand, caused indignation. Has he gone crazy? As long as he is alive, no one will dare to touch the princess. Dayan only smirked in response. At this moment, the princess, realizing that this day will come someday, exclaimed, "Stop it!" Taking off her hood, she declared that she was ready to follow the protagonist, but only if he left them alone. The subordinates began to object, but she, beating her chest, declared that she was ready for this. She said, "Here, they can take her with them." Dayan, looking at her, sighed and said maybe she should stop playing the bad guy out of him. He never said he was going to kill her. She, stretching out her hand forward, asked, "Does that mean he won't catch her? And won't report her to the rebels?" He replied that he was still thinking about it. The princess desperately hit her chest and thought that she knew he was no different from the others. Then she declared that her doubts were dispelled. At that very moment, she threw off her cloak and, throwing it in the protagonist's face, pushed off the floor and, finding herself in the air, swung her dagger. Dayan looked at this and asked in surprise, "What?" Dodging the blow, he continued to move forward. Turning around, he thought that the princess also had a surprise. He did not expect this at all. Then the princess, knocking over the chair, ran up to Lily and, holding the dagger to her throat, shouted at him to drop the weapon, if he did not want the girl to get hurt. The protagonist pointed at her, noticing that she had decided to take a dangerous step. Young Shin said, "Lily?" He protected her food. Lily, rolling her eyes, objected that she was actually eating a sandwich. The princess exclaimed indignantly, "Hey, she's not going to keep quiet? She must not touch the sword or she will get hurt." However, the next moment, Lily activated the shield, which sent the princess flying to the side. Freed, Lily hurried back to the table. The protagonist, looking at the princess sitting on her knees, asked, "She's giving up, right?" In response, the princess threw several daggers at him and exclaimed that this was absurd. He, having reflected all the daggers with a knife and using concealment, appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye and, grabbing her by the face, said that she was stronger than he thought. She indignantly screamed for him to let her go alive. He said, "Is she really a princess?" He must check. The princess's hair came loose, and she exclaimed, "What unheard of rudeness." He, hitting her on the neck with his fingers, said, "Now she looks like a half-elf." "That's it," he checked, "now she can calm down." At that moment, the magician and the knight, jumping towards him, demanded that he take his hands off the princess. But he hit them on the neck and asked, have they already caused him enough trouble, and now they're back to their old ways? They had to sit quietly and listen to his instructions. And he asked the two who still hadn't finished eating to help him clean up. Lily replied that she would only finish this bun and that's it. Soon the princess and her subordinates were sitting tied up with ropes. The magician looked at her and exclaimed, "She woke up." She asked, "Were they really captured?" Then she turned her gaze to the protagonist, who was sitting cross-legged on a stool in front of them, and asked what he was going to do with them. He replied that he had not decided yet. He thought about Princess Elena, a representative of the direct line of the ruling family of the Principality of Hicks, the granddaughter of the Supreme Elf Elder, a half-elf of noble birth. Initially, the princess expected a terrible end, and her death could become a spark for an interracial war. But war was extremely unprofitable for him. He raised 3 fingers and said that he was considering 3 options. The first was to sell them to the first person he met. The second was to pretend that he knew nothing and go his own way. Alan shouted that if he pretended that he knew nothing, then she would give him all her money. The protagonist replied that he could just shake them out of their pockets, and that would be it. And the last option was to take them to the elven forests. That was their destination, wasn't it? The subordinates exclaimed in surprise, "What? How did he know?" Daying said that they would go in the same direction anyway. Of course, there would be a price to pay for the service. Elena, if she provided the opportunity to meet her grandmother, then he would deliver her to the elven forest safe and sound. She thought that this offer was not bad. Compared to her request, it was an extremely small fee. She asked why he needed her. She could not make an agreement until she knew his purpose. If he was going to harm her. He sighed and asked if he had such a plan, would he have offered such a deal? She did not answer. The protagonist thought that the purpose of traveling to the Gaia continent was to find Lily's parents, and also find a few items along the way. And to achieve this goal, he should use all the resources at hand. He said that he had one goal to meet the one he wanted to meet with the cooperation of the Supreme Elder. It is said that he has all the knowledge and spells in the world and is the longest-lived creature on the Gaia continent, the wisest dragon Abraxas. If someone like the Supreme Elder puts in a good word for him, he will be able to meet him. It is not such a difficult request, is it? Daying folded his arms and thought about the possibility that the dragon might know about this watch. The princess pointed out that even if her grandmother asked, there was no guarantee that Abraxas would want to meet him. The protagonist said that they just have to help, and then he will figure out the rest himself. After a while, they set off on a carriage. Alan looked at it from the inside with interest and said, "My God, is this hole where the wind blows a temperature maintenance spell? And what kind of chair is this that can be unfolded with just one button? And the magic mirrors around the carriage that reflect direct rays are also amazing. He can't believe that such a carriage exists in the world." Daying sighed heavily and asked him to sit quietly. If the guys wake up, there will be a lot of trouble. The magician apologized. Then the protagonist turned his attention to Leonard, who was driving the carriage, and said that Grandpa seems to be injured. Is it normal for him to sit outside? The magician replied that Sir Leonard was poisoned and has already undergone detoxification. They will switch places later. Perhaps, due to his age, he will need more time to recover. Daying replied, "Okay, the two of them should decide between themselves." Then, turning to the princess, he said that he was curious about something. Elena looked at him and firmly told him not to talk to her. He sighed again and noticed that she had forgotten the rules that had been laid down before they had set out on their journey together. First, she was not to expect to be treated like royalty. Second, she was to follow his instructions without question. Third, until he arrived in the elven forest and met with the High Elder. Elena interrupted him and said that the royal seal would be used as collateral. Folding her hands in her lap, she thought that the seals left in the royal palace were only fakes and that she had the real one, something that even her bodyguards did not know. But how did he know that? He asked what plans Elena had for the future once they were in the elven forest. She replied that she intended to return the royal seal and did not intend to keep it for herself. The protagonist asked with a smile, "And after this she plans to live peacefully in the forest?" An angry Elena exclaimed that she was not going to hide her whole life. She wanted to gather all the forces under her command to punish the traitors and take back her country. Folding his arms over his chest, the protagonist suggested that she was going to start a war, although he would not recommend it. An indignant Elena asked if he was suggesting that they leave the enemies who killed her parents alone. He tilted his head to the side and said that she could do as she saw fit. If she was obsessed with revenge or the desire for success, she could miss out on all her best years. However, this was just the grumbling of an older man, and she could ignore his words. She noticed that he had been lazy and overly optimistic since birth. Dayan, throwing his head back, replied that this was his way of life. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Elena, worried, turned around and said, "Really?" The protagonist asked if the pursuit squad had already caught up with them. Leonard shouted, "Her Highness, Princess. This is the pursuit squad, Marquis of Ormond." An anxious Elena exclaimed, "Have they caught up?" Dayan patted the sleeping Lily on the shoulder and said, "Guys, get up." She, still in her sleep, asked, "Is it time for breakfast?" Then she said that she wanted to sleep. When the guys woke up and lazily rubbed their eyes, the protagonist said that the enemy was nearby. Yong-sin, he should stop the carriage. He looked at the screen of his phone and agreed with him. Leonard shouted anxiously, "Why did the horses suddenly stop obeying him? Are they not going to rush at full speed?" Dayan, getting out of the carriage, said, "Foreman, he should get inside the carriage and rest. After a short stop, they will set off again." Seeing people approaching, he exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking? Doesn't he see the enemies ahead? The enemies are the knights of the principality. They are different from the thieves they encountered yesterday." The protagonist sighed and said that he already said that everything is fine and he should get inside the carriage. When the knights got close enough, Manchi ordered them to be surrounded. He then stepped forward and said, "Long time no see, Sir Leonard." He put his hand forward and said that inside this carriage is that half-elf, right? Leonard shouted at him to shut up, "Viscount Manchi." He called him a vile traitor. Manchi adjusted his mustache and said that he was already a count now, unlike the one who ran away like a mangy dog. Leonard's so-called hero title was laughable to the point of stomach cramps. It was an undeserved title for a man who never became a sword master. Drawing his sword, he said that a hero should have such skills. Then, turning to his knights, he said that he would deal with this worthless person himself. They should not interfere. Everyone agreed with him. At that moment, Leonard held his sword in front of him and resolutely ran forward, shouting, "Idiot!" Manchi easily parried his blow, and with the next blow he struck him in the chest. Then he raised his sword above Leonard's head and said, "And the final blow." However, at that moment, the blade of the protagonist's sword flew past him, and part of the knight's mustache flew off to the side. He exclaimed in alarm, "His mustache!" Dayan sat down next to Leonard and, pouring a potion into his mouth, said that this was an expensive potion and he would not die. Then he shouted, "Magician! He must take this old man into the carriage." Alan ran up to him and, lifting him by the shoulders, said, "Lord Leonard." Manchi, turning to Dayan, exclaimed, "Idiot! He shouldn't expect an easy death. He would even cut his soul into pieces with the aura blade." The protagonist replied that he was just pretending that the aura blade was something truly grand. He then held the sword in front of him and said that he could create it. The knight ran forward, exclaiming, "What a low trick! Someone like him couldn't wield the aura blade." Dayan blocked his attack with his sword, and then said that he thought he was a more outstanding fighter. He was only a beginner swordsman, right? Manchi, angry, shouted, "Idiot, he will finish him off." He struck again and again, and the protagonist parried them. However, he thought that despite his appearance, he was not as simple as he seemed. A few days ago, thanks to the fight with Baek Chan-sung, he managed to manifest the aura blade for the first time. The changes in his body and the records of the Sword Emperor also helped improve his skills, but it was difficult to defeat such an opponent with swordsmanship alone. Manchi, delivering another blow, exclaimed, "All he can do is run away like a rat?" The protagonist replied with a smile, he didn't even know what to say. He hadn't even started yet. Stopping, the knight exclaimed, "So he, an idiot, is not a knight." He struck out in front of himself, and shouted that he was a coward. Can he still call himself a sword master? At that moment, a part of his mustache flew off on the other side, and he began to shout while striking out in front of himself. He then looked to the side and ordered an attack on the carriage. They must kill everyone except the princess. The knights agreed with him. Dayan said that the boys should not let anyone escape. Yong-sin mounted his horse and said that he would take care of them. And the next moment, the horse turned into a golem. Lily peeked out from behind him and asked in surprise, "What? He will fight alone?" He replied that he alone is enough. The knights excitedly said that the horse had changed. Could he be a mage? What is this? The next moment, their screams were heard as the golem ran to attack them. Manchi said that this simply couldn't be. The protagonist looked at him and told him to focus on their fight. The knight clenched the sword in his hand and shouted that he would fight to the end. Then he ran the blade of his sword across his hand, cutting it until it bled, and shouted that he would definitely kill him. Then his aura turned red. Dayan said, "So this is a demonic sword." The knight, pointing his sword at him, said that he was well aware. He must die. The protagonist jumped aside and asked, lacking the ability, so he decided to use a forbidden item? It looks dangerous. Is he confident that he can handle it? Manchi laughed loudly and replied that he could handle it. Where is he trying to escape to all the time? He slashed forward a few more times while gritting his teeth. Dayan blocked the attack with his sword and saw the blade crack and then break off with the next strike. He looked at it in horror, and then the demonic energy released at that moment pinned him to the tree. Manchi raised his fist in the air with pride and laughed out loud. Watching this, Lily anxiously exclaimed, "Uncle." She then extended her hand forward and directed her fire there. But the demonic sword began to absorb the flames. The knight gripped his sword tightly and said, "Let it be absorbed by the flames." Lily anxiously said, "Her fire." Young Shin approached her and offered to help her stop. The protagonist warned him that it was dangerous, and he should not interfere with the fight. He then stood up and said that he finally felt the taste of a real fight after a long time. He suggested that they stop playing childishly. After that, he transformed his hand and said that he would now show what a real forbidden item is. Manchi, swinging his sword, ran forward and shouted, "Die!" The protagonist, swinging his iron hand, wished him the same. The most powerful energy splashed forward. The princess, watching what was happening from the carriage window, looked at it with alarm and opened her mouth in surprise. The protagonist thought that he was using this item for the first time, so he set a limit of 25% of the energy output. It turned out that it was more useful than he thought. From his blow, a crack appeared in the ground. A demonic sword stuck in the ground was visible in front. Taking it in his hands, he examined it with interest and thought that there was not a single scratch. The sword had good durability. He knew of a similar blade. Could this be the demonic sword Salet? It gave great power in exchange for blood, but the users absorbed demonic energy, and it soon drove them crazy, so the sword was constantly changing hands. Now that he looked at it closely, he was 100% sure of it. Initially, this was only revealed during the height of the racial war, and he never expected that the sword would fall into his hands. Sitting in the carriage, he looked at the hilt of the demonic sword again and thought that it was said to have the best characteristics among demonic swords, but he didn't really want to use it himself. And even if he sold it, he would still get his hands dirty with blood, right? Couldn't he exchange it for something like the holy sword later? Their carriage continued moving forward. Leonard, turning to him, asked how far it was to the border. He replied that they would soon arrive in Randall, and there they needed to get a pass to cross the border. And this very border will remain 3 days after leaving the city. The knight said with despair in his voice that he was not sure if he could overcome this test. In response, Elena, full of indignation, exclaimed that he should not dare to say such a thing. He, closing his eyes, said, "Princess, he asks for forgiveness, but he is not the same as before. Even magic cannot restore lost energy." She said that the very fact of his presence next to her gives her strength, and he should never again utter words that can be interpreted as a manifestation of weakness. Then she turned her gaze to the protagonist, who was enthusiastically leafing through a book, and asked what he was reading. He replied that he was simply trying to dispel boredom. They looked at him intently, and Leonard asked if he could ask him for a favor. The protagonist replied that he should not even try. The knight insisted that he had not even listened to the essence of his request. The protagonist slammed the book shut and said that he could speak. "Please help us take back your kingdom." He was ready to offer everything, artifacts, gold, and other benefits. Stretching his hand forward with a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he could only speak if Leonard was not going to say anything stupid. Leonard looked at him in confusion. Elena, closing her eyes, said, "Enough?" Leonard looked at his reddened, shaking hands in despair and thought that if only he could come to the border with them. In his life, he had achieved great success in several wars, he was called a hero and was assessed as a man who would soon become a sword master. But in the end, he could not achieve this title and protected Her Highness from traitors. Now he is not a protector, but rather a burden on her shoulders. Then he said that he heard him and will not offer anything else. Daying, without answering, looked out the window of the carriage. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of Randall Fortress. The protagonist announced that only he, Lily, and Princess Elena will enter the fortress, the rest should wait here. The princess asked in surprise, "What?" Alan responded excitedly that the princess would be in danger if she entered the city. The protagonist adjusted his robe and asked how he could trust them and leave them all in the carriage. He would take them with him so that they would not do something stupid. Alan exclaimed that they would never stoop to such a shameless act. The protagonist looked at them seriously and asked if they had forgotten how they took Lily hostage. The princess, closing her eyes, said that everything was fine and she would go with them. Soon they found themselves on the outskirts of Randall Fortress, making their way forward along the roof. Elena asked if there was a store where they could buy supplies. The protagonist turned to her and said that they had another matter to settle first. They should not be distracted and should follow him. Elena said that there was a terrible stench in here and suggested that they get out of here quickly. Daying explained that it was the usual smell of the slums and that they needed to go down as soon as possible. As they walked down a dark alley, they saw children in tattered clothes trying to get something out of a barrel. Elena wondered how people could live in such a place. The protagonist guessed that she probably didn't know anything about life outside the royal palace, even though it was part of the kingdom. They then entered an inn, where the employee asked if they wanted beer. Daying declined, saying that they weren't interested in alcohol. He placed a gold coin on the bar and said that he wanted to make a request to the Thieves' Guild and acquire some information. The employee was surprised and asked, "A gold coin?" The people in the inn started chatting, curious about what was going on. "Golden," he said. "Hey, look at them. They don't look very strong." Elena looked around at them, worried. One of the people present suggested that they might have something else useful. The protagonist noticed that they seemed to have come to the right place. At that moment, Lily released her fire, pointing it at the bandits. One of them shouted, "Were they mages?" The innkeeper asked what kind of requests they wanted to make. Dayan replied that he needed a pass and information. The innkeeper came out from behind the counter and told them to follow him. Soon they found themselves in a small office. The man in front of them extended his hand forward and asked, "A pass, but where were they going?" Elena, looking around, thought that she couldn't believe that there was such a huge space in the basement of the inn. The protagonist said, "The Kingdom of Teru?" The man replied that it would take at least a week to make a pass. Daying threw a bag of coins on the table and shouted at him to do it in 2 days. He also said that his status was a wizard and 5 servants. The man said, of course. They would do everything in the best possible way. The girls looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist thought that Lily had gotten her hands on all the gold coins that the knights had, so there was no need to worry about money. He then added that he was still looking for a man wearing a goblin mask. He didn't know his name, but he was probably one-armed and a wizard. Lily looked at him in surprise and asked, "Uncle?" The man put his hand on the bottom of the table and said that he heard them. First, they needed to check if there was any information about him in the data they had. The protagonist, looking at his actions, thought that these people seemed to know something. The worker then said that he would take them to the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild, since only there could they see the forbidden information. Daying said that he didn't care and was willing to follow him. The worker frowned and glanced at him sideways, as if thinking, this man calls himself a wizard and probably thinks he has extraordinary powers. Once they reach the headquarters, he will be disposed of immediately, and his gold coins will be theirs. The protagonist guessed that without joining the Thieves' Guild, it would be difficult to find out the location of their headquarters, since most outsiders who go there cannot return. On the other hand, this means that their treasury must have many valuable things. He can't wait to see what kind of place it is. He then looked at Lily and asked if her legs hurt. She said that everything was fine. He asked if she was hungry. She looked away and sheepishly admitted that she was a little hungry. He said that he knew it and handed her a bar, asking her to eat it. He thought it would help ease the tension a bit, since the surroundings probably brought back memories. After taking a small bite, she thanked him and said that it was really tasty. He replied that it was good that he had brought some candy bars with him. Soon, they found themselves in the reception area of the Thieves' Guild headquarters. The worker smiled and asked them to wait here for a while he went to get the informant. Dayan approached the desk and said that they had already walked for a long time and now they had to wait again. He had to get him here as quickly as possible. At that moment, the worker smiled and announced that they were caught and pressed a red button on the wall. An iron cage fell on the heroes, trapping them inside. The princess looked around in horror and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" She grabbed the bars, looking ahead in surprise. The worker informed the head of the guild that they were captured.